I was entering my senior year at Blackthorn University, and my friends were throwing a massive party to celebrate the last weekend before classes started. Jackson, Hunter, Kai, Astrid, and Talia were the hosts. And when I say massive, I mean the kind of party that gets whispered about for weeks. Blackthorn wasn't your average college. It was mostly attended by werewolves and a few Lycans, though about 30% of the student body was human, so they had to at least pretend to be normal, most of the time. But the crew throwing this party, they were anything but normal. Jackson, Hunter, and Talia were Lycans, rare, powerful, and practically royalty. Well, Hunter was actually the future king of the Lycans, while Astrid and Kai were werewolves. There was supposed to be one more member of their pack, Ryker. Last year, they said he was studying abroad, but thanks to my enhanced hearing, I knew the truth. Ryker wasn't lounging in classrooms halfway across the world. He was the top general of the Lycan King's forces, probably stationed somewhere dark and dangerous. And apparently, he was coming back for senior year. Of course, I wasn't supposed to know any of that, because they thought I was human, just a normal college girl. But little did they know, I was a shifter too, a phoenix shifter. But I'd learned how to mask my scent a long time ago. And this was my third time going to college. I had transferred in junior year, bonded with Astrid and Talia over a grueling group project. And from there, we just clicked. They accepted me without question, though I noticed they were always a little gentler around me, a little more careful with their words and actions, because they thought I was fragile, breakable, human, even though I wasn't. The truth was I had their speed and their strength, just not their strong sense of smell or rapid healing factor. But honestly, I was okay with them treating me that way. I felt a bit guilty at first, like I was lying to them, but I wanted to be seen as human. After 3 lifetimes of pain, I was done. No more mates. No more fated destinies. I wanted to be in control. I wanted to choose, and so I did. I chose to be human, which meant anything but mates. Only fun. Party vibes allowed. I took a slow sip of my drink, the bass from the music pounding through the floorboards like a second heartbeat. I was dressed to kill, black shorts hugging my hips, cute boots laced tight, and a maroon lace top peeking out beneath a black button-down shirt. The shirt wasn't buttoned, just tied in a knot above my navel, with a cheeky little bite mark cut into the fabric that drew the eye. My long red hair flowed freely, and I ran my fingers through it before tossing it over one shoulder, letting it cascade down my back like fire. The bass was thumping when Talia came up behind me and squealed. "Kara, what number drink is that?" I shrugged with a mischievous smile as Astrid slid in next to her, laughing. "Damn. Girl, I forgot how you can hold your liquor. To surviving one more year of hell," I said, raising my drink. We clinked drinks and cheered, though truthfully this year would be a breeze. I'd already done it 3 times. Hunter appeared behind Astrid, wrapping his arms around her waist. "Great party. Babe," he murmured into her neck. Kissing her softly and nodding to us in greeting, I smiled, remembering what it felt like to have a mate. A part of me missed it, but a bigger part of me knew better. Astrid turned toward me with a sly grin. "It is a good party, but I think it could get even better." I narrowed my eyes. "What did you have in mind?" $20 to give Jackson a close. Sensual dance," she said, laughing. Astrid was always challenging me, betting, daring, and I kind of loved it. Talia's eyes went wide, waiting for my answer. I arched my brow. They thought that was a dare hell. That just sounded like fun. So I turned toward the bar, knocked back a shot of vodka, and smirked. "I'll do it for free." Talia's jaw dropped as I strutted toward Jackson, who was deep in conversation with Kai. They didn't know there was a time in my life when I was a professional dancer back before I even understood what I was. I grew up in the foster system, orphaned, alone. I found out I was a shifter the hard way. One night, I shifted for the first time, and it was the most terrifying night of my life. I had no idea what was happening to me, or what I even was. In a panic, I lost control and my room erupted in flames of phoenix fire. By morning, the house was gone, and the family I'd been staying with wanted nothing more to do with me. They kicked me out without a second glance. A girl's gotta survive. So yeah, I danced, and I was good at it. I had the moves, the curves, the legs, the body shape, and the confidence to own every second of it. I never felt ashamed. Not even a little. It was actually how I found my first mate. A werewolf. But that was a lifetime ago. A story I wished to forget. Tonight I just wanted to feel alive. I walked toward Jackson, who was deep in conversation with Kai, surrounded by a cloud of giggling. Overly perfumed girls practically climbing over each other to get his attention. Not that I could blame them. Jackson was powerfully attractive. He was tall, all muscle and swagger, with tanned skin, brown hair, piercing green eyes, and a smile that could cause immediate fascination. He was unmated too, and a Lycan at that, which meant he was basically a god walking among wolves, and he knew it. He flirted with me constantly, but I knew we were just friends. I pushed through the crowd, letting my fingers trail across his strong forearm as I caught his attention. He turned, and his eyes lit up the moment they landed on me. "Well, hey, Kara," he said with his signature grin. Slow and lazy, like he had all the time in the world to look at me intently. The girls around us tensed. One even hissed under her breath. I just smiled sweetly. "Sorry, ladies," I said, lacing my fingers with his and tugging him away. "Jackson has things to do." Kai raised a brow, and I winked at him as led Jackson straight toward the chair Astrid had placed in the center of the room. "I do?" Jackson asked, bemused, letting me push him down into the seat. He tried to glance toward his friends in the corner, Hunter, Astrid, and Talia all watching with knowing smirks, but I wasn't having it. I grabbed his chin and tilted his face back toward me, locking our gazes, eyes on the show. "Handsome," I purred, trailing a single finger across his lips. His pupils dilated, and then the bass dropped. I stepped between his legs and let the music take over, every beat syncing with the roll of my hips. My body moved like fire, smooth and hot and dangerous. I ran my hands down the front of his chest, moving intimately against him in perfect rhythm. Feeling the buzz of energy ripple between us, I felt alive. A wide, wicked grin spread across my face as I sat across his lap, soaking in the way his hands twitched like he didn't know where to grab first. His gaze was hungry, stunned, and completely enthralled. God. It felt good. Good to be watched. Desired. In control. I undid the knot of my cropped shirt slowly, teasing every second of the reveal. The fabric slid from my shoulders, exposing the maroon lace and bare skin beneath. I arched my back just slightly, watching his mouth part. Eyes darken. I lived for that look, that sharp inhale, that split second of stunned silence before the tension crackled between us like lightning. I grabbed his hands and placed them on my waist, and the moment I let go, they started to wander. Up. Down. Slow. Like he wanted to brand the shape of me into his memory. And damn, did I grin. This was the kind of thrill I'd missed. No mates. No destiny. Just raw, unfiltered fun. I could feel his rising tension, thick and heavy beneath me. Maybe I shouldn't have teased a Lycan like this. Maybe it was a little reckless. But I didn't care. I felt the burn in my veins, the smile tugging at my lips, the rush of heat that wasn't just the music or the lights or the alcohol, it was me. A crowd had formed around us. I heard the sharp whistles from a few guys, the amused gasps and squeals of girls. Astrid was cheering like a proud stage mom, yelling that I was incredibly attractive. Talia just stood there wide-eyed, mouth slightly open, probably wondering how the hell her friend had just gone full-on seductress in the middle of our senior class party. I mean, yeah, I was basically half naked. moving intimately close to Jackson in front of everyone, and I was loving every second of it. Kara, Jackson growled, dragging me back into the moment with a low, dangerous tone that made my stomach flip. His eyes were locked on me, glowing faintly. Primal, Jackson. I purred, leaning in, slow and teasing. Close enough for our lips to brush. My grin deepened. Staking your claim, he asked. Voice thick with arousal. He knew I could feel him. Hard beneath me. Pressed flush between my thighs. I wrapped my arms around his neck, leaning closer, letting my breath fan across his lips. Just completing a bet from Astrid, I said, eyes flicking toward her. But she wasn't looking at me anymore. She was trying to talk to someone. A man, but his eyes were fixed on me. And hell, he was the most gorgeous man I'd ever seen, towering at least 6'5". His body was built like a warrior. Broad chest, strong arms, and pure power rippling beneath tight black clothes. His hair was jet black, tousled and wild, but it was his eyes that did me in violet. Piercing. Unreal. And the second I made eye contact, I knew. No. 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 This couldn't be happening. My whole body went rigid. And of course, Jackson felt it. Lycans were too damn tuned in. His gaze followed mine. Ryker's back, it appears, he muttered. Ryker. That was Ryker. Then his hand was on my chin, tilting my face back to his. Thought you said eyes on the show. He smirked, voice laced with playful desire. I swallowed hard, the fire in me replaced with panic. Show's over, I said tightly, abruptly standing and retying my shirt, my hands moving fast. The crowd around us whooped and clapped, then slowly shifted back to dancing. But my world had slammed to a halt. I wanted to run, to vanish. I'd come to this school thinking I was safe, that my next mate, if I ever had another, would be human this time. My first had been a werewolf, then a human, then another wolf. So I figured the next was a human. That's why I chose to attend Blackthorn University, because it was crawling with werewolves, and the chances of me being mated to a human here were practically zero. But fate's a cruel one. I had never even considered a Lycan would be a possibility. I mean, they were an extremely rare breed after all. I stood frozen. Astrid waved me over, but my feet wouldn't move. Jackson stepped up beside me. He could hear it. My heartbeat slamming like a drum in my chest. What's wrong? He asked, his voice suddenly gentler. Nothing. I lied quickly. Guess I got a little heated, he chuckled. Totally buying it. Yeah. I tend to have that effect. He wrapped an arm around my waist and started tugging me toward our friends. I wanted to run, but I couldn't. Because if I did, it would give everything away. They thought I was human. They had no idea I knew what werewolves or Lycans were, or that I understood mates. Hell, they didn't even know what I was. So I had to act normal, like nothing had just detonated inside me. I risked a glance at Ryker just to double-check. No. Triple-check that this was really happening. He hadn't looked away. Not once. And I knew. Deep in my bones, with absolute, unshakable certainty he was my mate. Fucking hell. This was exactly what I'd been trying to avoid. As Jackson and I walked up to our crew, I tried to steady my breathing like my heart wasn't in full panic mode. Kai was standing with Talia now, placing a kiss on her cheek. Hunter had his arm wrapped around Astrid's waist, and Jackson was hugging Ryker. Ryker, who hadn't stopped staring at me. Gods. He was immaculate. His face looked like it had been carved by ancient deities. He was striking, with his sharp jawline, high cheekbones, and lips that were almost too pretty for a warrior. His violet eyes shimmered, with flecks of silver catching the light. Otherworldly and intense. A faint scar ran along his jaw, only adding to the ethereal beauty of him. I needed to get it together, because I could feel myself becoming overwhelmed just looking at him, and that was dangerous. I knew he would be able to smell it. They all would. So I shoved the bond down, deep inside me, crushing it under a wall of willpower as it screamed to be completed. I forced a smile onto my lips like nothing was wrong, like I wasn't unraveling at the seams. When Jackson released him, Ryker stepped forward. His lips parted. "You're my main attraction of tonight," Astrid suddenly blurted out, eyes wide as realization hit. Her voice pitched high and frantic as she jumped in. "Your dancing was incredibly attractive." "Kara, where the hell did you learn those moves?" I blinked, feigning confusion, and then just smiled playfully. "Playing my part." Riker's eyes scanned me. Slowly, thoughtfully, clearly. They hadn't told him I was supposed to be human, that he couldn't just come outright and say I was his mate. But now he could smell the truth. My scent was human. I held his gaze, keeping my fake smile perfectly calm. "I'm Kara," I forced out. "Nice to meet you." Then I turned back to the group before he could say anything else. "I'm super tired. You guys, gonna head to my dorm and crash. I'll see you tomorrow for class and lunch." "Yeah." They all stared at me in silence, eyes wide and jaws slack, like I'd just blown their whole world apart. Maybe I had. I saw the shock written across their faces. No one had expected Ryker to be my mate, especially since they thought I was human. Not even me. And I needed to get out. Now. "She is," I started. "Human." Jackson finished for me. I clenched my jaw. "But she's my mate," I said. And the word tasted like fire and truth on my tongue. This past year, traveling across werewolf and Lycan territories, investigating rogue activity, tracking threats to the throne, I had hoped I'd find her. I'd been optimistic. For years I had been waiting for her, but I hadn't found her. Not until now. Not until she walked straight into my life. And now, she was walking away from me. She just walked away. Walked. Had she not felt it, even though she was human, she had to feel the bond. Maybe not with the same intensity I did. Lycans felt it like wildfire, like gravity pulling through our bloodstream. But humans weren't immune to it. That magnetic pull, that deep, primal craving that rooted itself in your bones and refused to let go, she had to feel it. And yet, she walked away. Goddess. I was angry. Angry at fate. At the timing. At the ache in my chest that wouldn't go away. I'd heard her name before Kara through Hunter, who'd kept in contact with me during my time away. He mentioned a new friend. Someone who'd transferred in and quickly become part of their circle. But he hadn't told me she was human. Just that she was fierce. Smart. Someone I'd probably like. And now I understood why. She'd been here an entire year. Arrived just as I left. The whole time I'd been flying between clans. Hunting down rogue threats. Fighting for a kingdom my mate had been here. Right here. And I hadn't known. And now she'd walked out without looking back. I took a step toward the door. My heart racing. Ready to go after her. Ready to say something. Do something. Anything to stop this spiral. My beast needing her. But Jackson stepped in front of me. His hand landing on my shoulder. A hard, halting grip. And in that moment, I saw red. I growled and shoved him back hard. "Don't touch me," I snapped, my beast rising to the surface. My mate was just moving intimately half naked on you. And it took everything in me not to rip your head off right there. And it had. Seeing her like that, moving sensually in Jackson's lap. Body flushed and wild. Mine, but not with me. It made my blood boil. But goddess. I'd also been entranced. Her scent, lavender and something darker, hit me like a drug. She was perfect. Fiery red hair. Long, toned legs. Tight curves. I wanted to touch. I wanted to taste. I wanted all of her. My body ached at the memory. I didn't just want to take her. I wanted to claim her. To know her. To hear her say my name while I made her mine. Jackson raised his hands defensively. "Rye." I swear we are just friends. Plus, I didn't know she was your mate. None of us did. Not until just now. Hunter stepped in. Always the level-headed one. And she probably doesn't know what's happening to her. She's human. Rye. She doesn't know what the bond is, she just knows she feels something she can't explain. I ran a hand through my hair, pacing as the bass thrummed around me. Fuck, I muttered. I can't believe this is happening. My mate was human. I hadn't expected that. It was rare. But it did happen. Not that I cared. Not really. I was conditioned to love her the moment I saw her. To want her. Forever. That wasn't the problem. The problem was the world I lived in. It was dangerous. Ruthless. Bloody. And I wasn't just some ordinary supernatural. I was the top general of the Lycan King's forces. That meant war. Politics. And constant risk. And by tradition. By blood. By bond. My mate would become my second in command. Not just my partner. My closest ally. Which meant she'd have to get used to the chaos. The violence. And the reality of what I lived and breathed every day. And fuck. I didn't know how to bring her into that world. Why couldn't she have been a Lycan, even a werewolf? It would have been easier. But no. She was human. Fragile. Soft in ways my world would eat alive. And yet, I loved her already. Fucking hell. Fate was cruel sometimes. I needed time. Time to think. To process. To figure out how to handle this without breaking her. To keep her safe. Keep her close. And somehow not scare her away. I'm going home, I said. Voice rough and frayed at the edges. It came out more like a growl than a sentence. They all looked at me with that same tight-lipped concern. Like I was a bomb they weren't sure how to defuse. And maybe I was. I had just gotten back from a full year of expedition, and this was the welcome I walked into my mate mine walking away from me. I leveled a look at Hunter. We'll talk about rogue updates later. He gave a subtle nod, but his eyes were still on me like he was waiting for me to break. I paused, turning away. Jaw clenched so hard it hurt. And in the morning, I ordered, my voice low and cold. The tone I used when commanding my forces. The one that left no room for argument. I want you to tell me everything you know about Kara. I left fast. The music fading behind me. Adrenaline crashing hard in my veins. By the time I got back to my dorm, I barely made it to the bathroom before I threw up, maybe from the alcohol. But more likely from the tidal wave of memories crashing down on me and the fact that fighting against the mate bond was literally making me sick. I can't do this again. I'd already lost 3 mates. Each time more brutal than the last. The first was a werewolf. We shared years of love, real. Deep. Soul-bonded love. Then I died in a pack battle. I hadn't known I would come back then. I hadn't known that was even possible. But I did. At the time. I didn't understand why. Only that I had somehow survived death. It wasn't until later that I realized the truth it had to be because I was a phoenix. Rebirth was part of me. A gift. I thought then. But in reality, it was a curse. Because the mate bond didn't come back with me. For my mate. It was as if I died and stayed dead. The connection vanished. I still loved him. But it wasn't enough to save him. Physically, he was there with me. But emotionally, he was shredded. The grief of the broken bond drove him insane. He eventually killed himself. And it shattered me. Because I still loved him. But my love was what destroyed him. So I returned to the human world where after years I unexpectedly found another mate. This time a human. I thought it would be safe. That he'd die long before me and never feel the full weight of loss. I thought I could handle it. But when he died suddenly in a brutal accident, the grief hollowed me out. I wasn't as strong as I thought. I took my own life. And then I came back. Again. That time. My mate was an alpha. A powerful werewolf. I believed maybe we could outrun fate together, immortal. Bonded. Untouchable. But we weren't. Our pack was attacked. I was killed. And my death shattered him. He went rogue. Lost. Violent. Irredeemable. In the end, I had to kill him. It destroyed what little was left of me, destroyed my hope that I could be happy with someone for eternity. But more importantly, it almost destroyed the pack. So I left. In the middle of the night, knowing they were better off without me. That was a few years ago. Since then, I've learned my lesson. Every time I died and came back, a new mate awaited me, a different bond for each lifetime. So I made a vow. No more mates. No more destiny. No more fate. I wasn't strong enough to survive it again. But more importantly, I couldn't do that to someone else. Not again. My love was a weapon, and I hated that. I would rather live alone, hollow, and free than ever watch someone I love break because of me again. And now, Ryker. My mate was a Lycan, the one kind of mate I never expected. The kind that only gets one, forever. The kind that had a mating bond you can't reject. The kind that would hunt me to the ends of the earth if I ran. Fucking hell. I was in some deep trouble. The next morning, I woke to the first day of senior year. I was just grateful this whole charade was nearly over. The council had insisted I attend university. Some integration nonsense about keeping up appearances and blending with the younger generation while protecting Prince Hunter. I never wanted this. All I'd ever wanted was to continue serving as a general for the Lycan King's forces. That was my purpose. Sure, I looked 22. Young enough to blend in. But that didn't mean I needed to be here. I was older than all of them. Hell. I'd watched Hunter and Jackson grow up side by side. Sure, we were all good friends now. That came with time. But the truth was, the only reason I was here in the first place was to protect Hunter. My cousin. That was the mission. Last night, I'd caught up briefly with Hunter after everything. Rogue attacks were down across the U.S. Something that sounded good on the surface, but also put us on edge. Rogues, lone wolves, and Lycans don't just disappear. Especially rogue Lycans, which are rare to begin with. They don't just stop. If there's a dip in activity, it usually means one thing. They're planning something, and I had a bad feeling it had to do with the throne. I should have been focused on that. Should have been prepping, sharpening, strategizing. But instead, I kept seeing her, Kara, in my arms, beneath me, her skin against mine, her scent in my lungs. My mate, the one I had been waiting years. No décades for. But for some reason, it felt like she didn't want me, like she didn't feel that instant pull of the bond, like she had no idea what she was to me. And yet, even with her walls up, I knew she had to feel it. Maybe not the way I did. But no human was immune to the bond. Not completely. I pulled on clothes and headed down to breakfast. The crew was already gathered around the table. I didn't stop to greet them. I just planted my hands on the wooden finish and said, "Kara." Jackson looked up. Still half asleep and shirtless. "Not even a good morning," he muttered. I didn't answer. Just let out a low, varning growl. Talia perked up first. We met her last year. In class, we just clicked. She's kind, funny, stubborn, strong-willed, rebellious. Basically, your exact type, Astrid said with a small smile, even though she's human. We all kind of adored her. She doesn't pry. Hunter added. Never asked why we all lived together or where we came from. Didn't push. It was nice. And she's wicked smart too, Kai said. Then, after a beat, added thoughtfully, actually, I've barely ever seen her study. Unless it's helping these two. He nodded toward Talia and Astrid. She's a wild child for sure, Jackson said, grinning. Very attractive, too. That was the wrong thing to say. My body went rigid. Heat surged through me. Violent and immediate. My hands curled into fists against the table. I lunged fast. Instinctual. He barely dodged in time. Jackson. I snarled through clenched teeth. Eyes blazing. Don't talk like that about what's mine. He raised his hands, still grinning like the cocky person he was. Hey, I'm just saying, she sounds perfect for you. Rye. A strong woman for a strong Lycan. An awkward silence followed. I exhaled slowly, trying to calm the beast clawing beneath my skin, then asked the question, twisting like a blade in my gut. So then why did she walk away from me last night? Astrid looked at me gently. Rye. She's human. She probably doesn't understand what's happening. The pull. The feelings. She needs time to make sense of it. Her words helped. A little. I could give her time. But I'd waited this long already. What were a few more days, a few more weeks? I clenched my fists and forced a deep breath. Then Jackson. Of course. Decided now was a great time to speak again. Maybe. He said cautiously. My eyes snapped to him. What do you mean maybe we all said at once? He scratched the back of his neck. Okay, don't get mad. That never meant anything good. But last year, before I knew she was your mate, I flirted with Kara. A lot. My vision blurred. I loved Jackson like a brother. But if he told me he touched her, if he so much as kissed her, my knuckles cracked against the table. Wood splintered beneath my grip, depending on how he finished that sentence. My beast was ready to tear him apart. Jackson's eyes widened slightly. Nothing happened, Jackson said quickly, holding up his hands. I swear, she shut me down. Told me point blank she doesn't date. That cooled the fire. Barely. But then his words really sank in. She doesn't date, I repeated. Frowning, Jackson nodded, said it straight. No flirting. No games. Never gave me a shot. I backed off. That was going to make things a hell of a lot harder. Because in the human world, things didn't work like they did with us. They didn't have mates. They dated, fell in love slowly, and chose each other after trial and error and heartbreak. Not like wolves, not like Lycans. We knew. The second we saw them, touched them, smelled them, the bond snapped into place like lightning in our bones. And that was it. Forever. And just like that, my whole plan unraveled. I thought I could ease her into it, start slow, date her, make it feel normal for her. But if she didn't date at all, Hunter arched a brow, his tone dry. And you're just telling us this now? Jackson shrugged like it wasn't a big deal. Didn't think it was relevant. Until last night. Then he leaned back in his chair, hands behind his head like he wasn't the reason my jaw was tight and my blood was still simmering. If you don't believe me, he said with a lazy grin, ask her yourself. The next day. Classes flew by in a blur. Before I knew it, I was trudging toward our usual lunch table with an apple in hand. I wasn't hungry. I'd spent half the night throwing up and the other half lying in bed, wide-eyed, trying to breathe past the weight in my chest. Gods. I had never had to fight a mate bond before, and it was torture. I looked like hell and I felt worse. Everyone was already seated when I arrived, laughing and chatting like nothing had changed, but the moment I approached, Ryker's eyes locked on me and the table went quiet as I sat down. I dropped into the seat next to Jackson and saw Ryker's jaw clench. Hard. I ran a hand over my face and tossed my bag to the ground like nothing was wrong. Well, you look like terrible, Astrid said bluntly. What the hell happened to you? I spent the night throwing up, I said honestly. My voice was low. Raw. I liked being truthful with them. When I could be. When it didn't burn too much. You okay now? Kai asked gently. No one asked why. They probably assumed it was the alcohol. I just nodded and took a bite of my apple, even though the taste made my stomach twist. So, I said, forcing a casual tone. Any other antics go down last night? Nope. You were definitely the main attraction. Jackson grinned, nudging me playfully. I laughed softly, but out of the corner of my eye. I saw Ryker's arm flex, his expression darkening. His gaze snapped to Jackson, and I could practically feel the beast beneath his skin snarling, furious that I was sitting beside another unmated Lycan, when I should have been next to him. By now, most mates would have been inseparable, touching, tangled, already bonded. And I knew how much it was hurting him that we weren't. But I couldn't let that happen. I couldn't give in. Even though every part of me wanted to. Even though he looked absolutely appealing today. No. Kara. Focus. Keep it together. So, why don't you date? Astrid asked suddenly, pulling me out of my thoughts of Ryker. I blinked. What do you mean? Talia leaned forward, her voice soft and genuinely curious. I mean, you never went out with anyone who asked you out last year? Yeah. Astrid added, brow raised. Hell. I don't think I've ever seen you date any guy. Period. I smirked and leaned toward them playfully, my voice dropping into a low tease. Well, maybe I don't do men. I let my fingers trail slowly through a strand of Astrid's hair, brushing lightly along her lip. The table went quiet for a beat. Hunter tensed beside her, the faintest growl curling in his throat that I knew he tried to keep down. But Astrid just broke into laughter, swatting my hand away. Oh, please. After the way you were dancing last night, you definitely do men. They were excited, eager, maybe even a little hopeful. Like this moment was confirmation that I was staying, that I was going to be one of them. But as much as I loved them, I couldn't give them that. You're right, I said, voice light but steady. I do men. I just don't do dating. Ryker's eyes narrowed on me. What do you mean you don't do dating? He asked. Gods. The sound of his voice was a whole storm wrapped in velvet. His eyes were melting me from the inside out. The overwhelming heat. The arousal. I tried to keep my expression neutral. Cool. Detached. Like this conversation wasn't slowly destroying me. I mean, I don't do the whole getting to know you, hearts on the line thing, I said with a shrug. Casual as hell. Feelings are messy. But physical intimacy is easy. So I'll sleep with people. I mean, a girl has needs. I just don't do love stories. I do satisfaction. The moment the words spilled out, I regretted them. Ryker's eyes turned hot and hungry, and that look alone had me seconds away from imagining him close to me in my future, and that was not helping. Every second of eye contact was lighting me up so much I could barely breathe. Like I really didn't want to date this man to death and be intimate with him right here on this table. Kai tilted his head. Curious but quiet. Jackson, on the other hand, raised a hand like he was calling nonsense in a courtroom. Objection, he announced, leaning in. Let me get this straight. You don't date. But you do sleep with people, and you've never slept with me. What the hell? Kara. Typical Jackson. Cocky. Grinning. Full of it and somehow still charming. I rolled my eyes and shot him a wicked grin. Oh, please. You couldn't handle me. He clutched his chest like I'd shot him. Cruel. Unnecessary. And also debatable. He fired back without missing a beat. I just smiled and shook my head. But Ryker didn't smile. He growled. It was low. So low no human would have caught it. But I did. And so did Jackson. He immediately backed off, turning his full attention to his plate like it had just become the most fascinating thing in the world. For a moment, the table dipped into a thick, uneasy silence. Then Astrid, still too strong-willed for her own good, tried again. Okay. So, then what's your type? I don't have one, I replied truthfully. Human or werewolf. I thought in my head. Definitely not Lycans. Never Lycans. She just nodded as Ryker's gaze bored into me. Hell. The intensity of his stare was starting to get to me. My pulse was becoming erratic. It was like my body had already decided he was gravity and I was just meant to fall. The thoughts I'd been trying to bury from earlier clawed their way back up, stirred by the bond now tugging harder at me, pulling me toward him, demanding I move closer. Give in. Feel. I have to get to class, I blurted, sharper than intended. Standing so fast my chair scraped. I had to go. before his scent and lethal good looks turned me into a puddle in front of everyone, before I forgot who the hell I was, what the hell I was. I didn't look back. Didn't let myself wonder what his lips tasted like, what his arms would feel like wrapped tight around me. Don't you dare. I chided myself. Don't forget we're studying at our place later, Talia called after me. But I was already gone. I watched her walk away from me again. And this time, my beast didn't just growl. He roared. A savage, bone-deep sound that rippled through my body. Every instinct in me screamed to go after her, to grab her, to pin her down and make her understand she was mine, and tear Jackson apart while I was at it. But then the breeze shifted and I caught her scent. It wasn't just lavender anymore. It was arousal. My entire body froze. It hit me like a punch to the gut, and my body ached just from the scent of it. From knowing I'd gotten under her skin without even touching her. Yes, so she did feel it. The bond. The pull. Me. The table stayed silent after she left. Eyes still on me, waiting to see what I'd do. Jackson cleared his throat. Told you, he said. Voice low. Sorry. Man. I don't know what your game plan is for that. But, she said she doesn't date. I interrupted. Eyes still glued to the spot where she disappeared. But she is physically intimate. And that was all I needed to hear. I stood slowly, pushing my chair back. A slow, devilish grin curving across my lips. I can work with that. Their expressions shifted, some amused, some questioning, but I didn't care. I left the table and walked to my next class. The scent of her arousal still thick in my lungs. Every step sparking with adrenaline. I had hoped to start slower, to date her, win her over, ease her into what this was between us. Even though the moment I laid eyes on her, I wanted intense closeness with her. But if this was where she needed to start, physical intimacy, then fine. We'd start there, with her body, because I knew her body wanted me, needed me like I needed her. She craved me, whether or not she admitted it. And right now I'd give her the best experience of her life. Ensure she would only ever want me. No one else. Not now. Not ever. Her heart and mind would follow. That would come next. Later that evening, I showed up at their house. The whole crew lived together. Some Lycan pact dynamic. I think I never really asked about it, because I didn't want them asking questions about me. So I just pretended like it was normal. Kai let me in with a casual nod. And I made my way toward Astrid's room until something stopped me cold. A scent. His scent. It was rich and powerful, laced with something wild and masculine. It wrapped around me, invading my senses. Curling low in my belly, I paused outside his door, slightly ajar. And even though I knew better, I couldn't help myself. He wasn't inside. His scent was strong. But the silence told me that much. Curiosity slid its claws into me, and I pushed the door open an inch. Just enough to catch a glimpse. His room was minimal but deeply masculine, commanding. Go figure. A massive bed took center stage. Draped in dark linens, there was a fireplace, a heavy oak desk, bookshelves filled with titles in multiple languages, and a pair of swords mounted on the wall like silent guardians. It was clean, sharp, lethal, and incredibly appealing. I should have walked away, turned on my heel and left before I did something stupid. But the bond kept me rooted in place. On instinct, I inhaled again, his scent making my knees weak. No. Kara, what the hell are you doing? Get a grip. You're stronger than this. And then I felt him. Before I heard him. Before I saw him. His presence slid over my skin. Well, hello. Kara, he murmured behind me, his voice a velvet threat. I jolted, whirling halfway around. Oh. Shit. I wasn't trying to snoop. I stammered. Guilt flushed across my face. I was just passing by, curious about the new guy and all. He didn't step back. Instead, he moved closer. His hands landed on my waist. and my breath caught as he leaned in, his lips brushing the shell of my ear. "It's natural to be curious," he whispered. "You can go in. If you want." Every nerve in my body lit up. His voice vibrated through me like a current, and a jolt of need pulsed through me. Straight to my core. "No, Kara. You need to leave. You need to leave. You need to." I stepped inside. My bag slid off my shoulder and hit the floor with a soft thud. The sound barely registering, I immediately moved to the bookshelf, trying to make it seem casual. Dragging my fingers over worn spines I couldn't focus on. The door clicked closed behind me and I heard his footsteps. He joined me at the shelf, leaning one shoulder against it, hands tucked casually into his pockets, just watching. I could feel his gaze like hands on my skin. The bond pulsed between us. A living thing now, beating in sync with my own pulse, and no matter how hard I fought it, I could feel my control slipping further from my grasp. Desperate to reclaim even a shred of it, I forced my attention elsewhere. His room. The details. Anything but the heat crackling between us. The soft, dark sheets. The precisely lined books. The blades mounted on the wall. Each one sharp. Gleaming. And perfectly still. Seconds passed in charged silence. "This room is very..." "You," I muttered, the words slipping out before I could stop them. My voice was barely more than a whisper, but I knew he heard it. He tilted his head, a soft smile tugging at his lips. "Is it? And how would you know exactly?" "We barely know each other." He wasn't wrong. Secretly, I already knew he was a Lycan, and a general, no less. But beyond that, we didn't know a damn thing about each other. On paper, he was a total stranger. "Do you want to know me?" he asked, stepping away from the shelf and stalking toward me, his hand lifted, fingers brushing the side of my face. Warm and unhurried, like he had all the time in the world. I should have said no. I meant to, but my body betrayed me first. Leaning in, just slightly, like it knew what my mouth refused to speak. My phoenix flared, wings unfurling in my chest, every instinct screaming, "Yes, yes, I want to know you. Yes, I want to fall into you. Yes, I want to lose myself." But I forced my mouth to stay shut. I couldn't let the words slip free, because saying them would be a dangerous path. So, caught between biting down on a yes and spitting out a no, I did the only thing I could. I stepped back, just enough to shatter the moment, just enough to feel the hollow echo of everything we'd never have. His smile dimmed, just a flicker, but I saw it. I turned to grab my backpack, needing to move, to breathe, to put space between us. But he moved first. One heartbeat, I was alone. The next, I was in his arms. His grip was firm, possessive. As he pulled me flush against him, he buried his face in my hair, then lower, into the curve of my neck, breathing me in like he needed it to survive. "Well, I know this about you," he murmured, lips grazing my throat. "You said you don't date." A pause, a hum. "But you have needs." His voice dipped, darker now. "So do I." He turned me in his arms, slow and sure, backing me into the bookshelf until I was pinned. His hard body pressed against mine, and I want to be the only one who satisfies those needs. He whispered, voice low, rough, and undeniably not a request. It was a command. Every word dripped with heat, hunger, and promise. My thighs squeezed together on instinct as he pressed up against me, like his body was already claiming what his mouth hadn't fully spoken. My phoenix stirred instantly, heat licking up my spine, desperate to rise, to burn, to surrender to him. But I held the line. Somehow, I looked up at him, breath shaky, and forced a coy smile onto my lips. It was the only shield I had left. "We may run in the same friend circle." "Ryker," I said softly, voice laced with a bite. But I just met you. His violet eyes lit with something wild and hungry. Even more reason I need to get to know you better. He challenged. Everyone else got a year with you. He went on, his fingers trailing along my hip. But I didn't. We've got a lot of time to make up for. And I plan to make every second count. I laughed, a brittle sound meant to slice through the tension wrapping around us. You may be right, Ryker, I teased, tilting my chin, even as I fought to sound in control. But sorry to break it to you. Handsome, you're not my type. He froze. Then he laughed. Low, deep, a sound that rumbled through his chest. Right, he murmured, that smirk of his turning sharp as sin. And I'm guessing that's why your heart's racing. And your body is reacting so intensely to me right now. He leaned closer. But there was no rush in his movements. After all, there was no need to chase what already wanted to be caught. You can keep lying with your mouth. Kara, he purred, but your body's already confessed. His eyes dragged over me like a caress. Possessive. Lethal. And certain. His hand lifted, fingers brushed over my mouth. Then his thumb swept across my bottom lip and lingered. I looked up, and in his heated gaze I saw it. He was going to kiss me. He leaned in, inch by inch. Like I was prey he planned to savor, and my phoenix clawed beneath my skin. Wings flaring, flames rising, screaming to be let loose, to take him, to kiss him back, to claim him. But I shoved her down brutally, desperately, violently wrenching her back with everything I had, barely pulling myself from the edge. The effort left my chest burning, like my ribs had cracked under the weight of it, like my heart had torn itself bloody just to keep her caged. I quickly plastered a playful smile onto my face, masking the wildfire raging behind my eyes. And just before he could close that final inch, I whispered, breathless, I should go study. Then I slipped deftly from his reach, grabbed my bag, and turned to leave, though not before letting my gaze dip, lingering on the unmistakable definition straining against his pants. I'll leave you to satisfy your needs. Alone. The bond screamed in protest. Pushing it down was agony, like holding back a volcano with bare hands. But I grinned through the pain. Grinned like I wasn't seconds away from completely losing control. Behind me, a low chuckle followed as I left. You know where to find me, he called. When your needs get too hard to ignore, I practically ran to Astrid's room, because another second with him, and I wouldn't have walked out. Damn it. I couldn't fall for him. I barely knew him. But gods, did I want to? I wanted to know everything. The way he kissed, the way he sounded when he lost control, what his hands would feel like between my thighs, what he tasted like. Maybe. He was right. Maybe we could just be intimate, to satisfy our needs and the maddening demands of this infuriating bond. I could do that. Right, I mean, we'd be incredible together. The best physical experience of our lives. I knew I couldn't date him. It would be messy, too much emotion, too much risk. Dating led to attachment. Attachment led to bonding. And bonding led to mating. I couldn't let that happen. But I'd never tried to resist a mate bond before. It was hard. No excruciating. Yet being around him somehow made it easier. Not to resist gods. No, that part was harder than ever. Every second near him made it nearly impossible to hold the line between our bond. But the pain lessened. That crushing, empty pressure in my chest. The slow suffocation that came from not claiming him. It eased the moment he was near. His presence dulled the ache I carried, like a balm over an open wound. My heart didn't feel like it was being pulverized one beat at a time. My body stopped shaking from the withdrawal. Even my phoenix was soothed a bit. Happy to be in proximity of the one she wanted. It was a cruel paradox. The closer he got, the more dangerous it became. But the farther away he stayed, the more it hurt to breathe. So maybe I could have just enough contact, just enough to take the edge off. A touch here, A kiss there. Plus, let's be honest, who the hell could resist world-altering physical closeness with a mate? And I knew he wouldn't mark me to complete the mate bond he couldn't. At least not yet. As far as he knew. I was just a human. He wouldn't do that to me without telling me what he was. What it would mean for me. No. Kara. Stop. You can't go down this path. I shook the thoughts from my head. Shoved them aside like they hadn't already sunk their claws into me. You can do this. You've endured worse pain than this. Just focus. Just act normal. Just act human. Act like he doesn't bother you. And I tried. I really did. I spent all night helping Astrid and Talia study for the exam tomorrow. Reviewing all our summer study material. Flipping through flashcards. Reciting formulas. And laughing over dumb notes. I told myself to be present. To engage. But Ryker's voice echoed in my mind. His scent still lingered on my skin. And every time I closed my eyes, I saw him. By the time we finished. It was late. So late that even Talia was yawning. And Astrid had already sprawled out on her bed. Half asleep. You're staying here. Talia declared, dragging a spare blanket from the closet. I didn't argue. I was too tired. Too mentally and emotionally strung out from fighting the bond. Guest room's open. You know the one. I nodded. Mumbled a good night. And walked down the hallway. Heart finally starting to slow. I slipped into the room. Stripped to an oversized t-shirt. Collapsed into the bed. And fell asleep the moment my head hit the pillow. And of course, because my phoenix is a treacherous, insatiable inner spirit, I dreamed of him. Of Ryker's hands on my hips. His closeness. His intense focus on my body. Making fire across my skin. In the dream, I was bold. Moving beneath him. Begging him. My body arching into his as he growled against my throat. Say it. Kara. He commanded. Voice like thunder. Tell me what you want. You. I gasped. I want you. And God's. I did. His focus intensified, and I was overcome with sensation in the dream. Blinding white heat exploding through me, and I woke up panting. Sweaty and soaked. My body was aching. Wishing, stupidly, that it had been real. That he had been real. And before I could stop myself, drained and desperate from fighting my carnal instincts all night, my phoenix snapped her chains. I was on my feet. Out the door. Halfway down the hall before my mind caught up with my body. In a heartbeat. I reached his room and burst through the door. He was there. Leaning at the edge of his bed. Shirtless. Sweatpants hanging low on his hips. His abs flexed as he straightened. Every muscle carved and tight like he'd been sculpted from stone. His arms were thick. Powerful. Veins standing out along his forearms. If he was surprised to see me, he didn't show it. We didn't speak as I approached him and climbed onto his lap, embracing him. I could feel his rising tension press between us. I'm not here to fall in love, I said. Voice low. Eyes locked on his, still defiant and fighting. Even as the phoenix inside me took control. His hands gripped my hips. Then why are you here, he rasped. Voice strained and dripping with need. Just physical intimacy. I whispered. Nothing complicated. I told myself it was just to ease the bond. Just enough to stop the ache. Nothing more. His jaw flexed and his breath caught. Can you handle that, I asked, breathlessly. Moving my hips once against him. He groaned. His head tipping back. Eyes fluttering shut like I'd just knocked the air out of him. Fuck. Kara. I got my answer when his mouth crashed into mine. Hungry. Wild. And devouring. His tongue tangled with mine. Hands moving with a desperate kind of control. One slid under my shirt. Fingers trailing up my spine. The other fisted in my hair as I chased the heat. He stood in one swift motion. Lifting me effortlessly as I wrapped my legs around his waist. Our mouths never parted. He skillfully slammed the door shut and pressed me hard against it. Letting me feel exactly what I'd done to him. I gasped as he kissed down my neck. passionately embracing me, his breath ragged. "Your scent is driving me insane." I just grinned. Little did he know I knew what that meant. And he was driving me crazy too. He carried me to the bed. Laying me down, his fingers caught the edge of my clothing, and with one smooth, decisive movement, removed it. He pulled my shirt over my head, kissed the valley between my breasts, then lower, until his mouth hovered just above where I needed him most. "Don't make me beg, Ryker," I whispered. And he didn't. His close attention to me was overwhelmingly intense, focused and torturous, exploring, tasting, until I was trembling beneath him. But when his fingers hooked into the waistband of his sweats, starting to slide them down, I reached for him, grabbing his arm. "Not all the way," I said, breath catching, my voice unsteady, heart pounding like a war drum. "Just not yet." He looked at me, wild-eyed and breathless. His chest rose and fell like he'd just gone 10 rounds in a fight with his own beast. And maybe he had. I knew what I was asking wasn't fair. I could feel the tension in his body, the restraint it took not to pin me down and claim me. Right then, right there. But after a beat, he nodded, eyes flaring and lips curling into a grin that was pure devil. "So there's gonna be a next time." I arched a brow. "If you can prove you're worth a second round." He leaned in, voice a low growl against my ear. "Careful. Beautiful. Don't tempt the beast when you're already responding so clearly to him." His grin sharpened, dark and dangerous, and then he proved it. He took his time, hands and mouth everywhere, exploring me like he was memorizing the map of my body. He didn't just touch me. He read me. Every gasp, every twitch, every desperate breath. His intimate attention drove me to the edge and kept me there, dangling just over bliss until I was pleading and burning. And when he finally let me fall, it wasn't soft or gentle. It was an explosion. Profound pleasure surged through me, blinding, raw, and consuming. I cried out his name, arching off the bed, only for him to pull me back under and guide me to a powerful rush of sensation again. And again. Slower, deeper, more intensely. He didn't stop until my legs were shaking, until I couldn't form words, until my voice was nothing but a broken moan and his name on repeat, until I was undone, completely and entirely melted into the mattress. I hadn't felt this in years. The kind of powerful connection with a mate, the kind of pleasure that cracked you open and filled all the hollow places you didn't even know were empty. When he finally pulled me back into his arms, I could feel the curve of his smirk against my hair. He already knew the answer. He didn't need me to say a word. He'd proven himself, thoroughly, expertly, and there was going to be a round 2. Hell, probably a dozen more. Frankly, I was wondering if I would even survive next time. But for now, I just curled into his chest. Physically, I knew the phoenix in me had won tonight. But with her victory, the pain of the bond had vanished too, at least for now. Yet I knew this momentary bliss was a lie, a dangerous, seductive lie. So mentally, I kept chanting my promise like a prayer, just physical intimacy. That's all this was. No strings, no mess, no feelings. My body may have given in, but my mind was still at war. I was still in control. I had to be. Because the moment my heart got involved, I knew I was screwed in more ways than one. I woke up in his arms, the scent of him wrapped around me, heady and addictive. My body melted against his, and for a fleeting moment, I let myself pretend we could be something more, something real. But we couldn't be. Just physical intimacy. I reminded myself. Simple, physical, temporary. Still, I couldn't help myself. I looked up at him fast asleep, his face serene, lips slightly parted. He was beautiful. My fingers moved on their own, tracing the ridges of his abs, gliding down the sculpted lines of his arm, then up to the sharp edge of his jaw. I leaned in and pressed a kiss to the hollow of his throat, breathing in his scent like I could bottle it. Keep it. Carry it with me always. He stirred. His eyes fluttered open and met mine. Violet and silver. Absolutely mesmerizing. Eyes that made me want to forget. Everything. He was incredible. The most dangerously handsome man I'd ever laid eyes on. And he was mine. Made for me. At least for this lifetime. I thought bitterly. The truth sinking like a stone in my chest. That was the problem. He felt like mine, but I knew better than to believe it could last. Reality washed over me, extinguishing my desire before it could catch fire. I pulled away abruptly, retreating from his touch like it burned. He looked at me, confusion clouding his still sleepy eyes, while I sat on the edge of the bed, struggling to breathe through the ache of a future that could never be ours. Kara. What's wrong? He pressed, his voice rough with sleep. Nothing. I replied too quickly. Reaching for my discarded shirt, I threw it over my head and stood up, heading for the door. Wait. Before I could open it, he was there, faster than I could move. He slammed it shut with one hand and stood behind me. So close I could feel his warmth ghosting down my spine. I didn't turn around. I knew his beast had felt the shift in me. He wanted to comfort me. I felt it in the way he wrapped one strong arm around my waist. The way his voice softened when he whispered, "How do you take your coffee?" And that broke me. The gentleness, the intimacy, the offer of something more. No, I said, finally turning to face him. He blinked, startled. No, you don't drink coffee. Then he teased gently, trying to pull me back into him. His bare chest brushed against mine, and it took everything in me not to melt. I pushed him hard, but only with a human-level strength. He didn't move. Of course. But he got the message and took a reluctant step back. No. Ryker, I said, voice firm now. I mean, we're not doing this. We may run in the same friend group. But I'm not getting to know you, and you're not getting to know me. We are not a thing. It was agony to say the words out loud. Every syllable tasted like betrayal. But he needed to hear them. And, truthfully, so did I. I didn't want to hurt him, but I saw it the way his eyes narrowed, the way his jaw clenched in quiet restraint and buried pain. Inside me, my phoenix stirred, aching to reach out and to comfort his beast. But I needed to make it clear. We are just engaging in physical intimacy. The words cut through the air. He growled, a low, visceral sound that I pretended not to hear it. Pretended it didn't gut me. Instead, I turned away, opened the door, and walked out. The bond yanked at me the moment I crossed the threshold familiar. Relentless, though notably less painful than before. But gods, what had I done? I'd been so lost in the bond last night. So drenched in heat and desperation, battling for control with my phoenix, that I hadn't even thought about the morning after. Sure, I'd stayed over a dozen times before, but this was different, because today, my friends would know. They'd smell it on me. They'd smell him on me. They'd all know I was intimate with Ryker. What the hell just happened? Last night had started out as torture. Knowing she was sleeping in our guest room, just a few feet down the hall, had driven my beast wild. I couldn't sleep, could barely think. All I wanted was to go to her, claim her, be intensely close to her, give in to every primal instinct screaming inside me. And then, she appeared, in my room. I was shocked, completely caught off guard, especially after how resistant she'd been before. I expected it to take longer for her to give in to me. But goddess, I was ecstatic. Finally, I thought the mate bond had begun to work its magic. And last night had been immaculate. The way she moved beneath me, the way her breath hitched when I touched her, the way she tasted, like wildfire and honey, like something ancient and forbidden, something mine, and the way she challenged me, pushed back, took control, only turned me on more. I didn't care that we hadn't gone all the way. Hell, I liked it. I liked that she wanted power, and that she made me want to give it up. I was the top general of the Lycan King's forces. I didn't submit to anyone. But she was perfection. She was the only one I'd ever been to. Ever break for the only one I wanted to. I thought last night had meant progress. I thought, finally, we were moving forward. That something was shifting, softening, but now she was pulling away again. Just physical intimacy, she'd said. Was she serious, being intimate with me? Her mate meant nothing to her. Coming from anyone else, I would have shrugged it off. But from her, from the one the universe carved from the same fire and soul as mine, it felt like betrayal. She had to be lying. She had to be. Throwing up walls because she was scared. But why? Why push me away when every instinct in her body called out for me? I could feel it. I could smell it. Her body wanted me. Craved me. Needed me like oxygen. I knew it with every fiber of my being. But her mind and soul were locked behind steel. Shut down and walled off from me. Something was holding her back. And I needed to know what it was. Because I wasn't just fighting for a bond. I was fighting for her. And in all my battles, in every war I'd waged as general, I hadn't lost a single one. So I sure as hell wasn't about to lose this. She belonged to me. Even if she didn't know it yet. Talia was already up, making waffles for breakfast. She always did that on test days. Her little good luck charm, she once told me. Kai was helping her while Hunter and Astrid set the table, chatting softly between themselves. Ryker and Jackson were making coffee, dressed in outfits that made them both look like gods among mortals. Ryker's muscles flexed under the fabric like the shirt was doing its best to survive. He looked powerful and dangerous. Sure, Hunter was next in line for the throne. But Ryker, he was a Lycan General. My mate, one of the top-ranking warriors in their entire species. His body was a masterpiece. No wonder he was so skilled intimately. I mean, how many women has he been with before me? A sharp, unexpected pang of jealousy twisted through my stomach. But I shook it off. No, don't go there. He's not yours. We are just being intimate. I drifted toward the sink, needing the shock of cold water to smother the heat beneath my skin and dull the raw throb of the bond. But the moment I stepped into the kitchen, the atmosphere shifted. Astrid stopped talking mid-sentence, her gaze flicking to me, her nose twitching slightly and eyes gleaming. I caught the knowing look she exchanged with Talia, and the grin that tugged at Jackson's mouth although he tried to hide it. They all thought I was going to be one of them now, but they didn't know I couldn't be, and I hated that I was going to disappoint them. A part of me wanted to open up, to lay it all bare, tell them what I was, who I was, everything I'd been through, and let Ryker decide what he wanted to do with that truth. But selfishly, I was scared. I didn't want to break another person. I didn't want my heart to bleed anymore. And if they ever found out that I'd been lying all along about who I was, about what I knew of their world, I wasn't sure they'd forgive me. I wasn't even sure I wanted forgiveness, or if I deserved it after everything I'd done, for all the lives I'd touched and broken along the way. I was still lost in that storm of thought when we sat down at the breakfast table. I spotted an open seat between Jackson and Astrid and took it quickly before anyone else could say a word. We started eating, the chatter picking back up around me, but I stayed quiet, concentrating on my waffle as though it could save me from the question I knew was coming. So, Astrid said, leaning in with a wicked glint in her eyes. I woke up and guess what? You weren't in the guest room. She smirked, cocking an eyebrow mischievously. Where'd you sneak off to? Talia giggled into her juice. I could feel the entire table tuning into our conversation. I took a deep breath, then said it loud and clear. I was intimate with Ryker. Jackson let out a long whistle, laughing as he leaned back in his chair. Damn. Straight to the point. I like it, he said, grinning. So, was he as good as you imagined? Or are you telling us because he was bad and you're looking for sympathy? He winked and added, pretty sure I could teach him a thing or two if he needs the help. Ryker shot him a deadly glare and kicked him hard under the table. Jackson let out a grunt, but only laughed harder. I just rolled my eyes and shrugged, a small smile tugging at my lips. Like it was no big deal. You guys have been friends forever. Right, you were gonna figure it out eventually. So I figured I'd just rip the Band-Aid off. Then I added, a little too sharply. And just so we're clear, it's just physical intimacy. Astrid's smile faded. Jackson's shoulders sagged, across from me. Ryker lifted his head to look at me and then looked away just as fast. His entire body went rigid, anger practically radiating off him at the way I'd brushed off what we shared, at insinuating our time together was meaningless. And I got it. No one ever imagines their mate not wanting them back, not choosing them, especially him. I mean, gods, look at him. Who would be stupid enough not to want him? Well, me. Apparently, but I had my reasons. Kai frowned. Why not date, though, he pushed. You clearly have a physical attraction. Plus, I think you two would be kind of perfect together. I drew a long breath, letting my gaze drift across the table, watching as my friends all nodded in agreement. Of course they thought that. We were mates, after all. But they didn't know what my love would do to Ryker. To us. First of all, we met like 2 days ago. I countered. And second, I trailed off, my fingers tightening around my fork. Like I told you guys yesterday. I don't date. Not anymore. Hunter's voice was curious. So you used to then. What changed? All eyes were on me. Not just looking, watching, waiting for a story. Even Ryker. Especially Ryker. His violet eyes pinned me in place. Like he felt the cracks forming in me and was waiting to see what spilled out. And my phoenix wanted to give them. Especially him. A piece of truth. Not the whole thing. But just enough for them to understand. Do you know how everyone talks about soulmates? I said quietly, pushing the food around on my plate. The one person you are meant to be with forever. They all nodded slowly. Of course they did. Astrid glanced at Hunter, her fingers brushing his. Talia leaned into Kai just slightly. They knew what that kind of bond felt like because they were living it. But I asked anyway because it was the human thing to do. Well, I continued. I found mine. Years ago. That got their attention. Talia blinked, visibly confused. Astrid tilted her head. Hunter and Kai's brow furrowed. Ryker's body went perfectly still. Even Jackson, who always had something to say, sat frozen. My gaze stayed fixed on the plate in front of me. I breathed in once, shaky, and then I let the words fall softly. But I knew they could hear me all the same. We were happy for a time. In love. It was pure bliss. Then there was a fight that didn't end well. And the love of my life. I paused, forcing myself to steady my breathing, to hold my emotions in check. He died in my arms, Talia gasped, her hand flying to her mouth as Kai protectively pulled her closer. Across the table, Hunter reached for Astrid's hand like it was instinct, something in him needing to hold on. She didn't look away from me, just tightened her grip. Her whole expression stricken. Jackson's lips parted in disbelief. And Ryker. His knuckles had gone white. No one breathed. I knew the story about losing my first mate was cryptic, and I knew they didn't believe it was true. At least the part about me finding my soulmate. Not with Ryker sitting there. Obviously faded to me. Not with a mate bond buzzing in the space between us like static. But they did understand the grief. The kind of pain that ripped your soul apart. The kind of pain one can only endure from losing a mate. It broke me, I whispered, my voice cracking on the words. And I'm not going through that again. Especially for a fourth time. Not now, not ever. The silence lingered like a fog, which brought forth a tsunami of painful memories that washed over me. Suddenly, I felt like I was drowning, and I needed air. I'm gonna walk to school now, I murmured, blinking fast, trying to keep the tears at bay. I need some fresh air. Then, before anyone could stop me, before Ryker could reach for me, before Astrid could ask more questions, before the full truth really broke free, I did the only thing I was good at. I left, as I watched Kara leave. My beast thrashed against the walls of my chest, screaming at me to go after her, to chase her down, to gather her into my arms and soothe whatever pain I'd just seen in her eyes. Every instinct I had screamed to follow, to protect, to fix it, but I held him back. Barely. My hands curling into fists at my sides, because my friends had some serious explaining to do. So I stayed where I was. Did you know? The words came out low and strained, forced through gritted teeth. They all shook their heads quietly, still processing what she had said, even though it's only been a year. You told me she was one of your closest friends, I said, my voice rough with disbelief. Rage surged up my throat, and I let it spill over. So how the heck did you not know something that important? The chair screeched back as I stood abruptly, breathing hard. Calm down, Hunter said, standing too. Don't tell me to calm down, I snapped. He may be the future king, but I was spiraling. My mate thinks she already found someone else and lost him, and you're all acting like that's just another detail. I stepped forward, my voice rising, the fury clawing its way up my throat. Hell. What if she did find someone? What if she already had a mate? I nearly choked on the words, the weight of them threatening to crush me. Lycans only get one true mate. Forever. I couldn't stand still. I was pacing in tight, frantic circles, my hands fisting and flexing without thought. I could feel my beast prowling just beneath my skin. Restless. Panicking. Snarling at the thought of her with another man. Touching him. Loving him. Giving him what should have only ever been mine. Mine. How was I supposed to accept that she might have already given her soul to someone else? Kai finally spoke. Calm but firm. Ryker, he said sharply. Stop letting your beast control you and think rationally. She couldn't have found a true mate. If she had, she would have been driven mad by grief when he died. She would be dead. You know that. Especially since she's human. He looked at me squarely, his voice softening. She's alive. Ryker. Which means, whoever he wasn't her mate. They might have loved each other. Deeply. And that would explain why she's so guarded now. Why she's so hesitant to open her heart again and date. He paused, his voice dropping even lower. Steady and reassuring, but it wasn't the mating bond. His logic sliced through the red haze clouding my mind. He was right. I'd lost control. My beast slipping through the cracks. Seizing the reins as my thoughts spiraled into chaos at Kara's confession. Kai's words acted like a tether, dragging me back from the edge. She was here. Living. Breathing. She hadn't been bonded before. She couldn't have been. I dragged a shaky hand through my hair, forcing a long breath and trying to calm myself. I could feel it. The wildness retreating, claw by claw, back into its cage. Darn it. This had never happened to me before. I never lost control like this. Not during pack battles, or while hunting rogues. It was already brutal trying to keep my distance from her. But then she said she had another lover. Maybe even another mate. I snapped. With her? With Kara. Everything was different. Everything was her. You're right. I muttered hoarsely. You're right. I'm sorry. For a moment, none of us spoke, the silence giving me the space to gather the frayed pieces of myself. Then Jackson cleared his throat. On the bright side, he said with a crooked grin. At least she believes in soulmates. Or at least in the idea of the one. Yeah. But the downside is, it sounds like that love almost destroyed her. Hunter cut in, his tone heavy with sadness. The truth of his words hit me. It wasn't just that she had loved before. It was how much she had loved. Completely, unconditionally. She had given herself to this man, and he had died in her arms. She had been torn apart, hollowed out, and left standing in the burning wreckage of a love so deep. Her pain twisted inside me so sharp it felt like my own. My mate had gone through something so agonizing that even now, she was shielding herself from the world, from me. It was killing me to know she was still trapped in that pain. All I wanted was to take it away. I could only imagine what it felt like to lose the one person you thought you'd spend forever with. My beast whimpered just at the thought of losing her. And now, she probably looked at me like I was just another heartbreak waiting to happen. Another promise destined to break. Another wound she couldn't afford to survive. And that angered me greatly, even though her lover was already dead. A savage. Jealous. And primal part of me wanted to drag that person back to the land of the living. Just to run him through with a stake for what he had done to her. How he had taken her fire and twisted it into something that feared love instead of reaching for it. Honestly, I didn't know if I hated him more because she had loved him, or because he had hurt her so profoundly in a way I swore I never would. It explained so much, why she didn't want to date, why she kept pushing away what I knew she felt for me. And yet the story she told, I knew it was incomplete. It left too many jagged edges, too many holes that made me wonder. What else didn't I know? What other scars had she decided I wasn't ready to see? I needed to find out. I'm not going to school today, I declared, voice turning cold and collected. I'm running a background check on her. Jackson nearly choked. Whoa, what he looked at me like I'd grown a second head. A background check? Seriously, Rye, you could just… I don't know. Talk to her about everything. Actually, I can't. I shot back. She's not interested in talking, not getting to know me, just being intimate with me. I bit out, as she so clearly told all of you. The words tasted like acid. She gave you a version of herself you can accept. Meanwhile, I'm over here trying to understand how the hell I'm supposed to bond with someone who won't even let me in. I sucked in a sharp, aching breath, the pain of it slicing through my chest. Jackson tilted his head. And your solution is to go full investigative mode. I shot him a glare. I am not an investigator. You yerk. But yeah, if a background check helps me understand my mate, if it gets me one step closer to fixing whatever is going on between us, then absolutely. I'm doing it. A general doesn't win a war without understanding his enemy. And if I was going to reach her, I had to understand the battle she was still fighting inside herself. I need her, and I'll use every resource I've got to figure her out. The school week slipped by in a blur. My friends, thankfully, didn't press me for more details about my past, at first. They offered comforting hugs and kind words, but before long, everything settled back into the usual rhythm, as if I had never said anything at all. But Ryker was another story. He didn't show up for the rest of the week. My friends said he was busy, probably off handling Lycan General duties. Whatever the heck that meant. But honestly, I was glad he wasn't around. It made everything easier. Easier not to think about the bond. Easier to push past the pain. Easier not to wonder what would happen if he kissed me again. Touched me again. But gods, that didn't stop the flashbacks. The way he had pleasured me like his mouth had been made just to worship me. Like he was a god sent to ruin my ability to think straight. Kara Astrid's voice pulled me back to reality. I blinked and looked up. Sitting at their kitchen table, absent-mindedly picking at a bowl of blueberries. It was Friday afternoon and we were all hanging out. Well, almost all of us, no Ryker. Which, I kept telling myself, was good, helpful, necessary. And then I felt it. A shift in the air as the bond snapped taut, singing beneath my skin like a struck chord. My phoenix stirred before I even saw him, picking up on his beast before my eyes could. He was here. I'd been prepping for this moment all week, reminding myself he wouldn't disappear from my life completely. Even though his temporary absence had been a small relief, I had been telling myself I'd be cool, unaffected, unbothered. But the second he stepped into the room, that idea was shot to hell. Instantly. My entire body went tight. Keep it together, Kara. Get a grip before you start drooling. You think we should go to the fair tonight? Astrid asked. oblivious to the chaos swirling inside me. Yeah. Sure. Whatever you want. I mumbled. Just as Ryker moved into my peripheral vision, he sat down directly beside me, his leg brushing against mine, a touch that felt anything but accidental. I thought not seeing him all week would build some kind of resistance, harden me against him. But now, with him this close, a searing thread of fate wound through my soul, tugging at the very heart of me. Kara, he said in greeting. Ryker. I breathed back. Under the table, his hand slid forward. His warm, calloused fingers found the bare skin of my thigh and began tracing small, lazy circles in a steady, torturous pattern that lit my nerves on fire. How was your first week? He asked casually, almost cruel in its pretense of normalcy. Like we were two people who made small talk and didn't desperately crave intimacy. Good. And yours? I asked, barely able to force the words out. Ryker didn't answer right away. Instead, he leaned back just enough to look at me. Really look. His eyes swept over me meticulously. Riveting, he answered. His voice was serious, like the word had been chosen from 1,000 possibilities. And none could have fit better. Like he knew something that I didn't. He stayed like that for a moment. Just studying me. I could tell you all about my week, he continued. But we both know you're not interested in the details. His hand tightened on my thigh. Then it slid higher until I was fighting not to squirm. His lips quirked as he leaned in. You don't really want my story, he whispered, his breath ghosting over the shell of my ear. You want to be pleasured until you forget your own name. My breath stuttered. You don't want a conversation. His mouth brushed the edge of my jaw. You want to be overwhelmed by sensation. He was so close, our noses nearly touched. One shift. One breath. And I could have kissed him. Gods. He was tempting me to, but then, with an almost disarming tenderness, his other hand reached up, lifting a loose strand of red from my cheek, tucking it behind my ear. Tell me I'm wrong. Kara, he commanded. His gaze was penetrating, daring me to lie, while the heat in his eyes promised exactly how he'd tempt me. And I couldn't. Because he wasn't wrong. Not even a little. Literally. At least he was respecting my rule, just intimacy. That, at least, should have been a comfort, but as I lost myself in his violet, storm-tossed eyes, the ravenous craving for his body surged more violently, the memory of his mouth on mine. The phantom burn of his hands scouring every inch of me, and all of it began to blur, to bleed into something far more dangerous. Curiosity. I found myself wanting to know, how was his week, what had he been doing, what kind of job kept him away, was he training, hunting, just relaxing, what had he eaten, had he had his favorite meal, what even was his favorite food, and when the heck did I start caring about the details? The questions came uninvited and panic shot through me. Because they weren't the kind of thoughts you had about someone you were just being intimate with. I jerked back like the chair had scorched me, shooting to my feet. Ryker just watched me knowingly. Let's go to the fair now, I blurted, spinning toward Astrid and Talia like nothing had just happened. They nodded. I'm gonna run to the restroom. I'll meet you outside, I added quickly, already moving. In the bathroom. I gripped the edge of the sink and forced myself to breathe, to remember why I wasn't supposed to feel this way, why I wasn't allowed to fall again, why getting to know him, wanting to know him, wasn't just reckless. It was lethal. I forced my heartbeat to slow, dragging in breath after breath until the ache dulled, until the walls in my mind were back up, solid and secure, fortified. Once I was sure I'd pulled myself together, I stepped outside to meet the others. Except, only he was waiting for me. Ryker, leaning against a blacked-out SUV like every dark fantasy I'd tried to suppress, dressed in black, looking intense, and staring at me like he wanted to cherish me, his gaze dragged over my fitted white t-shirt, black shorts, and worn sneakers like each piece was in his way. Desire flared and my body moved before my mind had a chance to intervene. Pulled to him like gravity had taken root in my bones. All the fighting I'd done in my head had left my body vulnerable, and it betrayed me. Every step of the way. So I slipped into the familiar. Cool and playful. "Where is everyone else?" I asked. Strolling toward him with a slow sway until we were toe-to-toe. "They went ahead." He replied smoothly. "Car only fits 5. So I offered to drive you." Of course he did. His nearness sent my phoenix into a frenzy. Talons raking beneath my skin. Desperate to break free. To scorch the space between us and take what she wanted. My hand moved. Guided by her hunger. Gliding slowly across his chest. But the steady thrum of his heartbeat beneath my palm. That grounded me. Kept me tethered. Kept me in control. Of my body. Of this heat. Barely. I tilted my head. Lips curving into a slow, teasing smile. "Planning to sneak in another intimate moment on the road, Ryker? What, gonna pull over behind some trees and call it a scenic detour?" He didn't answer. Just watched me. My fingers trailed slowly along the length of his arm. Deliberately light. Before curling behind his neck. Threading into his hair with a practiced kind of ease. "Sorry to disappoint." "Handsome," I said. Voice laced with amusement. Lips hovering just shy of his. I may want to be overwhelmed by sensation. But I don't engage in intimacy in cars. I pulled back with a wicked smile and turned. Already sliding into the passenger seat. But before I could close the door, his hand shot out. Stopping it with a sharp do. Confident grip. He leaned down. Face close. "Yet," he corrected. His voice dark with promise. "You don't engage in intimacy in cars." Yet. The certainty in his tone made my stomach clench, and the fire I'd been trying so hard to cage roared back to life. Hotter. Sharper. And wilder. He slammed the door shut, and I had to bite my lip to keep from sighing out loud. God's help me. I was in so much trouble. I was glad to be alone with her. Driving with Kara beside me finally. After a week of distance felt like oxygen after suffocating. Because that's exactly what the last week had been, pure. Brutal suffocation. The pain of not completing the bond eating away at me. So I'd thrown myself into the only thing that could even remotely distract me, intel. I used every Lycan source. Every channel I had access to. Trying to dig up something, anything about her past. It was harder than it should have been. Too hard. At first. I thought it was a systems glitch. I was suspicious that we couldn't find anything solid about her. And that only made my beast more restless. More on edge. She was our mate. And yet it was like she barely existed on paper. But then, when the truth finally started slipping through the cracks, I almost wished it hadn't. Because goddess, what little we did find, I loathed reading every second of it. Every line only confirmed what I'd started to fear, that the woman fated to be ours had never known warmth. Never known safety. Only survival. She grew up being bounced around the foster system, thrown out after burning down her own house down by accident. After that, she was on her own. No support. No family. No safety net. No real records of her to be found. Anywhere. But the part that really threw me, the records said she'd been in foster care over 100 years ago. That had to be wrong. I mean, she was human. I could smell it. So I chalked it up to a clerical error. Some old digital file misdated or copied wrong, though the weird part was, I saw a similar inconsistency in her academic records. I got her file from when she first enrolled in college, majoring in finance. Top of her class. With an academic record that practically glowed. On the surface. There was nothing out of the ordinary. But after that, nothing. No home address. No internships. No job history. No trail at all. I mean, I guess it's not that weird. We're only talking about 3. Maybe 4 years before she transferred to Blackthorn. People take time off. Switch paths. Disappear for a while. But still. The silence felt intentional. I wanted to dig deeper. to find out what really happened during that gap. But after a week away from her, the bond had started to pull taut, demanding I return to her, to be near her, to touch her. So I did, because what I'd uncovered was enough. For now. It explained the walls, the steel in her voice when she said, just intimacy. Because love, to her, was the enemy. I'm guessing every time she let someone in, it ended the same way. They either left, like her foster family, or they died. Like her lover. But now, she was here. With me. Bit by bit, I was going to obliterate the walls she had built. Force her to let me in. Goddess. I wish I could just tell her the truth. That I am nearly immortal. That the universe had made me for her. That there is no walking away from this. Not ever. But I couldn't risk scaring her off. Humans were so unpredictable with that kind of truth. Especially the kind that changes everything. So for now, this had to be enough. Just being near her. Driving to the fair like it was an ordinary Friday night. I told the others to take the second car and head out without us. Told them to give us space tonight. A little time to be alone. Just her and me. No pressure. No audience. Just us. Because I needed her without interruptions. Maybe she wouldn't call it a date. Maybe she'd keep pretending it didn't mean anything. But me, I wasn't pretending. As Ryker drove us toward the fairgrounds, he didn't say a word, and he didn't have to. His presence alone made it hard to breathe. Fingers drumming the steering wheel. Forearms flexed. Jaw set with quiet intensity. I tried not to look at him. Tried not to stare at the way his hand gripped the shifter like I wanted it to be me instead. So I turned on the radio. Scrolling through stations until I found one playing EDM. I liked pop. House. Anything with a beat that made my body remember how to move. It helped. Music always made things better. More peaceful inside me. Calmer. Anchored me to the rhythm of the beat instead of the heat burrowing deeper into my body every time he exhaled. Out of nowhere. I felt the urge to speak. Maybe it was the bond humming between us. Insistent. Needing connection. Or maybe it was my phoenix. Yearning to hear his voice again. Thanks. I murmured. His gaze slid to me. For what? For not pushing. I said quietly. About what I told you last week. He gave a single nod. No words. As the car rolled into the fairgrounds, he parked. Still silent. I reached for the door handle. And thanks for the ride, too. I said, aiming for casual. But before I could open the door all the way slam, he reached across and shut it. I jumped slightly, and then he was there. Leaning in. His face inches from mine. I opened my mouth to say something. But I never got the chance. His lips found mine. Soft at first. Then deeper. Fuller. The kiss was slow and intense. His hand slid up. Fingers threading into my hair as his tongue slid against mine. Coaxing rather than demanding. Carving his name into every nerve ending I had. There was nothing rushed about it. When he finally pulled back, his lips hovered over mine. Breath hot. 2 thank yous, he murmured, brushing a kiss against the corner of my mouth. 2 kisses. Then his tone dipped. Next time, don't thank me with words. Beautiful. His thumb dragged along my lower lip. Eyes locked on mine. Just use that pretty mouth for deeper affection. My lips were swollen. Pulse hammering. And pupils blown wide at his unexpected touch. Oh. And don't think I've forgotten, he added. Eyes glinting with promise. I'm counting the minutes to our next intimate moment. Then he smirked. That cocky, knowing smirk that made my knees weak. And with that, he stepped out of the car. Calm and collected. Leaving me flushed and excited. He knew exactly what he was doing. And God's help me. I liked it. I'd never been intimate in a car before. But with him, I'd probably accept his affection in the middle of the damn fairgrounds if he asked. But I needed to get it together. Focus. This was not the time to lose control. There were people. Lights. Music. Distractions. I stepped out of the car and tried to compose myself. Control the heat. Control the pain. Control the bond. For the next hour, we wandered the fairgrounds searching for our friends, who were mysteriously nowhere to be found, probably off finding quiet spots. Typical Lycan activities. But walking beside him alone under a star-soaked sky was honestly not the worst thing in the world. He always tried to keep some small point of contact, a hand on my waist, or the small of my back, or his fingers brushing my thigh, and even though I shouldn't have, I liked it. Who am I kidding? I loved it. Every time he touched me, my phoenix screamed for joy. It made the bond hurt a little less, especially because he didn't push, didn't prod. He kept his distance like I'd asked, at least emotionally. But he stayed present. Want some popcorn darts, Ferris wheel? Simple things, casual offers. Small talk for the sake of something to say. Not enough to get close. Not really. But to me, it felt like a lifeline. He was letting me set the pace. And somehow, that made me want him even more. Because him respecting boundaries, actually being a gentleman, it was dangerously attractive. Which was annoying as hell. Claim him. My phoenix crooned inside me. I shoved the thought away and shifted farther from him on the Ferris wheel seat. But it didn't help. We were still trapped together in a tiny metal box. And his presence felt like sparks licking across my skin. I turned my face toward the night sky, trying to pretend I wasn't about to combust, to focus on something else, to act normal, act human, act indifferent. The stars are stunning, I said, grasping for something to fill the silence. To focus on something else, to act normal, act human, act indifferent. The stars are stunning, I said, grasping for something to fill the silence, especially the moon. She's really showing off tonight. She has to, he replied smoothly. Not missing a beat. She's got serious competition. I blinked. Pulse kicking up. For a Lycan, someone who worships the moon. That wasn't just flirty. It was devotional, and it sent a fresh wave of need crashing through me. But I covered it with a scoff. That line work on all the women you sleep with? I asked, arching a brow. His eyes gleamed with challenge. Oh, he said, voice smug. That your way of asking if I sleep with other women? I rolled my eyes, even as my phoenix stirred inside me. Wild and possessive, ready to tear apart any woman who even looked at him. And then I saw them. 2 women in the next cart. Staring, jiggling, eyes all over him like he was theirs to admire. The bond pulsed. Jealousy ignited red hot. And before I could stop it, my phoenix surged to the surface. In one fluid motion, I climbed into his lap. Straddling him, my hair fell like a fiery curtain around us, shielding him from their lingering stares. I don't care who you sleep with, I bit out through gritted teeth, jabbing a finger into his chest, a futile attempt to reclaim control over my body, over myself. You don't care, he echoed, voice lazy and amused, giving me a look that said he saw right through the lie. His hand slid up my back, fingers tangling in my hair sweetly. His other arm tightened around my waist, dragging me flush against the hard muscle of his chest. Funny, 'cause from where I'm sitting, it sure as heck doesn't look that way. He tilted his head, a wicked curve tugging at his lips. So tell me again how you don't care. I didn't answer. I couldn't. Jealousy seethed beneath my skin, a stabbing ache that screamed mine as those women kept staring. It only inflamed the searing pain of the bond I'd been pushing through all night, making it almost unbearable now. So I silenced it the only way I knew how. I kissed him, and the moment our mouths met, the pain unraveled. Like a knot suddenly loosened in my chest. The sharp throb dulled. The jealousy faded. He growled into the kiss, catching my bottom lip between his teeth before taking over completely. His hands gripped my hips, forcing me to feel the thick, unrelenting press of him beneath me. It was messy, intense, and I needed it. Because physical contact was a barrier, a shield. It eased the torture of keeping him shut out emotionally. But then the ride slowed. Lights flickering as the Ferris wheel lurched to a stop. We'd made a full circle. There were voices, footsteps, laughter. People were staring. I broke the kiss. Breathing hard, he let out a low, frustrated sound. He wasn't ready to stop. And neither was I. The bond's pain had quieted under his touch, melted to a bearable hum. But I knew it wouldn't last. It would inevitably come roaring back, and selfishly. I wanted more time. Time to escape agony. To drown in something far sweeter than pain for just a little while longer. I slid off his lap, my fingers threading through his. "It's not over yet," I whispered. Our next intimate moment just started. Grinning, I tugged him toward the parking lot where his car was waiting his own grin. Dark and wicked. Chasing me every step of the way. Tonight was going off without a hitch. We hadn't spoken much. Of course. But I still felt like I was learning her in a way that words could never teach. I tried to respect that she wanted to keep her distance. For now. But still. That didn't stop me from watching her like she was the only thing in the world worth seeing. Every movement drew me in. The way her eyes sparkled when she caught the scent of something she liked. It was subtle. But I saw it. The way her nose crinkled and the freckles across it shifted when she was concentrating. Like her whole face leaned into whatever had her focus. But what I loved most was her smile. Not the ones she offered people out of politeness. The real ones that appeared when she thought no one was looking. That smile brought out the dimples on either side of her mouth. And damn if it didn't wreck me every time. I couldn't help the low growls that slipped out when guys stared at her too long. Not that she noticed. Or even realized how much attention she got. She was oblivious to her own power. And she was powerful. I mean, how did I end up with a mate like her? She was the most intoxicating creature I'd ever seen. Not just beautiful, surreal. Almost mythical in her allure. And right now, she was tugging me toward my car. Across a parking lot that lay dark and quiet. Still and emptied of people. Private. And goddess. If this was where our next intimate moment was going to happen, I wasn't going to stop her. I wanted to passionately embrace her. But if I was being honest with myself, I didn't want our first time all the way to be in my car. No. I wanted to drag her into my bed, lock the door, and stay close to her for hours, make her surrender beneath me until she forgot every reason she was ever afraid of love. But that didn't mean I was about to say no to this. She pressed me against the car with surprising force, her body crushing against my chest. Her heat soaked into my skin and a guttural sound rumbled from my throat. She was so dominant. A wild little inferno. And my beast liked it. But he was also clawing to take control. To own the moment. "I thought you said you didn't engage in intimacy in cars," I rasped, hand-locking possessively around her waist. "Things change," she panted, her fingers fisted in my shirt, dragging me closer until there was barely space to breathe. "Needs a rise," she murmured, catching her bottom lip between her teeth, ones that demand to be satisfied. Then she yanked me flush against her, eyes blazing. "Now shut up," she purred, "and overwhelm me like you promised." She moved against mine, soft curves grinding into me with maddening friction, and I lost control. I grabbed her hard, pulling her tighter, and slid my hand up beneath her shirt. Skin on skin, and she sighed into my mouth as I kissed her, a sound that would haunt my dreams. My hands roamed over her as she sighed into me, soft and broken, like I was already undoing her. I kissed her like I needed her to breathe, and she kissed me back just as fiercely, like she was trying to consume every piece of me. Her lips dragged down my jaw, my neck, tongue teasing, teeth grazing, leaving me excited and throbbing. Then, with a cocky little smile, she slipped one hand between us and unbuckled my belt like she'd done it 100 times before. Where the hell did she learn to move like this? Her hand slid into my clothing and pleasured me, and I choked on my own breath. My head dropped back against the car, lungs dragging for air. Then, she nipped me, right on the side of my neck. Not deep, not hard, but perfectly placed. Teasing. My fangs snapped down with a vengeance. My beast lunged forward so fast I had to grip the car door to stop myself from flipping her over and claiming her with my mark right then and there. My claws pushed at my skin. So close to breaking through. I was barely holding him back. "Claim her now," my beast roared. But I couldn't. Not yet. Not yet. Though she was dancing on the edge of my control. Tempting it. Testing it. Taunting it. And all the while, her hand kept stroking me. Pleasure coursing through every muscle in my body. I gritted my teeth, trying to hold on to something sanity. Restraint. Anything, but it was slipping. My breathing turned rough. Uneven. She shoved my shirt up, her kisses trailing down my abdomen, her tongue flicking heat along the line of my stomach. She was going lower. Was she really out here in public, goddess? She was actually going to do this. I thought we'd at least make it to the confines of my car. Somewhere with tinted windows. I should have known better. Because she was chaos incarnate. A wicked little thing who didn't give a damn. And I was completely at her mercy. But then, a scream tore through the night, blood-curdling. Close. And everything shattered. She froze. Her hand stilled mid-motion. And for a single heartbeat, neither of us moved. Then she straightened. Desire still clinging to her even as she stepped back. My beast whimpered at the loss of contact. Torn between two storms. One side snarled to seize her. Drag her back into my arms. To claim every inch of untouched skin. And sink my teeth into the soft hollow where her neck met her shoulder. But the other side growled low. A warning rising from deep within. Protective. Prowling. Alert. Every instinct on edge. Sensing danger just beyond the shadows, a cold rush of dread shot through me. Was it rogues, lone Lycan's witches, or something worse? I had enemies, and any one of them could have been waiting out there. I tried to focus, to shift into the predator, the commander I was trained to be, but my senses were useless. Scrambled by the scent of her, by the feel of her still lingering on my skin. And yet, she stood there, surprisingly fierce. Almost battle-ready. Even with excitement still smoldering behind her eyes, she looked like a warrior, a protector, a Luna, and I knew she was about to do something reckless as hell. "We need to check it out," she said, breathless. Someone could be hurt. I opened my mouth to stop her, but she was already gone, vanishing into the dark. "Damn it," I hissed. Heart lurching as I fumbled with my belt, still eager, still aching. Every fiber of me raw and burning from her. But none of that mattered now. Fear stabbed through me as I took off after her, because she was running headfirst into goddess knows what. I tore through the fairgrounds, heart pounding, the scream still echoing in my ears, and then I saw him. A teenage boy, no older than 18, lay sprawled on the grass. Leg mangled at a grotesque angle. I didn't know what happened. Maybe he was intoxicated. Maybe it was just some stupid accident. But I did know. There was blood. So much blood. A thick crimson pool spread beneath him. Fast and merciless. Pulsing with every heartbeat. He'd severed an artery. Femoral. Probably. He had minutes. Maybe. A woman nearby was screaming into her phone, trying to tell the 911 operator where we were. Her voice cracking with panic. People stood frozen, wide-eyed, useless, just watching him bleed out. No one moved. No one helped. The scent of blood hit me hard, not because I was scared, but because I had seen this before, lived this before. My second mate's face flashed behind my eyes on the ground, his body broken and gasping for air, while I screamed and begged the universe to give me one more second. But it hadn't. And I wouldn't let that happen again. Not again. Not this time. I launched forward, shoving through the circle of gawking strangers and dropped to the boy's side, my knees hitting the ground hard. His lips were pale. His skin was already turning cold. "Hey," I said quickly, gripping his hand. "Look at me. Stay with me." His eyes fluttered. A weak nod. Then, he passed out. Darn. 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 No. 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 I am not losing you too. I looked around. Saw a nearby vendor cart and bolted. First aid kit, I shouted. Now. The guy fumbled it into my hands. I tore it open. Scattering useless supplies across the ground. I yanked off my shirt. Modesty be damned. And pressed it against the boy's thigh. Blood surged up to meet me. Hot and relentless. Soaking through the fabric in seconds. Stay with me, I muttered. More to myself than him. I twisted the shirt tight, knotting it into a makeshift tourniquet with one hand. The other rifling through the kit's content with frantic speed, searching for gauze. Tape. Something. Anything to keep the pressure secured. My fingers found a roll and I grabbed it. I leaned in close as I worked. You are not dying on me. You hear me? I pressed down harder. Every ounce of my weight thrown behind it. Fighting the tide pouring out of him. His pulse fluttered beneath my fingers. Faint. Thready. But there. He was still in this. I could save him. I had to. Blood coated my hands. Slick and hot. And I could feel the memories bubbling their way up from my past lives. Every death. Every failure. Everybody I couldn't save. Everybody I harmed with my love. But I wouldn't let them consume me. Not now. Not when this boy, this life was mine to protect. I concentrated on that. Finally. After what felt like an eternity. I heard sirens. Relief slammed into me so fast it almost knocked me off balance. The paramedics swarmed in. One dropped beside me. Hands already moving. Checking for a pulse. Inspecting the tourniquet. He looked up. Eyes wide. You kept pressure on the artery. I nodded. Though my hands were shaking so badly I could barely feel them. He let out a breath. You might have just saved his life. They moved fast after that. Lifting the boy onto a stretcher. Hauling him toward the flashing lights. Blood trailed behind them like a ghost. And just like that, the switch flipped. The adrenaline drained from my veins. Leaving behind a tremble in my hands I couldn't control. My shirt was gone. Blood painted my chest. My stomach. Soaking into my shorts like war paint. I was kneeling there. In a black lace bra. My hair a halo of chaos around my face. And my lungs heaving as if I'd just sprinted through hell itself. Because I'd run barefoot through the inferno I carried inside me. Through the firestorms of my past. Down the screaming corridors of memory where every door led to something I'd tried to forget. And then, I looked up. The crowd had scattered. Smoke and noise gone with them. But my friends were there. Hunter, Talia, Kai, Astrid, Jackson. Watching. Mouths parted. Eyes fixed on me like they'd never seen me before. And Ryker. He looked like he'd been punched. Because now, there was no hiding it. Because now, they saw everything. Not just the blood, but the marks I kept secret. One barely curling over the front of my ribs. The other high on my back. Faded and scarred. But they were there all the same, my old mating marks. I usually kept them hidden. I'd gotten good at it. Hell. I'd even distracted Ryker the other night when we had been intimate. But now there was no denying it. They all saw. He saw. Darn it. My chest cinched tight with panic. They would have questions. Questions I didn't want to answer. Questions that would rip open every scar I'd stitched shut with time. I couldn't face them. I stared at my red-stained hands. Trying to focus. Because blood didn't rattle me. Not anymore. I'd seen more of it than most ever would. I'd spilled more than most ever could. I'd fought. I'd led. I'd been a Luna once. A trained fighter. An alpha's mate. Forged in fire and discipline. But it wasn't the blood that broke me. It was what came with it. The memories that burrowed deep. Uninvited. Unstoppable. A flash of my third mate's body. The screams. The heartbreak. The silence that followed when his limp form crumpled to the earth. How his blood had soaked my hands. and I had spent hours trying to convince myself to wash it off. Because even though it was his blood on my hands, proof that he died while I loved him, it was the only part of him that was still warm, the last part of him I would ever touch. I stood abruptly, pacing. My breath came too fast, too shallow. The world narrowed, overwhelming, suffocating. Just breathe. Kara, I said to myself. Just breathe. My voice cracked. I closed my eyes. You're not there. You're not back there. They could all hear me. I knew that. I knew they could hear my heart thundering. Wings of panic fluttering beneath my ribs, threatening to take flight and rip me apart from the inside. That was a lifetime ago. I muttered, trying to soothe myself. It's over. It's in the past. But it never really ends, does it? Trauma like that doesn't just fade away. I stared at her, bare and bloodied, in front of us. She looked like a goddamn warrior goddess, topless, chest rising and falling in short. Sharp bursts, blood smeared down her stomach, on her neck, across her thighs, every inch of her soaked in adrenaline. But then my gaze dropped to her scars, and I froze, my vision narrowing to a tunnel of pure, pulsing disbelief. They were clear, sharp, undeniable, mating marks, and not mine. A deep growl rose in my throat before I could stop it. What the actual heck read blurred my vision, the bond flooding me with a violent surge of rage and possessiveness. Whoever had touched her, whoever had dared mark her like that, I would tear them apart with my bare hands. I must have missed them that night, too engrossed in her taste, her sounds, her fire, but now I couldn't look away. I just stared at the proof that someone else had touched her, branded her like she belonged to them. Goddess. It looked like she had been claimed, and more than once. Each mark was an insult, a reminder that I hadn't been there to stop it. And yet, somehow, she was still here, still mine. My beast was snarling beneath my skin, demanding to be unleashed, to hunt, to force the truth from her lips, to corner her until she admitted what she was hiding, who I needed to eliminate. But then she stood abruptly, pacing. Something was off, terribly off. She was trembling, and then it hit me. Hard. She was full-blown panicking, even with our bond incomplete. I felt the strength of it surge through me. Her fear laced itself into my bloodstream, like knives scraping beneath my skin, sharp enough to tear me free from the primal, territorial haze I'd been drowning in. And just like that, the rage, the blood-boiling need to rip everything apart, was crushed beneath something stronger, something fiercer, the need to soothe. Just breathe. Kara, she whispered to herself, voice cracking under the weight of it all. Just breathe. You're not there. You're not back there. That was a lifetime ago. She murmured again, like saying it out loud might make it true. But it wasn't over. Not for her. Not with the way her heartbeat thundered in her chest. Like wings trying to tear free from a cage. She was unraveling right in front of me, and I wouldn't stand by and let her fall apart. Because I knew what it was like to choke on memories you couldn't run from, to fight shadows that lived inside you, ones no one else could see. I knew what it meant to face that hell alone. I had tried to keep my distance, for her sake, to give her space. But this crossed the line. No more games. No more distance. We'd talk later. Oh, we'd definitely talk. That gap in her file, it wasn't just missing paperwork. It was a story written in blood and silence. I wanted answers. I needed them, directly from the source. But right now she needed me more. Whatever haunted her, I was going to be the one to pull her out of it. Because Goddess knows I had demons too. And if I could carry mine, I sure as hell could carry hers. I closed the distance between us in 3 strides and dragged her into me. She froze for a beat, caught off guard. Then she melted into my arms, burying her face in my chest, inhaling my scent, Her arms wrapped around my waist, her fingers fisted my shirt, smearing blood into the fabric. I rubbed slow, steady circles into her back, letting her feel me, letting her lean into the solidity of my presence. Her body shook against mine from sheer overload. But I didn't need her to explain right now. I just needed her to come back to me. "I'll take her back," I said, lifting my gaze to the others. They nodded, silently stepping back. They wanted to help their friend. I saw it in their eyes. Talia's gaze, soft and aching, Astrid's shimmering with concern. But they understood that a mate's touch did what no one else could. It reached the places words would never find, granted relief like no other. So I just held her, pressed her tightly to my chest as I kissed the top of her head tenderly and whispered sweet nothings into her hair. Eventually, her heart began to slow under my hand and her voice broke the silence, still shaky and frayed. "Sorry about the shirt," she muttered, her words muffled against my chest, where she still clung to me. "I don't give a darn about the shirt," I murmured softly. "I only care about you." And it was the truth. In that moment, nothing else mattered. Not the blood. Not my anger. Not the mess that was us. Only her. I gently tilted her chin up with 2 fingers, like she might shatter if I moved too fast. My thumb traced along the delicate line of her jaw. Then, I leaned in and kissed her. Soft, unhurried, intimate. A kiss that wasn't about passion or hunger, but safety. A kiss that said everything she needed to hear. "You're safe now. I've got you. I'm not going anywhere." I felt the shift in her immediately. Her shoulders sagged and her muscles released one breath at a time. She pressed closer, her forehead resting against mine when the kiss broke. "Take me home," she whispered. I didn't hesitate. Didn't need to think. Always. Beautiful. I laced my fingers with hers and led her to the car. Never letting go. Not even for a second. In the passenger seat. She curled into herself. Worn down to the bone, I kept one hand resting on her thigh the entire drive. A warm and wordless reassurance I'm still here. Halfway through, she drifted off, the adrenaline finally surrendering to exhaustion. Her breathing deepened. Her body relaxed. I knew she wanted to go back to her dorm. Back to the quiet safety of 4 walls that weren't mine, but after my beast saw her like that, there was no way in hell I could let her go. So I brought her to our Lycan house. I carried her inside. Up the stairs, holding her close like I was trying to absorb her pain. Like maybe, if I just held her long enough, the world wouldn't dare hurt her again. She stirred once, whispering my name, but her eyes never opened. I laid her down on my bed, watching her the way someone might watch a fallen star. Her skin was still streaked with dried blood. Hair wild, barely there, clothes clinging to her curves. I grabbed a damp cloth and cleaned her gently. Her arms, her stomach, her legs. Each pass of the cloth reverent. I was careful, as if the smallest wrong move might wake her. When I finished, I pulled my blanket over her. For a while, I just sat there in the quiet, watching the slow rise and fall of her chest in the soft glow of the room. And for the first time that night, for the first time since I'd met Kara, my beast went utterly and completely still. Because she was here. Finally not fighting me. Finally not pulling away. Finally not running. Exactly where she belonged. And in that impossible quiet, the armor I'd always worn inside me. Cracked. "You don't even know what you do to me, do you?" I whispered, reaching out to gently brush a stray strand of red from her face. My fingers barely grazing her skin, my throat tightened. And suddenly, I had to let it out. The words I'd swallowed every time I looked at her. The truths I never dared to speak because I knew she wouldn't let herself hear them. But goddess, I had to say them anyway. If for no one else but myself, this game we're playing. With our bodies. No matter how good it feels. How irresistibly addictive it is. I drew in a deep breath. It's still torture for me. My fingers drifted down, brushing lightly over hers where they rested on the blanket. "You don't know how badly I want to be your comfort," I said, the words tearing their way out of me. "Not just the body you reach for when you're in pain. Not just the release you take because it's easy. You've only ever given me one opening. Just the physical." I let out a low scoff. "Like that's all I want from you. Like that's all I'm allowed to have." "But Kara," I paused, my voice rough with everything I couldn't say when she was awake. "That's not enough for me." I looked at her. Soft. Still. And yet somehow still so fiercely herself. "I want to love all of you. Not just worship your body. But your mind. Your heart. Your scars. I want to be the reason your nightmares cease and back off. I want to know what keeps you up at night. What haunts you. Even if it makes me rage. Even if it makes me want to tear through walls or burn the whole damn world down." My hands curled into fists. The fabric of the bed strained and twisted between my fingers. Because I'd still rather know. Still rather feel that fury. Than be left in the dark. My gaze roved over her sleeping face. "So don't protect me from your darkness. Kara." I was built to fight it. I ran a hand through my hair. "Goddess. I was made for it." The words scraped against memories I never let surface, because this was the edge I never let anyone see. The truths I'd buried so deep I'd almost forgotten how to bleed them. "My whole life I've been fighting," I rasped, eyes fixed on the floor now. "For my parents' approval. For their forgiveness. For something I faltered, breath catching. For something I still can't even say out loud. I shook my head, jaw tight. Hell. I've never even told Hunter the whole truth. Shame flickered behind my ribs like a second heartbeat. I was too ashamed. So, for years, I've fought to make up for what I'd done. It was my purpose. Fighting. It's what I was raised to do. I was forged to carry weight. To hold the line. To never break. To be the general everyone expected. And still, I never thought the hardest battle I would ever fight would be for my mate. For us. I paused, looking at her again. It's the only thing I've ever fought for that wasn't about duty. Or guilt. It's the first thing I've ever fought for, I exhaled, shaking my head slightly. Voice raw. Out of love. I laughed softly. Bitter. Quiet. Almost broken. That's why I seem so out of control. Why I snap. Why I push too hard. Why the possessiveness gnaws at me until I can't think straight. It's not just instinct. It's not just the bond. Though, goddess, the way it makes me feel. I drew in a sharp breath. I've never felt anything like it. Everything inside me was burning now. It's why I'm so unhinged sometimes, why I come off angry. And goddess knows. I am angry, possessive, and absolutely crazy for you. That will never stop. I reached out, lacing my fingers through hers as she slept. But it's more than that. It's all of it. Amplified by the fact that I'm really just... The truth caught in my throat. Scared. I whispered the next words like a vow carved from the marrow of my soul. Because the truth is, even though I know our bond is inevitable, it still somehow terrifies the living crud out of me that I might lose the battle for your heart. I leaned in, pressing a slow kiss to her forehead, needing her touch to steady me. Then I pulled back just enough to look at her, as the last piece of me fell open, and it's the only thing in my entire existence that I've ever truly wanted for myself. After watching her sleep for just over an hour, her breath settling into a calm rhythm, the tension in her jaw slowly easing, her body soft and warm beneath my sheets, I finally tore myself away and headed downstairs. The others were gathered in the living room, voices low, eyes darting toward the stairs the moment I appeared. "How is she?" Astrid asked instantly. Her tone clipped with concern. I ran a hand through my hair and leaned against the wall. Arms crossed over my chest. "Fine now," I muttered, but the word tasted like ash, because nothing about tonight was fine. I could feel the weight of them watching me, waiting, wondering what came next. So, are we gonna talk about it? Jackson asked, breaking the silence. Talk about what I snapped. Voice sharper than I intended. But I was running on fumes, emotionally wrecked. We'd gone from heated, desperate kisses, and my body demanding to claim her, to her bolting into the dark at the sound of a scream, and me chasing after her with my heart in my throat. For one terrifying moment, I thought she was running into danger, and the thought of losing her before I'd even had her made my lungs lock. Then came the relief, seeing that the danger wasn't what I thought. But then, the awe, watching her save that boy, and then the pure, unfiltered rage that coursed through me because of the markings. Jackson said quietly, like he was reading my thoughts. And suddenly, the fragile calm I'd found upstairs with Kara shattered. The fleeting peace vanished and vicious rage rushed in to take its place. Corrosive, begging for release. Anger took the reins before I could stop it. My fist flew into the wall with a sharp crack, the wood splintering beneath the blow. I pressed my palm flat, trying to steady myself, trying to breathe, to control the part of me that prowled just beneath the surface. But it was harder now. I was already emotionally drained, and it wasn't doing me any favors. How does she have them? I seethed, my voice low. Dangerous. And how did I not see them before? I dragged a hand over my mouth. I mean, what the heck is going on? Astrid was the first to speak. There's no way those marks are claiming bites, she said, shaking her head, disbelief written across her face. They just can't be. I mean, how could they be? She's still alive. She's here. With us. Your mate. So how did Kara even get them in the first place? Talia chimed in, brow furrowed. She had a rough childhood. Right, you said her records showed she was in the system. Bounced between foster homes. Lived in rural areas. Maybe. Maybe it was just an animal attack. An animal attack, Hunter scoffed, the sound sharp and incredulous. Come on. Talia, you know no animal leaves marks like that. Unless it's a wolf or a Lycan. Then Kai added quietly. Or a rogue. My entire body went still. The idea of a rogue getting close enough to touch her, bite her. I swear to the goddess. If a rogue put their fangs in her, I couldn't even finish the sentence. The words caught in my throat, choked by the sheer violence of the image. After a beat, Astrid spoke again, her voice almost hesitant, in a way. Maybe this could be a good thing. My head snapped toward her. She gave a small shrug, eyes filled with a kind of quiet sadness. I mean, we don't know the full truth yet, but given the clear bite marks she has from our kind, maybe she already knows about our world. After all, she does go to a school crawling with wolves. Maybe she's not as in the dark as we think she is. Not necessarily, Jackson said. Rogues. Some wolves and Lycans. They still attack humans. For fun. For sport. It's illegal. Sure. But it happens. He glanced at me, knowing I hunted those sick people. And if she never saw them shift, never knew what they really were. His jaw tightened. She could have spent her whole life thinking it was just a brutal animal attack. Plus, humans don't heal like us, he added. And a bite like that, it would scar. Badly. Maybe this is just another piece of her past she's tried to bury. His words made something in me flinch. Poor Kara, Talia whispered, as we sat in silence. The reality of everything she'd kept hidden from us slowly sinking in. I swallowed hard. I had 1,000 questions burning on my tongue, but I also didn't want those questions to hurt her even more. I exhaled deeply, closing my eyes and forcing my heartbeat to slow as I recalibrated. Figured out my next move. I'm going to talk to her tomorrow about the marks, I said at last, but until I know what Kara understands about our world, our kind, if anything at all, I'm not going to risk telling her more. Not yet. I drew in a breath, trying to steady the storm still churning in my chest. Her past is still a mystery. A mystery. And after the gaps in her background check, and everything that happened tonight, I trailed off. It could be too much. Too traumatic. I already had a hard enough time chasing her. She didn't need another reason to push me away. No one spoke. The others just nodded in agreement. But they were watching me. Carefully. They saw how much she already meant to me. How much this was torturing me. I hated the pity in their eyes. But I knew it came from a good place. From the fact that they cared about her too. I let out a breath. Weary and frayed. I'm going to bed, I muttered, making my way toward the stairs. I'll see you all tomorrow night for the... You don't have to go. Hunter interrupted. His voice gentle. Seriously, after everything that happened with Kara, no one would blame you if you sat this one out. I stopped and turned to face him. I'm going. Not harsh. Just certain. He frowned. His eyes searched mine like he could see the toll the night had taken. It's my duty. Hunter, I said simply. I'll be there. I paused, the thought taking shape as the words left my mouth. Actually, we'll be there. I'm bringing Kara. Jackson's brows drew together. Are you sure that's a good idea, bringing her to something like that? I met his gaze. It's a public event. Jackson. No shifting allowed inside venue grounds. Everyone is expected to be on their best behavior. Plus, it's held in the human world for a reason. So warring alphas can't exactly go crazy and tear into each other. It's designed to blend in. And, more importantly, I'm not letting her out of my sight. My yaw ticked. Not until I have answers. I turned to Astrid. Think you can get her address? Of course. She said softly. I gave her a small nod. Thanks. Then, without another word, I climbed the stairs, toward the only thing in this world that was both my greatest mystery and already my greatest weakness, Kara. I woke to the familiar scent of him. Rich, smoky, and undeniably Ryker. The room was quiet. I was alone in his bed. Sheets tangled around my legs. Then it hit me. Flickers of memory. Falling asleep in his car. The fair. The boy. The blood. The marks. Darn. They were going to have questions. Lots of questions. Last night had cracked something open in me. Something I hadn't let myself fully feel in a long time. The emotions I'd buried deep. Crushed beneath layers no one could reach. The scars I thought I'd hidden. They'd all come rushing to the surface. And it had been brutal. I groaned softly and slipped out of bed. I needed a shower. Desperately, to rinse off the blood. The sweat. And everything that had unraveled inside me. Hoping Ryker wouldn't mind. I stripped the rest of the way down, peeling off my bloodied bra and shorts, and stepped into his bathroom. The moment the hot water hit my skin, it felt like a balm, a cleansing tide that rolled over me, washing away the adrenaline, the fear, the fragmented trauma that had been leaching itself into my bones. I stood there, eyes closed, letting it all go. Then, like I'd done 1,000 times before, I shoved everything into a box in my mind. Neat, contained, tucked away until I could breathe again, until I could feel like me again, playful, reckless, sensual, completely and entirely Kara. But as the water poured over me, one thought echoed through the haze, this time. He had been there. Ryker. His presence. His voice. The way he held me through it like I wasn't broken. Like I wasn't alone, even though I knew I couldn't have him. I had to admit, for the first time since meeting Ryker, I was glad he was mine. Glad he was there. To soothe the chaos with his words. To hold the monsters back I couldn't face. To hold me. It felt good not to go through it alone this time. No. Kara, stop. I shook my head, trying to banish the warmth that wasn't just from the water. Darn shower thoughts. I turned off the faucet. The sudden silence ringing in my ears. Steam clung to my skin as I stepped out, wrapping a towel low around myself. I glanced toward the pile of bloodied clothes I'd tossed aside earlier. The spare set I usually kept here. Useless now. Great. My eyes slowly drifted to his closet. Lingering. Contemplating. One shirt wouldn't hurt. Just one oversized. Clean shirt. No big deal. Right, besides. I had nothing else to wear. You got this. Kara. In. Out. Don't look. Don't think. Just grab the first thing your fingers touch. Quick. Simple. Except the moment I stepped into the closet. His scent slammed into me. Darn it. I should have known it would be strongest here. It was embedded into every thread. Undiluted. And devastatingly unapologetic. It wrapped around me. Curling into my lungs until I swore I could taste him on my tongue. My body reacted. My phoenix whimpered. Smug and satisfied, I tried to breathe through it. Through the sheer, overwhelming sensation of him, my eyes fluttered shut, and I took a shaky step back straight into a wall of heat and muscle. A chest. His chest. I froze, my breath catching. Then, slowly, I turned. Ryker stood there, eyes burning into me. Clearly, he hadn't expected to find me mostly uncovered in his closet. Dripping wet. And highly stimulated. Water slid down my arms, traced along my collarbone, gliding down the curve of my neck. His eyes followed every drop, every movement, like he was memorizing the trail they took, like he wanted to chase them with his mouth. He opened his lips to speak, but nothing came out. He was trying to focus. I could see it in the way his chest rose and fell, like he was trying so hard to remember whatever serious, logical conversation he'd meant to have. But I saw the war inside him, the tug of war between discipline and desire, control and craving, the need to touch, to taste, to claim. As the magnetic, animalistic pull lit up the air between us like a live wire, he cleared his throat. "We need to talk," he forced out, rough and strangled. Oh no, not that. I wasn't ready for the conversation I could feel looming behind those 4 words. I had to stall, so I tilted my head just slightly, letting my eyes glide over him in a lazy, calculated sweep. "What time is it?" I asked, feigning innocence. Like I wasn't seconds away from being drawn to him where I stood. His nostrils flared, just barely. Almost 7. Darn. "I slept the whole day," I muttered, slipping into motion, trying to brush past him like I hadn't been thinking about his affection 2 minutes ago. "I've got assignments. I should really go." But he stepped in front of me, blocking my exit with the solid line of his body, his arms folded across his chest. "It's Saturday," he said, voice low and measured. "They can wait." A beat passed. "Besides, you're coming with me tonight. There's an event at 8. I blinked. That I wasn't expecting. "I told you I don't date. It's not a date," he ground out, the words clearly bitter in his mouth. "Our friends will be there. You're my +1. We just want to keep an eye on you." Astrid and Talia didn't mention anything about this. He gave me a look, gentle, but pointed. "Well, you had a bit of a day yesterday, didn't you?" I didn't answer. "Nope. Not touching that landmine. Just deflect." "Kara. Redirect." I smiled mischievously, letting my voice drop into something softer, silkier. Sweet distraction wrapped in flirtation. "Admit it, Ryker. You just can't stay away from me. Can you?" He didn't bite. No smirk. No comeback. Just the tight set of his jaw. The flicker in his eyes as he fought to stay serious. Gods. He was trying so hard to be good, so delightfully good. And it made me want to be very, very tempting. I sighed dramatically, part frustration, part desire, like maybe exhaling would cool the heat, pooling low in my stomach. "Fine. I'll go." I turned slightly, pretending to be unaffected. "Just text me the address. I'll meet you there. It's a little under an hour until we leave," he said, then paused, gaze steady. Just stay. But I don't have anything to wear, I countered. Astrid already picked out a dress for you. Damn, he really was covering all his bases. For a second, I had nothing. No witty comeback. No clever remark. He had me completely cornered. Calm. Prepared. And infuriatingly smooth. I guess I shouldn't have expected anything less from a general. Then he stepped closer. Slow and unhurried. Like he didn't want to spook me. His hand lifted. Fingers brushing softly against my cheek. And my eyes closed instinctively. The contact electric. Pure lightning against my skin. Plus, he murmured. His voice now edged with something deeper. We need to talk. The silence stretched between us. Thick with everything unsaid. About last night. We've got some unfinished business. And I couldn't blame him. No sane person just walks away from something like that without demanding to know more. And even though I didn't want to, I knew I'd have to give him hell. Give all of my friends something. Eventually. But right now, I didn't have the words. Honestly, I didn't even know what I wanted to say. What story I was ready to give. But I could offer him something better. Something else unfinished from last night. Something that would make us both feel good. And something that wasn't about fighting the bond right now, but was about distracting him, disarming him, and buying myself a little more time. Hell, he'd practically done the same thing to me the moment we met, used his body, the intense pull of the bond to make me cave, to make me forget the rules I'd built for myself. Well, payback's difficult. Ryker. My lips curled into a slow, wicked grin before I even opened my eyes. You're right, I murmured, leaning into his hand. He blinked, and his eyes lit up, clearly thrown by the sudden shift, like he hadn't expected me to surrender so easily. Our intimate moment, I whispered, and let the towel fall. His jaw went slack. Every muscle in his body locked like he was holding himself back with sheer force of will. I took a slow step toward him, then another, backing us toward the bed. His gaze clung to me, admiring every inch of my body. Like it was necessary to look. Kara, he managed. Voice strained. I could see it. The fight inside him. Honor versus hunger. Answers versus instinct. But when his eyes met mine again, they were dark, dilated, and craving. What I purred. You drag me out tonight. Insist on keeping me close. But now you don't want what I'm offering. I let my gaze sweep over him. Don't want my body anymore. My lips curved into a knowing smile. That's funny. Considering how much I know you wanted it last night. I clicked my tongue, smirking as my fingers trailed down his chest. Mixed signals. Ryker. That's a dangerous game. His throat bobbed as he swallowed. Like he was trying to hold on to something already slipping through his fingers. I shouldn't have expected you to play fair. He bit out, breathing hard. You know I can't. Can't what I cut in. Stepping in close until my breath was brushing his lips. Resist, I whispered. Each syllable a challenge. And then I shoved him hard down onto the bed. A wicked smile tugging at my lips as he hit the mattress with a grunt. I followed in one fluid motion. Straddling his lap. My dominance pressed against his desire. Good. I murmured darkly. I'm counting on it. That was all it took. His control snapped in an instant as a snarl tore free from him. His hands found my hips like magnets, and his thumbs drew slow circles into my thighs like he was marking his territory with every touch. I gasped as he pulled me tighter against his firm form, his groan vibrating in his chest. Then, in one savage motion, he yanked his shirt over his head, eyes never leaving mine. And in that moment, I knew I'd won, because, for now, there would be no questions, no truths, no confessions. Only touch, only heat, only us. I pressed him back fully into the bed, watching the way his muscles rippled beneath me as he sank into the sheets. Arms bracing behind him, I leaned in, lips grazing the curve of his throat, Hot and pulsing, I kissed my way across his jaw, down his collarbone, across the solid lines of his chest. Each press of my mouth a silent promise. His breath hitched, sharp and broken, as I trailed lower. God's. His body was perfection, and I wanted to savor every inch of it. My fingers found his belt, undoing it with agonizing slowness. When I looked up, his eyes were fixed on me, dark, glazed, and ravenous, like I was the only thing in existence. I pleasured him, slow, teasing, stroking him until I heard the sound catch in his throat, and only then did I draw him into my mouth. His whole body went taut, a shudder rolling through him. Darn. Kara, he hissed, voice ragged, but I didn't stop. I welcomed him more, inch by inch, deeper, until my lips brushed the base and my throat tightened around him. The sound he made sent a fresh wave of heat flooding through me. I moved with rhythm, with purpose, with hunger, the kind of fire that had nothing to do with being a phoenix and everything to do with him. His hands tangled in my hair, not controlling, not guiding, just holding on, like if he didn't, he'd fall apart entirely. And God's, I wanted him undone. When he finally reached his peak, when every muscle locked tight, when his breath caught, when his voice shattered as he released, I took all of him, every last trembling second, and held him close. Then, I pulled back, with a deliberate motion, ending with one teasing action and a grin that could have set the room on fire. I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand and looked at him. For a moment, he lay there, chest heaving and glorious, utterly destroyed in the best way possible. But then, his expression changed, sharpened. That hunger in his eyes surged back, twice as intense, twice as wild. Like I'd lit a fuse instead of snuffing out a flame. In the next heartbeat, I was on my back, breath stolen, his body caged above mine. His turn to take control. He gripped me, hard, and dragged me to the edge of the bed with zero finesse. Only need. You knew exactly what you were doing when you dropped that towel. He growled. You wanted my control gone. He leaned in. Well, congratulations. Beautiful. It's gone. And now, I'm not going to resist. His mouth hovered over mine, dark promise in his eyes. I'm going to cherish you intensely. He dropped to his knees between mine, and his mouth found me like he'd been starved for years. Tongue and hands claiming every inch like they belonged there. Worship wrapped in carnality. I gasped, sharp and involuntary, as his mouth sent another wave of heat crashing through me. My back arched off the bed, fingers digging into the sheets like they were the only thing tethering me to the earth. Every nerve in my body was alight. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think, only feel. His grip on my thighs tightened, holding me open, as if he could feel every tremble that pulsed through my body. And when a broken whimper escaped my lips, he groaned against me, the sound dark and satisfied, like he'd been waiting to hear it. The pleasure built fast, sharp, brutal, and when it finally tore through me, I cried out his name, my phoenix howling through my veins, wild and blazing. It felt like flying and falling apart all at once. And still, he didn't move. He stayed there, lips pressed to the inside of my thigh, like a seal, like a brand. A wicked smirk curved against my skin, and I felt it as much as I saw it. He was proud of the surrender he'd caused, proud of the state I'd become in his hands. And that look on his face, God's, that look was the dangerous satisfaction of a man who knew exactly what he'd done to me. Eventually, I managed to push myself up, my whole body still humming from the aftershocks. He rose slowly, every inch of him radiating power. Raw, leash dominance pulsing just beneath his skin, but his hands never left me. They lingered, splayed across my hips. Well, I murmured, voice still thick with afterglow. I'd say that unfinished business thoroughly handled. I lazily stretched beneath him, limbs loose and sated. And just in time for whatever mystery event you're dragging me to tonight, his gaze followed the arch of my body as I lifted a foot and pressed it against his chest. Playful. Testing. Pushing. Trying to nudge him off me. He didn't budge. Didn't even flinch. Instead, he grabbed my leg, hooking his arm beneath it and dragging me down, pressing me back into the mattress like it was nothing, like I was nothing but his to handle. And then he kissed me, deep and demanding, like he owned me, and like he needed me to know it. He made me press myself on his lips, and the heat that flared low in my belly again had no mercy. Because it wasn't just a kiss. It was a warning of what was coming. Don't think I didn't see what you were doing. Beautiful. He rasped, eyes gleaming. That little distraction trick. Cute. Effective. But you know damn well that's not the unfinished business I meant. No matter how much I enjoyed that. His voice was low and loaded. You might not want me to know you, but we are going to talk about what happened. Tonight, his tone darkened, commanding and final. There's no escaping it. He let the heat of his breath scorch along my neck. And if making you cry out my name like that is the only way to get you to talk. His voice was raw, guttural, each word a vibration against my skin. Then, so be it. He paused, letting the words sink in. I'll get the truth out of you. Every last piece. I was downstairs, fully dressed, doing everything in my power not to think about what had just happened upstairs. But goddess, it was almost impossible. I'd loved every second of it, every sound she made, every taste, every look she gave me. She had her claws in me in the most maddeningly perfect way, and I didn't want them out. But we were supposed to talk, and the part of me that plans, that's in control, that always stays 2 steps ahead. He scolded me for slipping, but the other side of me, the part that melted under her touch, that craved every breath she gave me, he'd let it happen all over again if she so much as looked at me like that. But darn, we needed to talk. And we would. Tonight? This time. I'd hold myself to it. For now, I needed to focus. Needed to pull my head back in the game. My black suit was crisp, tailored to blend in, not to stand out. Simple and sharp, I leaned against the edge of the couch, speaking with Hunter, Jackson, and Kai while the girls finished getting ready upstairs. This evening, we need to stay sharp, I said, eyes sweeping the room. Senses already on high alert. Alphas, betas, and elders from packs across the country will be in attendance. The Lycans are expected to oversee, to keep the peace. But with rogue werewolf activity dropping off and no sign of rogue Lycans, I exhaled slowly. Something's off. Jackson and Kai both nodded. Stone-faced. Hunter spoke next. Voice grim. Plus, the wolves you sent to scout haven't returned. No sign. No signal. Either they're dead, or whatever's out there made sure they disappeared. The rogues are definitely planning something. Something big. That much is clear. I nodded once. We need to use this event to probe the packs. Ask the right questions. See if anyone's gone missing. Anyone's gone rogue. We need another lead. If this drags on much longer, I may have to investigate it myself. But the rest of that thought disintegrated, because she walked in, and my whole world tilted. Hunter, Kai, and Jackson all turned their heads, the second my voice cut off, their gazes snapping to where mine had frozen. Kara stepped down the stairs like something out of a dream. Her red hair was braided elegantly, strands left loose to frame her face. She wore a long emerald gown, floor length, with a high slit up her leg that made my mouth dry. The deep V neckline clung to her curves like the dress had been designed just for her. For a second, I forgot how to breathe. She was absolutely stunning, ravishing, like temptation personified, and she was mine. That fact nearly drove me insane. Jackson let out a slow, appreciative whistle. Well, damn. Kara, you look smoking hot. That jerk. A sound rumbled in my chest. Jackson, I said his name like a warning. Low, dark, and razor sharp. The message clear back. The heck? Off. I swear. The man wouldn't recognize self-preservation if it leapt up and bit him in the backside. Hell. I could spoon-feed him survival instincts and he'd still choke on them out of principle. Do you have a death wish? Kai asked. Grinning like he wanted to see how this played out. Jackson just beamed. Hands raised like he was the picture of innocence. Death wish, please. I'm out here doing the Lord's work. Just calling stuff like I see it. Everyone's thinking it. I'm just the brave son of a gun willing to say it out loud. He folded his arms. Clearly proud of himself. You're a moron, Hunter muttered, shaking his head, barely suppressing a laugh. Jackson had never met a boundary he didn't trample. He flirted with danger like it was foreplay, and tonight, he was begging for a violent end. He turned to me, eyes gleaming with something halfway between mischief and a complete disregard for his own safety. Seriously. Rye, not my fault your girl walks in looking like sin incarnate. You expect men not to comment. He actually had the audacity to smirk. She's divine. I'm just the prophet. My eyes narrowed, muscles tensed, hands clenching the couch cushions. My breath dragged slow and sharp through my nose. Like a predator barely restraining the urge to strike, I couldn't even find the words. Every syllable I might have said was buried beneath the effort it took not to tear his head off. I loved the fool. But right now I was this close to snapping his neck and dumping the body across state lines. Jackson had always been a reckless flirt. A man who believed consequences were theoretical. But tonight, with my mate looking like the walking embodiment of every tempting fantasy I'd ever had, and still unmarked, he was playing a dangerous game. But then, she laughed. That soft, gorgeous laugh that hit me square in the chest. Thanks. Jackson, she said sweetly, flashing him a smile as she reached the bottom of the stairs. Jackson winked at her. He was a dead man walking, and the idiot was smiling about it. A growl tore its way up my throat. Low and savage, my beast clawing for release. He wanted blood, teeth, violence. I moved, fast, but not toward Jackson, toward her, because if I didn't get my hands on her, I'd lose whatever fragile grip I had on control. And Jackson's smart mouth would be the first casualty. I reached Kara in 2 strides, wrapped an arm around her waist, and yanked her flush against me. The moment our bodies touched, my beast stilled, my breathing slowed, and my muscles uncoiled. The anger and possessiveness that had been seconds from erupting was pulled under, smothered by her warmth, her scent. The certainty of her, and the primal part of me let out a silent snarl of approval, like this was where she belonged. With me, because she did. I met her gaze. The chaos inside me settling, not gone, but sleeping beneath the surface. Curled around her like a guardian, I reached up and gently twisted a strand of her hair around my finger, grounding myself in the small, real details of her, the crimson of her hair, the freckles on her skin, the way her eyes held mine like they saw everything. You look breathtaking. I murmured. You too, she whispered, her hand sliding up my chest. But, she taunted, her fingers grazing the edge of my collar. You looked better in bed. Darn. My grip on her tightened, pupils blowing wide, the bond between us flaring. Hot, wild, alive, and then, like she hadn't just set my entire soul on fire, she slipped from my arms with infuriating grace, like it meant nothing. My beast seethed in protest, aching, confused and restless. He didn't understand why she kept pulling away. Didn't understand how she could touch us like that. And not stay. Where are Astrid and Talia? She asked, casually surveying the room. Right here, they chimed in unison, stepping into view. Radiant and ready for the night. Kara's gaze swept over them. Damn, she said, biting her lip. You two look dangerous. Like 2 temptations I wouldn't mind committing. The girls burst into laughter, glowing under her attention. You too. Obviously. Talia shot back, giving Kara a playful hip bump. Especially since I picked that dress, Astrid added, flipping her hair like she'd just won an award. Thanks, Kara said, a wicked smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Then she turned, locked onto Hunter and Kai, and pounced. She stepped in close, all curves and confidence, grabbed each of them by the tie, and gave a deliberate tug. Their eyes widened, now. You boys better show these girls a very good time tonight, she purred, because if you don't... Her smile curled into something feral. I will. She leaned in. And trust me, once they get a taste of me, they won't even remember your names. Chaos. Absolute chaos. Astrid cackled behind her, delighting in every second of the beautiful wreckage Kara was leaving in her wake. Her words should have sparked jealousy, but they barely registered. I was too focused on Hunter and Kai. That territorial edge ignited sharp and fast, like a tripwire, flaring in their eyes, in the stiff set of their shoulders. They were frozen, their beasts shifting beneath the surface. And for a moment, I thought one of them might actually snap. I stepped toward her instinctively, protectively, because I could feel how close they were to losing it. And Goddess, I couldn't blame them. She'd walked in here and upended every instinct in the room like it was a game, like it was fun, but then she turned, completely unfazed, like a queen who'd just conquered the room without lifting a blade, and strode past me, calm as ever. Her hand drifted across my chest as she passed. Just a brush, a whisper of contact, but it lit me up like a fuse. Her hips swayed, every step a siren song, and the farther she got, the sharper the pain, like the bond was carving through me with every inch of distance she claimed. She didn't look back, not until she reached the doorway. Then she tossed me a grin over her shoulder. Pure challenge. Pure flame. What's the matter, she called. Voice playful and teasing. Frozen in place, or just too busy fantasizing to move. Her smirk deepened, like she already knew the answer. Careful. Handsome. Her eyes locked on mine, slicing through flesh and soul, straight to the part of me only she could touch, the part that hungered, that craved for her. Fantasies this hot don't just burn. She held my gaze for a heartbeat longer. They ruin you. And then she just kept walking, like she hadn't set the whole room ablaze, like she hadn't just dragged me through a storm of emotions, desire, anger, protection, all in the span of minutes, and left the pieces smoldering in her wake. But I had to remind myself she was human. Human. She didn't feel the bond like I did. Didn't understand the magnitude of it. What her touch, her distance, her actions did to me. The spike of pain that drove further with every step she took away. She didn't know she was ripping me apart from the inside out. So I swallowed it. The fury, the sting of it all, the overwhelming need to grab her, hold her, kiss her, and make her feel every piece of it too. And I forced myself to play along, even though that's the last thing I wanted to do. I knew I had to, because this wasn't just a party. It was the annual Convergence Summit, a gathering of packs from every corner of the country, a meet and greet on the surface. Sure. But beneath the glitter and charm, it was strategy, politics, and quiet power plays. And this year, it was a reconnaissance mission too. Our best chance to uncover why rogue activity had suddenly plummeted, what they were plotting. I needed to be alert, sharp, dialed in. Hell, this should have been the easiest mission ever. But how was I supposed to focus on anything with her looking like that? She was the only thing in this world that could turn my battlefield focus into smoke. She was chaos made flesh. The epitome of temptation and torment rolled into one smart-mouthed, red-haired goddess who made my beast go feral with a single look. But I had to bring her tonight. She had bite marks. I needed her close. Yet, even as I told myself I'd still be watching the room for signs of trouble, reading every face, scanning every potential threat, I already knew the truth. I wouldn't be able to take my eyes off her. So yeah, focus. Ryker, good luck. We arrived at the party about 30 minutes late, and the place was already buzzing. Guests weaving through conversations, wolves milling in elegant suits and silk dresses. Laughter too polished to be real. I still had no clue what this event even was. It was likely some Lycan or wolf gathering. There were tons of those, usually regional. I had been to a few back when I was still in a pack. I had heard of one big national summit where wolves from all over came together. But that only happened once a year. So I wasn't exactly worried that I'd stumbled into that one. Frankly, I was just relieved my friends hadn't started drilling me with questions about yesterday. They were distracted for now. And I was more than happy to keep it that way. Hunter and Astrid were making the rounds, perfectly poised and polite, which was not surprising, as they are the future of Lycan royalty. Talia and Kai moved through the crowd with the same grace, slipping between conversations effortlessly. And Jackson, well, he was off somewhere, probably doing something. Meanwhile, I stuck to the outskirts, drink in hand, back to the wall, just observing, and trying to figure out how I was going to handle Ryker tonight. I knew I couldn't dodge the conversation forever. Sooner or later, he'd corner me, and I needed to be ready. I ran through it in my head, what I'd say, how I'd shape the truth, how I'd curate my words to fit a story I could live with. I felt Ryker's presence like a gravitational pull across the room. He was speaking to a group of wolves at the far table. Posture straight, eyes sharp. But every few seconds, I knew he was sneaking glances at me, watching me. He couldn't help it, couldn't resist. And honestly, it was kind of endearing seeing the top general of the Lycans distracted by his mate. I smiled faintly to myself as I set my drink on the table. That's when a shadow slid in beside me, silent and uninvited. Well, hello. Spitfire, he drawled, his voice slithering down my spine. It was familiar and unmistakable. Fancy seeing you here. At the annual Convergence Summit. No. No way. This was that event. My eyes snapped to him. Oh gods. I never thought I'd see him again. Or any of them. I ran. Literally ran. To the other side of the country to make sure of it. I mean, what were the odds? My heart crashed against my ribs as panic clawed its way up my throat. That meant more of them could be here. From my old pack. The pack I left behind. The pack I abandoned. The moment my third mate, the Alpha, died. Everything fell apart. What once was the strongest pack on the East Coast splintered. Some blamed me for the collapse, and whispered that I destroyed everything. They despised me. Others still loved me and still called me Luna, but I had been too wrecked to lead. Too broken to be the strength they needed. So I disappeared in the dead of night. No goodbye. No note. Just gone. I'd told myself it was the right thing to do at the time, that they were a distant memory now. But they weren't. They were here. He was here. Connor, my mate's old beta. Once. He'd been fiercely loyal. Always at my side. But now, after all these years, I had no idea where he stood. Connor drew me in, his hands settling low on my waist. Casual. Like he had been waiting for this. A slow grin tugged at his lips. Okay. So maybe he didn't completely hate me. But then his gaze swept over me. Syrupy and indulgent. A bit too sweet to be sincere. No, this wasn't the Connor I knew. Something in him was deeply downed. Unquestionably off. Still, I couldn't move. The shock of seeing him again had rooted me in place. My mouth opened, trying to form words. But I didn't get the chance. Ryker was suddenly there, tearing me out of Connor's grip. Stay. Away. From her, he snarled, his voice low and lethal. Connor raised both hands in mock surrender, but not before his fingers caught a strand of my hair, twisting it lazily, purposefully, like a taunt. Whoa. Whoa. Big guy. Relax. he said, his voice slick with amusement. Can't a wolf say hello to a former packmate? Ryker stiffened beside me, trying to mask the flicker of shock that crossed his face. Like someone had handed him a puzzle piece he couldn't place. Disbelief followed. Brief but undeniable. Before his controlled facade snapped back into place, Connor stepped in closer. A slow, crooked smirk curling at his lips, tainted with something darker. Didn't realize saying hi to an old friend was off limits. I felt Ryker bristle as he took it all in. The way I didn't flinch when Connor touched me. Didn't pull away. Didn't even look afraid. Just stunned. And that alone said everything. Because Connor and I had history. We'd hunted together. Howled under the same moon. Bled for the same alpha. He had once been my closest confidant. But now, he was different. Like the edges of him had been honed into something I didn't quite recognize. And then, there was the word. My brain was spinning. Reeling from the one he'd let slip packmate. Just like that. He'd outed me. Exposed what I'd hidden. That I wasn't some clueless outsider Ryker had stumbled across. That I knew about this world. I felt the color drain from my face. I had to leave. If I stayed, the whole charade would fall apart. If Ryker started asking questions, I wouldn't be able to lie fast enough. Connor's nose twitched. His expression shifted. Why the hell do you smell like that, he muttered. More to himself than anyone else. His gaze flicked suspiciously between me and Ryker. He could tell. He could smell it. That I was masking what I was. Trying to pass as human. I think you're confusing me with someone else. I cut in quickly, locking eyes with him, silently begging. Please, let it go. Let me go. If any part of the Connor I used to know was still in there. I prayed he'd hear it in my voice. I took a step back, but he didn't. His hand snapped out, fingers curling around my wrist. Not hard, but firm. His smile stretched too wide now. All teeth and no warmth. Twisted into something that set every nerve in my body on edge. Oh, I don't think so. Kara, he said. Voice low and smooth. I've been looking for you for quite some time. His eyes gleamed, fangs flashing as he tugged me in just slightly. Like he was savoring the moment, drawing it out, playing with it. You and I. We've got so much to catch up on. Ryker moved. In a blink, he was between us. One hand crushing Connor's and ripping it away from me with ruthless force. Touch her again. He growled. And I will tear your arm off. Each word was cold. Measured. And crackling with restrained violence. But Connor didn't flinch. Didn't even blink. He just stared at Ryker with an amused glint in his eyes. Like he was enjoying the show. Then his gaze slid back to me. And I saw it. Recognition. That glimmer of understanding. Oh, he's in for a good time. Isn't he? The way he said it made my skin crawl. I didn't know exactly what he meant. But I knew I didn't want to find out. I turned. Heart pounding. Trying to escape this situation. But his voice followed me. Slicing through the air. Open invitation to visit the pack any time. Kara. He called after me. You know we still have a very special place in our hearts for you. My stomach knotted. My pulse roared in my ears. My breath came in shallow bursts as I stumbled away from the confrontation. Heels slipping on the wet ground as I fled the venue and vanished into the woods. Cold rain pelted down, soaking my dress, my hair, my skin. But I didn't stop. I needed the cold. Needed it to counter the blistering panic in my chest. Branches tore at me as I crashed through the forest. Then a hand shot out, seizing my wrist and yanking me back so fast I stumbled. And there he was. Ryker. Eyes wild. Confused. Betrayed. Hurt. And absolutely furious. Kara. Who the hell are you? He thundered. Voice cutting through the rain like a blade. His grip was bruising. Furious. And I winced as I ripped my arm free. It doesn't matter. I gasped. I told you. I don't want you to know me. Well, that's too bad, he snapped. Stepping toward me, he looked feral, unhinged, and for the first time since I'd met him, I felt a flicker of fear, just a flash, but it was enough. He must have seen it, because he stopped, didn't come any closer, just stood there, breathing hard, chest heaving. He dragged a hand through his rain-matted hair, trying to reel himself in. "You owe me some answers," he bit out, voice tight. I didn't say a word. His jaw clenched. "You're not just human," he said, voice rising. "You know about us, our kind, about werewolves, about me, about Lycans." I nodded once, silent, clinging to the lie of being human, because it was the last shield I had. His voice dropped, sharp and venomous. "Then who bit you?" "Kara." A snarl tore from his throat. Was it him, that beta? Why did he say I was in for a good time? What the hell did he mean by that? I said nothing. Couldn't. My throat closed around the words. "Goddess." "Kara," he pleaded, voice cracking under the strain. "Answer me." He stalked toward me, rage and confusion warping every line of his face. "Why the hell do you have bite marks on you?" he demanded. He was in my space now, towering over me, radiating heat and possession, muscles tensed, trembling under the weight of everything he didn't understand. But beneath it all, I could feel it. His pain, his confusion. "You shouldn't have any," he yelled, raw and guttural. "Because you're mine, my mate," I whispered, lifting my chin to meet his eyes. The words struck like lightning. The writhing beast inside him paused. I saw it in the way his body softened, just slightly, how his jaw worked, struggling for control. Then he reached for me, gentle, but urgent. One hand slid around my back, pulling me to him. Chest to chest, he breathed me in. Once, twice, trying to steady himself, like I was the only thing keeping him from shattering. "You know about mates too," he whispered, barely able to say it. The words weren't angry now, just wounded, accusing in the way only betrayal can be, the sound of an animal that realized it had just been tricked by the hand it trusted. "So why did you push me away?" His voice edged with heartbreak. "Why did you lie? Why did you pretend you didn't know what we are? When you knew we were destined, fated." Those words hit a nerve. I shoved him. Hard. Harder than any normal human should have been able to. He stepped back. Stunned. "Destiny, fate." I barked a bitter laugh, my voice shaking. "Reject that, that's what gave me these." I jabbed a trembling finger at my side where the scars still lived. Buried, but never forgotten. I was young, lonely, in love with a werewolf. And you know how that ended. My voice cracked around the memory. So no more letting fate write my story. Tears stung the corners of my eyes. I want to choose. Ryker, choose who I love, who I give my heart to. I want to be in control of my own fate for once. And you, my voice faltered. You want me. But you don't even know me. I don't know you, he roared, throwing his hands out. That's completely untrue. Kara, just because you haven't given me a chance, don't think for a second that means I don't see you. He was pacing now, raw sincerity pouring out of him with every word. You think I haven't been paying attention just because we've shared intense intimacy and pretended that's all it was. His voice was rough now, desperate. I know you're brilliant. You don't study much. Not really. But you still score higher than everyone else. In class. You quietly mouth the answers like they're obvious. Like your mind's already 10 steps ahead. A breath. A pause. You're kind. Protective. Selfless in ways I don't think you even realize. Yesterday when that kid was bleeding out, you didn't wait for someone else to step in. You didn't freeze. You just moved. Like saving him was instinct. He looked at me then, eyes searching mine. You hum when you think no one's listening. Get lost in music like it's the only thing tethering you to the present. And when you dance, it's like watching someone catch fire from the inside out. Another breath. And at the fair, up on the Ferris wheel, When you looked out at the moon and the stars, you grinned like you belonged up there too, like the sky somehow recognized you. He let out a quiet laugh, almost disbelieving. And your aim? Dead on. Every carnival game. The second I got even close to beating you, something in you shifted. That spark lit up your eyes. Your real smile came out. The one with dimples. The one I've never been able to forget. He stopped, swallowed hard. You didn't just want the challenge. You thrived on it. You come alive when someone pushes you. When someone matches you. It's like you've been waiting for it your whole damn life. He met my gaze, unwavering and fierce. This is our first real conversation, and I already know all that, so don't tell me I don't know you, don't tell me I haven't seen you. My heart cracked open as the truth of everything he'd said hit me hard. It hadn't even been 2 weeks since I first laid eyes on Ryker. And somehow, he was right. He must have been watching, studying, every little thing about me. And God's, that made my phoenix react strongly. That made me want to touch him, kiss him, apologize for every wall I'd thrown up between us. I took a step forward, and he looked almost relieved. Like somehow, he'd finally gotten through to me. As if he'd been holding his breath for days and could finally exhale. He stepped closer, calmer now, cupping my cheek gently. With so much tenderness it nearly brought me to my knees. I leaned into it. And this time, it wasn't my phoenix pushing me toward him. It was me, Kara, because somehow, against all odds, he was cracking the walls I'd spent years building, forcing me to confront everything I'd been trying so hard to suppress. The truth I hadn't dared name, that I wanted to know him like he knew me. I wanted to know who Ryker was. Kara, he breathed. I know your past was hard, that you learned about our kind too young, that you lost someone you loved. I know you're scared of letting anyone in. He brushed his thumb over my cheek, voice soft but certain, but I'm not going anywhere. This bond, it's real. It's unbreakable. I was made for you, and I will never ever stop wanting you. And just like that, he ruined it. Because that's what they all said. They were made for me. They'd never stop wanting me. And that's exactly what destroyed us. Every single time. Suddenly, the blazing fire in me, the aching need I'd almost surrendered to, was snuffed out by a cold, familiar dread. That sharp-edged truth that lived deep in my bones, that my love was a curse, that my love killed. He looked at me like I was the answer to something he'd been searching for his entire life. But all I could do was look back, breaking, because I knew what loving me meant, and I was terrified of doing that to him. I was crying before I could stop it. Silent tears rolling down my face. His hand went to wipe them away. But I flinched, pulled back. That's what terrifies me, I whispered, my voice broken and crushed. You terrify me? His eyes widened as he took in my words. He looked devastated, like I had visibly struck him. He didn't know what I meant, why I was so scared. How could he? We hadn't even talked. Not really. We'd just shared intense physical passion, and now I was feeling things, real things. Things I was never supposed to feel again. It was too much. I needed space. I needed to protect us. Protect him. Protect my heart too. But the words wouldn't come. They tangled in my throat. Too heavy to speak. All I could do was move. So I took a step back. Then another. Tears blurring my vision. My soul cracking open. The pain of the bond ringing in my ears. And I ran. Back through the woods. Back to the venue. Caught the first taxi I could, and when I reached my dorm, I collapsed onto the bed. I curled in on myself like I could hold the pieces together, and I sobbed, until my throat was raw, until the silence was worse than the screaming, until there was nothing left in me to give. All I could do was stand there, frozen and wounded. As she disappeared into the woods, I was in shock, pure, visceral shock, at everything. I'd gotten the answers I'd been searching for. We'd had the conversation we needed. Just not in the way I imagined. Because she knew what we were, what the bond meant. this whole time, and she still chose to walk away. Pain, rage, desperation, it all exploded out of me. I let out a roar that ripped through the night like thunder, loud enough to shake the trees. My beast couldn't take it. He surged forward. The shift came violently, shredding my clothes, bones snapping, muscles tearing and reforming, fur bursting through skin as the animal inside claimed me without hesitation. And I ran, fast, hard, wild, through branches and brush, over rocks and rivers, the wind slicing through my fur. By the time I reached our house, hours had passed. My body was intact, but my heart felt like it had been skinned alive. I lunged through the open window of my room, landing hard as I shifted back, fur retreating, bones realigning, skin slick with sweat. I grabbed a pair of sweats and dragged them on as I made my way downstairs, every muscle trembling. I needed to think, to process, to figure out what I was supposed to do now. But when I reached the kitchen, the world felt like it had shifted sideways. The pack had just come home from the party, laughing, talking, casual, happy. "How was the summit for you guys?" I asked gruffly, trying to fake composure long enough to keep my head from exploding. "It was great," Talia chirped, way too cheerful for my current state. "Good food," Kai added with a shrug. "Pack dynamics are the same as always. Nothing abnormal. Similar pecking order. Same tensions." Hunter nodded in agreement, arms crossed as he leaned back and fixed his gaze on me. "You notice anything?" Or, Astrid chimed in with a smirk. "Did someone get a little distracted?" And then came Jackson, the final match to the powder keg. "Saw you and Kara disappear into the woods," he said, that cocky grin stretching across his face. The two lovebirds finally a pair. And that was it. I snapped. I threw the glass I had been holding. It exploded against the wall. The kitchen table was next. I flipped it hard. It crashed to the floor, splintering on impact, broken and useless. Then my fist slammed into the granite counter. A sharp crack split the air. The stone gave way. So did my knuckles. Blood welled up. But I didn't care. I didn't feel a damn thing. Everyone stared. "So..." "I'm guessing it didn't go well," Jackson muttered. "No, it did not go well," I snarled, pacing like a caged animal, barely keeping another shift at bay. "She knows," I snapped. "About us. About what we are." Talia's face lit up with hope. "That's weight. That's good. Right. Sure." I bit out. "Except she also knows about our mating bond. And she still won't give in." The shock hit them. What Kai said. Blinking. Why the hell would she do that? The words tasted bitter coming out. Her past. I growled, voice low and rough. That soulmate story she told us. About her lover. He was a wolf. That's how she knows about us. How she got those scars. His marks. I hated even saying it. And you all remember how that story ended. The room fell into stillness as everyone recalled what she'd told us. But Hunter started carefully, brows drawn. "If that's true, then she knows Lycans aren't like wolves. She must. We're stronger, faster. Hell, our bond is unbreakable, unrejectably." I cut in. "Yeah. Try telling that to the look in her eyes." I stared at the floor, jaw clenched so tight it hurt, thinking back to the one conversation that actually meant something. Our first real talk, if you could even call it that. Aside from the intense intimacy, the passion, the heat, our first real conversation was a fight. A brutal, broken fight. And then I said it. The words that had been eating me alive ever since. She said. I swallowed hard, the words catching in my throat like shards of glass. She said that I terrified her. The room went still. No one breathed. No one moved. She said that to me. My voice dropped, each word dripping with heartbreak, and in that moment, I wished she'd stabbed me instead. Because hearing that cut deeper than any blade ever could. Do you know what that feels like? I looked at each of them. Hearing your mate say that to you. Astrid stepped toward me, eyes shimmering with unspoken emotion. Ry, she murmured, placing a comforting hand on my shoulder. I can't imagine, Kai said quietly, running a hand over his face as he exchanged a look with Talia. Hunter shook his head slowly, as if trying to absorb the blow himself. She might just need time, Astrid said gently, to process everything. But Kara will come around. She's strong, fierce, just like you. I met her, Haza. She'll find her way back to you, she said, each word full of conviction. I nodded, needing to believe her, needing something to hold on to, because the ache in my chest wouldn't let up. Goddess. She'd hurt me. Deep. When she said she was afraid of me, it didn't just sting. It broke something. Because out there, on the battlefield, fear is power. It keeps you alive, keeps your enemies at bay. But from her, it felt like she reached into my chest and ripped out something sacred, tore out everything I had been fighting for. And how the hell was I supposed to turn that into love, into trust? How was I supposed to show her that behind all the teeth and temper, there was someone who'd never hurt her, that I wasn't going to scar her the way love had before? And yet, even as she spoke those words, I could have sworn I saw it. The cracks spidering through the walls of her heart. There'd been a flicker in her eyes when I told her how much I cared, how much I noticed. Like some part of her, buried deep, wanted me too, even if it scared her, maybe. Instead of being the beast, she thought I was the one who terrified her, and who wanted to hunt her to the ends of the earth. I needed to do the opposite. Defy every instinct I had. Not chase her heart, but lay siege to it. I'd already said what I needed to say. Now I just had to wait until her walls gave in and crumbled on their own, because the bond would do the rest. It would ache. So deep, so savage and unrelenting, that it would hollow us both out from the inside, turn those hairline cracks into ruin, until she had no choice but to answer it. So I would wait, patient and aching, for her to come to me, for fate to tip the scales, to force her hand. I could do that. For us. For her. Anything for her. But this waiting was going to be excruciating. To say I wasn't looking forward to Monday would have been the understatement of the century. I had been dreading it. I'd spent all of Sunday unwell, because what I said to Ryker wasn't rejection. It was obliteration. And sure, maybe I couldn't technically reject a Lycan mate. But gods. It felt like I had. Like I'd taken a blade to the bond and just started sawing. Something in me cracked when I told him I was afraid. Not just emotionally, physically. It was as if my bones shattered all at once under the weight of my own truth. My body mourned it, and the aftermath made me sick to my stomach. A part of me wanted to undo everything I'd said, but also, not really. Because it was the truth. He did terrify me. Terrified me in how deeply he already controlled me. How drawn to him I was. At the fair. The way he looked at me. Asked simple, meaningless questions. And yet, every time he spoke, I wanted more. I loved the sound of his voice. Loved the curiosity he tried to hide beneath it. He asked questions I pretended I didn't want to answer. And then, that night, after everything, the way he held me. Not to fix me. Not to save me. Just to be there. And finally, yesterday, his words weren't just sweet, they were real. Measured. Meant. And the worst part, I believed them. That was the true danger. Because as much as I tried to deny it, I'd been edging myself toward a slow, beautiful tragedy. And last night was the tipping point. Because now, it wasn't just the phoenix in my blood that longed for him. It was me. Kara, the girl who swore she'd never do this again. And if I stayed near him, God's help me, if I even saw him again, I knew I'd cave. Fully. Irrevocably. Avoiding him was the only option now. At least until I could think clearly through the fog of pain and figure out what to do next. So I kept my head down. In class. I retreated to the farthest corner, isolating myself as if distance from other Lycans and wolves might shield me. But I could feel their eyes. Astrid, Talia, Jackson, all watching me. And when the bell finally rang, I barely made it 2 steps before I heard Astrid's voice behind me. Kara, wait up. Then I felt her hand closing around my arm. I turned, fumbling for an excuse. Something to explain why I'd gone completely radio silent for the last 24 hours. But she didn't give me the chance. She just pulled me into a hug. Tight, solid, heartfelt. And when she pulled back, her smile was warm. Goddess, I'm so relieved you know about us, she said, eyes bright. Me too, Talia beamed, practically bouncing on her toes. Me 3, Jackson added, grinning as he leaned in like he was sharing classified intel. Now we can finally talk about all the intense Lycan stuff we do. I let out a breath I hadn't even realized I'd been holding. Thank goodness Ryker had told them. Because right now I didn't have the strength to explain any of it myself. Still, their reaction caught me off guard. I'd expected what? A little resentment, frustration, at least some anger for keeping them in the dark. Maybe especially on Ryker's behalf. Wait, you're not mad, I asked. Genuinely confused. Talia shook her head. Honestly, we're more relieved than anything, she said thoughtfully. She glanced down the hallway, then back at me, her voice dropping. My first week on campus. A girl caught me mid-shift. I'd lost control during a full moon. She panicked, screamed demon dog. Tried to film it. It took weeks to clean up that mess. She offered a faint smile, but her tone held weight. So we get that our world can be. A lot. Her gaze lingered on me just a second longer. Especially for your kind. And that was the only silver lining in all of this. That somehow, even after everything, I'd managed to hold my human facade together. Just barely. That's why it's kind of nice. Honestly, Jackson added, arms crossed, knowing we don't have to tiptoe around you anymore. But also, his brow arched, eyes narrowing, teasing, but pointed. Seriously, you just pretended for a year. He raised his hands. Like, you chose Blackthorn. You had to know it was basically Wolf Central. And you didn't say anything, why keep it from us for so long? Astrid elbowed him. Hard. Her glare full of that classic warning. What he hissed. Rubbing his ribs. It's a valid question. She squeezed my shoulder in part apology, part affection. I swallowed the ache rising in my chest. It's because I was, and still am, afraid of repeating it. I said quietly, my past. I hesitated, then added, I'm sure Ryker filled you in. They nodded. And somehow that made it better and worse all at once. Is that why you told him Astrid started? Then bit her tongue. I gave a small, wordless tilt of my head. She didn't need to repeat it. She exhaled softly. Well, whatever happens between you two, just remember, you still have us. She reached over and laced her fingers with mine. I blinked, startled a bit by the gesture. She gave me a small smile. He may be a Lycan, Kara, but you're still our girl. Always. I looked down at our intertwined fingers. You guys really aren't mad, I asked again. I mean, that I practically rejected Ryker, Jackson cut in dryly. His expression flat. Voice full of playful drama. The sting hit instantly. All I can say is, you must have. Like, celestial tier standards. Kara, Jackson said, hands gesturing wildly for emphasis, because if it's not him, like who's left? A demigod. The personification of darkness with an impressive physique. The embodiment of mortality knocking on your door. Pretty sure even in our corner of the world, those guys are off the market. He was joking, but he had no idea how close he was to the truth. Then Jackson stepped closer, placing both hands on my shoulders, and looked at me, really looked at me. This time there was no sass, no smirk, Just something steady in his eyes. Whatever your standards are, he said, his voice lower now. Sincere. I hope Ryker meets them. Someday. Then, without warning, he pulled me into a hug. Because whether you're running from him or healing from your past, he'll wait. Kara, he murmured. He's your mate. He exhaled a soft, wistful breath. That's kind of what we do. Stubborn individuals. The lot of us. He pulled back. Just enough to meet my eyes. There was a beat of silence. A flicker of something real. And then, because Jackson physically cannot let a heartfelt moment breathe, his signature cocky grin made its triumphant return. But in the meantime, while you and Mr. Tall, dark, and growly work out your epic love saga complete with angsty glances, unresolved tension, and post-intimacy emotional avoidance, I'll be over here, trying to fail this next test. A small grin cracked through the haze of my pain, bubbling up from somewhere I didn't think I still had access to. Jackson. Talia sighed, shaking her head with the kind of fond exasperation only he could earn. I gave you color-coded notes and flashcards. What exactly were you doing last night instead of studying? He raised a finger dramatically. Who? Darling. Not what. Women are not objects. They are divine chaos in hot lipstick, and they wreck my GPA. But I'll gladly accept their punishment with open arms. He threw an arm around her shoulders, grinning wide as they sauntered off down the hall. Already bickering, Astrid lingered behind, rolling her eyes, but clearly fighting a smile. She glanced at me, her tone softening. Look, we all get that you and Ryker are still figuring things out, she said gently, but if you ever want to talk about it, I'm here. Okay. I nodded, throat tight. Then she gave my hand a quick, comforting squeeze before jogging to catch up with the others. Their ridiculous, unwavering loyalty was unexpected, sweet, and for reasons I couldn't quite explain. It eased the sharpest edges of last night's wounds. Because just for a moment, I didn't feel completely alone. She spent the next month avoiding me, and honestly, I had to give her credit, because she was phenomenal at sneaking around. But her absence was also destroying me. The longer she stayed away, the worse it got. At first, it was a slow burn, a low throb beneath my skin. But as weeks passed, that ache turned savage. It felt like I was burning alive from the inside out, like the bond was molten lava under my skin, eating through me cell by cell, nerve by nerve. She'd stopped coming to lunch, started weaving around me at school, and steered clear of the pack house whenever I was there. I knew I needed to give her space, to wait. But that didn't stop me from wanting to know what she'd been up to. So I asked around, casually. At first, Astrid and Talia said they still saw her. Jackson, too. I never imagined I'd live to see the day I was actually jealous of Jackson. But there I was, grinding my teeth every time I heard his name leave their lips in the same breath as hers. I caught whispers of Kara here and there, a trace of her scent lingering in the hallway, the ghost of her voice in the wind. And every time, my body reacted. My beast surged forward, hungry and desperate. Snarling at the loss, my chest would tighten, my fists would clench. Pain would ripple through me, and all I could think was mine. Where is she? The bond tethered us together like a string stretched too tight, always pulling. But it didn't snap. It just hurt. And I knew she was hurting too. I felt it, in the quiet hours, when the pack house went still and I was left alone with my thoughts. I could sense it through the bond, even though we weren't officially mated yet. When her emotions flared strong enough, they bled into me the guilt, the fear, the war inside her. But lately, there was something new. Want. She was starting to let herself truly want me. Maybe because the pain had worn her down. Maybe because she just couldn't fight it anymore. But whatever the reason, it was real. A flicker in the dark, but very much real. And goddess, I had to believe that want would win out, because it was the only thing that kept me from going to her. from breaking down her door and begging her to just see me. I knew she was doing this to give herself freedom, a choice. But in our world, we didn't get choices like that. The bond didn't wait for timing or healing. It didn't care if we were ready. It just was. And it was wrecking me as much as it was breaking her. I tried to keep up with my duties. Rogue patrols. Territory updates. I even tried to chase down that beta from the Convergence Summit to get more information on Kara. But I couldn't focus. I could barely function. My body was here. But my mind, my soul, they were all tuned to her. She outweighed protocol, orders, responsibility, everything. So eventually, I had to let it go. Hand off the rogue investigation to the other generals. I told myself it was temporary, just long enough to keep the pain from swallowing me whole. Even still, I hated stepping back when every instinct whispered that something big was coming, that we were running out of time. But I had to trust the others could handle it, had to believe the threat could wait. Just a little while longer, until she came back to me. And she would. The bond would pull her home. Goddess. It had to. I knew how to disappear when I needed to. How to move through shadows. Blend in. Slip through cracks unseen. But dodging Ryker, that was different. That wasn't just hard. It was excruciating. Not just because my phoenix wanted him, craved him with every breath, but because, deep down, I did too. And the pain of staying away cut deeper than I ever expected. It started as a low hum beneath my skin. Tight. Uncomfortable. But manageable. I could feel the bond fraying. My phoenix growing restless. Crying for him in every quiet moment. And by the end of the first week, the ache had sharpened into something piercing and bitter. My body buzzed with tension. The bond pulsing like a wound that wouldn't clot. I began to fracture in places I couldn't hide. I lost time. Lost focus. The world dulled at the edges. By mid-month, the pain stopped coming in waves and simply settled into a constant, all-consuming reality. It tore at me from the inside out. Feral and wild. Like fire in my veins. I couldn't think straight. Couldn't breathe without choking on it. My nerves were shredded. Every second a self-inflicted punishment, and the worst part, the only thing that gave me even a hint of relief, was the thought of him. Ryker. His voice. His touch. The strength in his arms. The way pleasure unfurled under his hands. How safe I felt wrapped in him. But thinking about that only made the need for him. The want for him. Worse. It amplified the longing, the ache, the unbearable pull. If I thought about him, it hurt. If I didn't, it still hurt. There was no winning, just suffering, a constant month of suffering that had felt like decades. And now, tonight, the pain was too much. It wasn't just unbearable. It was blinding, mind-numbing, so consuming I couldn't even sleep through it. All I could do was curl around my pillow, clutching it until my knuckles went white, as if I could compress the agony, force it back down. Gods. It almost felt worse than losing my second mate, worse than dying, and I knew what that felt like. I wasn't sure I could live like this. Then the thought hit dark, sharp, and terrifyingly clear. I didn't have to. I could end it. End me, like I did before. I could break the bond, make it stop. No more aching, no more questions, no more him. My hand slid to my chest, trembling, fingers brushing the place where the pain pulsed the hardest. My heart, the center of everything that hurt. I closed my eyes and dug my nails into my chest, pressed until it stung, until I swore the skin would split beneath my fingertips. One more breath, one more flicker of will, and I'd be clawing it out. But then, what if that wasn't the end? What if fate, cruel, smug, twisted as ever, just circled back and bound me to Ryker all over again, or worse? What if she gave me to someone else, just to make me go through all of this another time? History may not repeat itself, but it rhymes, and I could feel the verse tightening, spiraling in around me like a noose. The same patterns, the same pain, The same story, just dressed in new skin. Because no matter what, I'd be waiting for it all to fall apart again. For the knife I knew was coming. And that truth cracked something deep within me. A scream tore free from my throat. Raw and primal. I hurled my pillow across the room, raked my hands through my hair, grabbed fistfuls and pulled. Like I could rip the ache out by the roots, I screamed again. Louder. Harsher. Until my throat burned. Until the sound scraped against everything broken inside me. Then, suddenly, I stilled, surrounded by the wreckage of tangled sheets. Chest heaving, limbs trembling, my body bruised by emotion. And through the agony came unforgiving clarity. Running won't fix this. Won't fix me. It never would, no matter how badly I wanted that to be true. I didn't have a choice. I had to face it. Face him. I was terrified of what we were, of what it meant, but fear wasn't an escape hatch. It was a cage. And if I kept letting it hold me, I'd rot behind its bars for eternity. I couldn't keep fighting us. And honestly, I didn't have it left in me. So there was only one option remaining: fight for us. Even if it meant waking up every day with my heart jammed into my throat and my soul trembling beneath my skin. I moved slowly. Like my body didn't quite believe me yet. Like it still expected me to buckle under the weight of it all. But I sat up, swung my legs over the edge of the bed, gripped the mattress like it was the last solid thing in my life. And that's when the thoughts came flooding back. The "you'll only get hurt again." The "he'll leave you." They clawed at me until the tears came. Hot and silent. The kind of crying that didn't shake my shoulders or echo with sobs. Just pain. Ancient. Hollow. Pouring from my bones like blood. But I wiped them away. Because this time, the tears didn't end in collapse. They ended in resolve. I'd been naive. Idealistic. When I should have known better after 3 lifetimes. I'd wasted precious time running, begging fate for mercy, when I should have been fighting for a chance at our survival. And now, fate's hourglass was nearly empty. But with whatever time remained, if I had any hope of choosing my own destiny, I had to seize it. That's when the anger hit. Not reckless rage, but something sharper, honed like a blade forged in grief, because I'd survived lifetimes of guilt, loneliness, heartbreak, pain, and I could do it, one last time, because this time, I was coming for her, for everything she stole from me, for everything she made me endure, for every scar she carved into my soul like it belonged to her. She thought cornering me with this bond would break me, that she could shove me to the edge, strip me raw, and I'd fold. But I reject that. Fate. You want me to love him? Fine. I will. You want me to accept your mark is coming, your leash? Fine. I'll take that too. But before Ryker brands me, I'll make sure he's the last. My final bond. My final love. One way or another. Through spells. Through blood. Through ancient, buried magic no one dares to touch. If it exists, I'll find it. I grabbed my jacket with trembling hands. My phoenix a thunderstorm in my veins. My heart pounded. Not just from fear. Not just from fury. But from the pain of everything I was still carrying. It licked at my ribs. Coiled around my spine. And pressed against my lungs like a cage of barbed wire. But I stood up anyway. And I walked. Out of my dorm. Into the night. Every step a war cry. Toward the only place every burning, broken part of me wanted to be toward him. I stood in front of his house. Breathless. I was standing on the edge of a cliff. I hesitated. And the door flung open. Ryker stood there. Hair wild. Eyes blazing. He looked how I felt. It hurts. I choked out in a broken life. Angry sob. He moved instantly. Hands cradling my face. Kara, what hurts? Are you bleeding? Tell me who I need to kill. The bond. I gasped. The goddamned bond. Ryker. It's tearing me apart. I thought hiding made me strong. That resisting made me free, but all it did was leave me empty. Broken. Angry. and it hurt. He didn't move. It hurt us both, and I'm so sorry for everything. I thought if I forced enough distance, it would fade. But I couldn't stop myself. I met his eyes, and the words poured out. And the truth is, that's what terrifies me about you. That when you touch me, I feel alive. Like I want to know every part of you. I want to be with you. Ryker. All of you. He moved instantly, his hand catching my wrist, yanking me against him. There was no explosion, only that stare. Intense. Unreadable. You want to be with me, he repeated, like he couldn't trust his own ears. You weren't afraid of me, he said slowly. You were afraid of what you felt all along, afraid of giving in. He paused. But now, you want this, us. I nodded, unable to speak. Say it again, he demanded. I looked up, meeting his eyes as tears spilled freely. I want you, I whispered, each word trembling, but real. Relief broke across his face, pure and radiant. Thank the goddess. He breathed, voice cracking as he pulled me in. He buried his face in the curve of my neck. I want you too. Kara, he murmured. I've wanted every part of you since the second I saw you. His eyes shimmered, laid bare with emotion. He smiled, not a smirk, a real smile. The warmth of it scorched straight through me, turning the desire I had buried into a fierce urge. An intense arousal surged so fast I gasped. He could smell it. How badly I wanted him. I grabbed his collar, yanked him down, and kissed him, soft for half a breath, then rough. The need rolled through me like a tidal wave. He met me with everything he had. His mouth was fierce and claiming. His hand tangled in my hair. My hips were already shifting against him. His breath was ragged when I finally tore my mouth away. I want you, I rasped, rough with need. Right now, his answer came in a growl. Then he lifted me, hands gripping under my thighs. He kicked the door open without looking. Goddess. Finally. Jackson muttered from the couch. Ryker broke the kiss just long enough to let out a low warning sound. Squeals erupted behind us. Astrid and Talia. Hunter and Kai exchanged knowing grins. Ryker's gaze stayed locked on mine as he carried me up the stairs. The second we crossed the threshold of his room, he turned. Pinning me to the door, he lowered me to the floor. But his touch didn't stop. He stripped me down. He kissed my neck. His mouth grazed the hollow of my collarbone, and I felt his jaw flex, his teeth beginning to lengthen. Suddenly, I grabbed his face and forced him to look at me. Ryker, I said, breathless but serious. I don't want you springing the mating bite on me. Ever. Not without my permission. Not yet. He didn't respond right away. Just stared at me. Breath ragged. Like he was at war with himself. Promise me, I said. You wait here now. His eyes roamed over every inch of my exposed skin. Then finally, he gave a tight nod. I promise. He managed. I closed the distance between us and kissed him. But don't confuse restraint for reluctance. Handsome, I murmured. Just because I'm not ready for your mark yet doesn't mean I don't want you. My fingers threaded into his hair. Because I do. I want all of you. Ryker. Every inch. Every thought. Every breath. I want your hands on my skin. Your mouth on my throat. Your body with mine. So deep I forget every reason I ever ran. I dragged my mouth across his jaw, then whispered against his skin, make me yours anyway. That did it. He snarled, feral and unhinged, and tore his shirt over his head. He grabbed me and guided me onto the bed. The scent of him wrapped around me instantly. He climbed over me with powerful intensity. He gripped my hips and removed my underwear. Then his fingers explored me. I gasped, hips jerking as he stroked. My body quivered. A moan slipped free as I arched into him. Please, Ryker, I whimpered. He knew. His fingers pulled free, wet and glistening, and without breaking eye contact. He brought them to his mouth. Please, I breathed again, more desperate now. I need you. He quickly removed his pants, and then I felt him, the hard tip of him pressing against me. He kissed me. Intense and consuming. He pushed inside, stretching me delightfully. Hurry. He groaned, his voice breaking against my lips. I bucked my hips, dragging him deeper. I flipped us, straddling him and taking control. I sank down hard, fully embracing him. A broken moan tore from my throat. Kara, he gritted out. I moved. Slow. Intentional. Goddess. He choked out. You're gonna kill me like this. He started moving with me, matching every thrust. Ryker, I gasped, the world going white behind my eyes. His jaw tightened. Hitting that sensitive spot, I shattered, pleasure tearing through me. I screamed his name, nails scoring down his chest. He slowed, panting hard. But he wasn't done. His gaze locked on mine. That was the most intense thing I've ever seen. Still reeling, I dragged in a breath and let a wicked smile curve across my lips. Then what are you waiting for? I breathed. Do it again. Harder. That was all it took. With a growl, he flipped me onto my back, crashing his mouth into mine as he drove into me. No restraint, no mercy, just primal, savage hunger. Every brutal thrust, every gasp, I took it all. I moaned into his kisses, wrapping my legs around him, dragging him deeper. His thrusts turned wild. Then suddenly, he slowed. You're mine, he growled. Say it. My breath hitched. His hand slid to my jaw. Say it. Kara, he ordered, punctuated by a slow, devastating thrust. I need to hear you say it. He groaned. I choked the words out. I'm yours. I gasped. I'm yours. Ryker. And that broke him. He intensified his movements. An ecstasy detonated inside me. A cry ripped from my throat, but he caught it with his mouth. His final, deep movement caused a low, guttural groan to escape him. Then he broke the kiss. Panting, one hand rose to my face, tracing my cheek. He kissed me again, slower, softer this time. A final shudder passed through him as he gently pulled out, then eased beside me, drawing me into the heat of his body. I'm yours too, Kara, he whispered tenderly, and I just smiled, melting into his touch. I finally slipped into sleep, completely, utterly. Well, almost. I woke up tangled in his sheets, skin bare, body still humming with the echoes of last night's connection. Ryker stirred behind me, pulling me deeper into the furnace of his body. He kissed the curve of my shoulder, but when his teeth grazed me in a teasing nip, a jolt of panic cracked through the haze of morning desire. I twisted in his arms suddenly and pressed my hand firmly over his mouth. Ryker, you promised, I began. He caught my hand, threading our fingers together, and then he rolled us over, pinning me beneath him. Don't worry. Beautiful, he murmured. I remember what I said last night. His mouth trailed kisses. Just as long as you know, he whispered. You're mine, forever. He grinned as he kissed me again. I loved this, the way he touched me like I was precious, and the way he gave me space. Even when I could feel the wild part of him straining at the leash to mark me, I was absolutely, hopelessly in love with this, and I was his in every way. Well, except one. The mark. But I had a plan. Back in Connor's pack, there had been whispers about a witch, one who could forge new bonds with unmarked wolves. Tampering with bonds wasn't just forbidden, it was blasphemy. No magic, they said, was stronger than fate, so, of course, I had never believed a single word of it. But now, belief was all I had left, and I needed this witch to exist. Maybe I was delusional. But right now I didn't care about superstition or sacred laws, or that Ryker would be furious when he found out. Because if he knew I was trying to interfere with the bond the moon goddess gifted him, he'd mark me then and there. Just to stop me. And my inner nature hated it too. She wanted to show him that we wanted his mark, and I wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. So, starting today, I'd begin the search. I'd investigate, plan, strategize. As for Connor, I wasn't about to go crawling back for more information. Something about that interaction had left a gut-deep unease that I couldn't shake. I was on my own for this. I'd dig through every whisper I once ignored, and I'd follow the trail of broken stories and buried secrets into something real, so that when Ryker inevitably bit me, my death wouldn't destroy him. And once it was done, once the danger passed, I'd tell him everything. Goddess. Last night she had said it so calmly, like it didn't take every ounce of control I had not to claim her right then and there. Especially during intimacy. That was when it was the hardest. The most primal. My instincts screamed to make her mine in the most permanent way possible. But I was trying. Trying to respect her boundaries. For the first time, she chose me. And I wasn't about to scare her away. Now she wanted to be with me. And that was progress. But I didn't know how much longer I could hold out. Most Lycans were marked within hours of finding their person. The bond demands it, but not with her. With her, I had to pretend I wasn't dying a little every second she didn't bear my mark. I had to bite back the urge literally every single time. But I didn't say any of that. Instead, I leaned in and kissed her, because she'd finally given in to the bond to us. We were still riding the high of last night. And with her past, of course, she'd want to take it slow. They grew up believing their lives were finite. And the thought of eternity, for most, it scared the hell out of them. So if my girl needed time, if she needed to be courted, dated, loved slow and worshipped soft before she let me sink my teeth into her, so be it. I'd wine and dine her, tease her, edge her until she was soaked in need and trembling from it. Because after everything I'd been through, this her was heaven. And waiting to mark her, this was just extended anticipation. So I smirked against her neck and let my lips blaze a trail down to the spot that always made her gasp. And I kissed her there like a brand. Because even if she wasn't ready to be bitten yet, I knew she would be. Soon. Very soon. With every kiss, every touch, every profound, possessive moment of intimacy that reminded her who said she belonged to. And when she was ready, I'd know. I'd ask if I could mark her. And she wouldn't just say yes. She'd beg for it. So we dated over the next month. And it was the best damn time of my life. We laughed. We hiked. We studied. She'd ask me question after question about Lycan culture. With genuine, wide-eyed curiosity. And I told her everything. About Hunter. How he was next in line to be king. About me. How I served as a general for the Lycan king. I told her we were a rare breed. Immortal. But nearly extinct. I told her about the recent drop in rogue activity, and how I believed it wasn't a lull, but a warning, that they were planning something big, something tied to the throne, and that I needed to get back to investigating it soon. And the whole time, she just listened, quiet, focused, present. I had so many questions for her too, but I held back, because right now, all I wanted was for her to feel safe with me. We had eternity together. She started staying over more and more, until eventually my bed just was her bed too. And every night was pure ecstasy. Long, breathless hours of tangled limbs, deep kisses. We couldn't get enough of each other. And the mornings, they were a whole different kind of heaven. She'd perch on the kitchen counter wearing nothing but my oversized t-shirt, and I'd make pancakes while she snuck bites of batter and stole kisses. Then we'd take lazy drives. We talked for hours. And tonight, we had the house to ourselves. The movie we were watching had ended. Well, that was rude, I muttered. I was promised a feel-good ending. I mean, seriously, after everything they went through. They just die who writes this stuff. She let out a soft scoff. Well, that's life sometimes. isn't it? Yeah, maybe. But still, I really thought they'd make it. After all that fighting, all that love. They earned peace. She looked up at me then. Wow, look at you, she said, smirking. Didn't take you for the romantic type. Why, because I rip throats out for a living? She grinned. I don't know. I just figured the big bad Lycan General had a thing for tragic endings. I shrugged, smiling. Maybe I used to. But even bloodthirsty warriors want a happily ever after. That pulled a laugh from her. Her gaze drifted back to the screen. She drew in a slow breath. Well, sorry to break it to you, handsome, but not everyone gets a happy ending. Even if they fight with everything they've got, she murmured. Even if they give all they are. There was something in her tone that pulled my attention. Kara, I said, reaching out to touch her face. Are we still talking about the movie? Or something else? She looked at me. Vulnerable, but then she blinked, pulled back, and forced a small, tight smile. It's nothing. Just, the ending got to me too. That's all. Before I could, she slid closer into my lap. Let's talk about something else instead, she said. Like, how old are you? Really, I just realized I never actually asked. The weight of what had passed over her didn't vanish. But not tonight. Not when I was leaving tomorrow. Duty called. I already told you, I said, voice low and smug. 22. Don't tell me you forgot already. She rolled her eyes. No, she said. I mean your real age, not whatever fake Lycan cover story you've got going. Her body shifted against mine. Why so curious all of a sudden? My voice dropped. You got a thing for older men. She gave me a look. Maybe. Depends how old we're talking. Are you sexy and mysterious? I chuckled low in my throat. Brooding. That what I am to you? She grinned. You've got the whole smoldering, battle-scarred warlord thing down to an art. I caught her hand before she could pull away, brought it to my lips, and kissed each knuckle slowly. I think you're just dodging the question, Ryker. So come on. What's the number? Her voice was soft and daring. Or are you afraid I'll think you're too old to keep up? My smirk turned wicked at the challenge. 37. I replied. She blinked once, then bit her lip, and let out a sultry little hum. Not bad. Not bad, I arched a brow. I mean, it does explain a few things. I tilted my head. Like what? Exactly. She leaned in, close enough that her breath ghosted over my lips. How you move like a man with very practiced hands. My grin curved darker, sharper. So you're saying I've been captivating you like a professional? Well, when you live 37 years, I murmured, tightening my grip on her hips. You learn how to create intense moments the right way. She let out a soft, breathless laugh. You figure out where to press, I whispered, voice thick with heat. How hard? How slow? How deep? What makes someone completely surrender? Her breath hitched again. And when I get back from the palace, I purred, letting my voice drip with dark promise. I'm going to use every profound thing I've ever learned to captivate you. Kara, over and over, until you forget how to say anything but my name. Her lips parted. Oh yeah, she whispered. So what, you're spending winter break building a list of all the ways you're going to please me? I tilted her chin up, our mouths hovering. Beautiful, I rumbled, voice thick with possession. That list started the moment I saw you. Her brow arched. You're a very dangerous man. Ryker, you know that. I growled low. Oh, you have no idea. Then I closed the distance and kissed her like I meant to burn the memory into her skin. But then, suddenly, something tugged at the edge of our bond. Her energy curled inward. She rested her forehead against mine. You're leaving tomorrow, she said, barely audible. There was a trace of sadness in it. And I'll miss you. My chest ached. Kara, I breathed. I'll miss you too, I said, low and honest. It's going to feel like an eternity without you. I kissed her temple. You know I'd bring you if I could. But no humans are allowed inside the palace. It's the law. She nodded. She leaned in and pressed her lips to mine. It was soft, soulful, and when she pulled back, she stared right into the part of me that only she could touch. I love you. Ryker, she whispered, and in that moment my heart stopped. I love you too. Kara. The words came out without missing a beat. Thick with emotion. My inner being roared inside me. Wild and relentless. It wanted to mark her. I needed some part of her. So I kissed her again. This time, it wasn't sweet. It was raw. Wild. She tore off her shirt without a word. The fabric hit the floor. I quickly followed. Her lips found my jaw. Then lower. Her fingers traced my skin. Then she tilted her head and bit me. Her teeth sank into my neck. Breaking skin. My eyes flew open as I sucked in a sharp breath. Pleasure and pain crashing through me. She just marked me. She might not have even realized what she'd done. My inner being howled in triumph. Fangs dropped. Long and aching. But then I felt it. Her shock. Her panic. She scrambled off my lap. Oh my God, I can't believe I just did that. I don't know what came over me. She was scared. I forced myself to move slowly as I reached for her, carefully easing her back into my lap. It's okay. I whispered into her hair. You didn't do anything wrong. Her shoulders were tense. But little by little, she was relaxing back into me. You're my mate. Kara, I managed. That pull you felt, it's natural. Your body's just listening to something deeper. Something true. Don't be afraid of it. I barely bit out. I kissed the hollow beneath her ear. Then lower. Down to the curve of her neck. My fangs dragged across the spot. The one that called to my beast. My canines throbbed with the need to sink in. Her body had already told me everything. She wanted this. She just needed me to ask. Kara. I rasped. Can I mark you? But then no. She said it fast. Too certain. I blinked. Stunned. So you can bite me. But I can't bite you, I snapped. Yes, she shot back instantly. And how the hell is that fair? Because it was a mistake, she cried. I didn't mean to. A mistake, I repeated. That's what you're calling it. My voice was hoarse and dangerous. I pointed at the bite. Well, that wasn't nothing to me. Kara. I know, she choked out. She pushed away from me. I need more time, Ryker. I'm so close. I swear. Just... Not yet. Please. Time. The word tore out of me. I've given you time. A whole month. Kara, do you have any idea what that's been like for me? But now you say you love me. I stared down at her. You love me. And this is what I get. I laughed. Bitter and wrecked. More time, I mean, what more do you need from me? What are you waiting for? Doesn't loving each other count for something? Because to me, it's everything. You hear me, loving you is forever. She didn't say anything. Her silence made me snap. Goddess. Kara, we are forever. My words came out sharp. What the hell is so broken inside you that you can't see that? She gasped. And the tears came. The fury in me died instantly. Regret hit hard. I hated myself. Kara. I didn't mean that. I lost control. I was angry. Hurt, and I'm so sorry. I breathed. I looked at her. Yell at me. Hit me. Anything. Please. Just talk to me. Kara. I was supposed to be her safe place. But in her gaze, I saw the distance. I just need a little more time. Ryker. She repeated, her voice softer than I'd ever heard. Then, before I could speak, she was gone. The door clicked shut behind her. And the pain ripping through my chest, I deserved every jagged piece of it. His words echoed in my head with every step I took toward my dorm. What the heck is so broken inside you that you can't see that I wasn't even crying because I was angry he'd said it? I was crying because he was right. I am broken. Not from something savage or dark. No, I'm broken by love. My own love. And God's. How cruel is that? Yet even still, I do love Ryker. And I loved every stupid, beautiful second of the past month. Every laugh. Every hike. Every puzzle. Every late-night talk. He made me feel alive again. Like I had a heartbeat that belonged to someone else. But I couldn't even look at myself right now. I'd bitten him. The moment he told me he loved me back. My phoenix surged forward and took over. It wasn't just passion. It was that wild part of me I kept buried beneath logic and control. Thank goodness the bite wasn't permanent, though. Which meant fate hadn't closed in on us. Not yet. And the relief that came with that realization nearly knocked me over. Because I was so close. Over the past month. In the hours I wasn't wrapped up in Ryker. I'd been piecing together every scrap of information I could, clue by clue. I was fairly certain I'd finally narrowed down the location of this infamous witch. The one who could change everything. And I just needed these 2 weeks of break to get to her. Because this was my shot. My final chance to fix things. And once I did, Ryker wouldn't just be mad. He'd lose it. Be furious. Feel betrayed. Hurt. Lied to. But we'd have eternity to work through it. Once I saved him from me, I was so lost in the whirlwind of thoughts of Ryker. The plan. The mark. I didn't hear the footsteps. Didn't feel the danger creeping in as a figure stepped out of the shadows. Well. His voice slithered through the silence. Smooth and smug. So you're Kara. I froze. His boots crunched atop the gravel. And when his eyes landed on me, his grin twisted. Ryker's little human mate. He drawled, savoring every word like it tasted sweet on his tongue. Gotta say, I was expecting more of a challenge. Didn't think the moon goddess would pair him with someone so. He tilted his head, eyes raking over me with slow, deliberate disdain. Pitiful. My blood ran cold. He was a Lycan. After spending enough time with my friends. With Ryker. I was sure of it. And not just any Lycan. A rogue. They had a presence. A kind of wrongness to them. Something foul and unnatural. Like rot curdling the air between us. 2 more stepped out behind him. Wolves, big ones. Their eyes gleamed like knives. And my heart launched into my throat as a cruel glint lit his eyes. Looks like it's our lucky night. Boys. I turned too slow. Reached for my power too late. Something cracked against the back of my skull. And then, darkness. I'd been texting her all day while traveling. Begging her to talk to me. No answer. Sleep had been a joke the night before. Restless hours haunted by the cruelty of what I'd said. I was furious with myself. For hurting her, for hurting us. But more than that, I was worried. She'd never gone this long without replying. She knew what silence did to me. What it did to my beast. How he clawed and shredded inside me if he couldn't feel that she was safe. I needed a sign. A word. Anything. By the time I arrived at the palace, nothing else existed. Just Kara. Because in my head, she was everywhere. So I didn't notice the eerie silence, not until it was too late. The second I stepped through the front doors, a silver shackle snapped around my wrist. A surge of magic tore through me. Sharp and invasive. As I was yanked sideways by the chain tethered to it. Their scent hit my lungs like a warning shot. Sharp. Acrid. And wrong. Snapping my mind into battle mode. Rogues. I snarled. Grounding myself in the blood-deep instincts that had kept me alive through 100 battles. My hand grabbed the chain attached to the shackle at my wrist. And I pulled. Hard enough to lift the werewolf on the other end clean off his feet and launch him through the air like a rag doll. He hit me with a crunch. My fist meeting his ribs midair. Crack. He crumpled with a howl. I slammed my elbow down on the back of his neck before he could recover. Pinning him to the floor like a broken dog. I grinned. Briefly, but didn't linger. I felt movement behind me. Another rogue. Closing in fast. I twisted, ducked low, and spun. My foot caught him in the gut and sent him flying into a column with a heavy thud. Stone cracked. He groaned, but didn't rise immediately. I lunged for the first again. But just as my fingers grazed his throat, something cold snapped around my other wrist. Shit. The second shackle sealed tight, and this one pulsed. A sick, steady thrum of power that sank its teeth in deeper. A third rogue stepped back, eyes glinting with triumph. Pain rolled up my arms, molten and ruthless. As the enchantments from both shackles burrowed beneath my skin, I could feel the restraints feeding now, tapping my beast's magic, leeching strength like hungry parasites. But even bound, they knew I was still lethal. They fanned out, each grabbing a chain, trying to pull me apart, divide and contain. I twisted, muscles screaming, and surged forward. One of them didn't move fast enough. His boots screeched across the stone as I pulled him into striking range. His eyes widened. My knee drove into his gut. He folded. I followed with a headbutt that split his brow and sent him sprawling, blood trailing behind him. They thought some basic enchanted shackles were enough to hold me, fools. Yeah. They caught me off guard at the start. I'd been distracted. And sure, these restraints dulled everything, my reflexes. My edge. The voice of the beast within, but I could still rip these people apart. And I was going to destroy them, one by one. Rip their smug little rebellion apart and leave them begging for mercy I would never give. But then I felt a shift in the air. A breath too close. A heartbeat too quiet behind me. I moved. But the magic had already stolen the split second I needed. Snap. A third shackle clamped around my neck. But this one was different. It didn't just burn. It suffocated, like invisible chains coiling tight, gagging me from the inside out, sinking straight into bone. The drain wasn't just physical. It was existential power. Yes. But more than that. Presence. Identity. The primal core of me wrenched wide open. I gasped, sharp and ragged, like I'd been punched through the soul. My knees slammed into the floor with a crack that echoed like a gunshot. Pain screamed down my spine as all three restraints pulled in unison, siphoning everything I was. Like leeches drinking deep from a vein too vital to spare. It was crippling, precise. This wasn't standard restraining magic. No. These shackles were designed, tailored, calibrated for me, for Lycans. This was black market sorcery at its most vile. Built not just for capture, but extraction. The kind of enchantment no sane witch would touch, because they knew the consequences. But how the hell else could they have gotten their hands on something like this? What witch in their right mind would help a rogue? My thoughts raced as they dragged me down the corridor like a prize on a chain. The wounds I'd given them sealed shut. Their bodies already healing. I resisted, snarled, fought every step. But when they shoved me through the doors of the throne room, I stopped. Blood. Everywhere. Staining the marble in wide, irregular arcs. It pooled beneath bodies left where they'd fallen. Guards sprawled in death. Their throats split open. The two generals I'd handpicked to manage the rogue threat were gone too. And the king. He was slumped at the base of his own throne. Head bowed. Chest unmoving. A blade jutting from his gut. Buried to the hilt. The sight. The carnage. Dragged something out of me. Resurrected a ghost I'd buried deep, Hunter's older sister. The memory hit like a hammer to the skull. Vivid and brutal, her lifeless form limp in my arms. Her blood soaking the earth. Seeping into my skin. Limbs twisted unnaturally. Eyes wide open. But gone. It replayed in my mind as if it had happened yesterday. Not decades ago. Because I had been too late then. Too slow. Too selfish. Too scared. I had failed her. And now no. 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 This couldn't be happening again. I'd sworn I'd never let it. I promised I'd make it right. By protecting Hunter. By defending the throne, I told myself I would never be the reason someone died again. But I already was. Hunter, at least, was still alive, bound, but breathing. And beside him, Astrid, Talia, Kai, and Jackson, all bruised and bloodied. Beaten down but still holding on. A savage sound tore from my throat, ripped free by the pain of the memory, by the sight in front of me, by my failure. I yanked against the shackles. The metal scraped and shrieked under the strain, magic flaring violently as I fought to break free. But the harder I fought, the more it fed on me. The restraints drank me dry, bleeding my strength with every movement. Power slipped from me like water through cracked stone, until all I could do was still myself, conserve what remained. So I let them haul me across the blood-slicked floor and lock me to the wall beside my friends. Shock carved into their faces. But it wasn't just surprise. It was fear. Because this was their plan. It wasn't the rogue's usual noise. Petty disruption. Or hollow provocation of the throne. This time, they came to take everything. I hadn't thought they'd be this bold. This ruthless. I should have seen it coming. And now, everything I was supposed to stand for was slipping through my fingers. The guilt, the shame, the slow, humiliating erosion of my dignity, the crushing dishonor. It all fissured through my mind, but I shoved it down, walled it off, because I could feel it later, not when lives were on the line. And right now, I needed to focus on only one thing, a way to flip the board, a way to win. I forced myself to breathe, to think. 3 rogue werewolves. 2 rogue Lycans. We could take them. Easily. If we were free. The only reason they had us like this in the first place was because they had the element of surprise. That was it. All I needed was to buy time. Just enough to figure out how to break these damn shackles. Because every kind of magic, no matter how ancient, dark, or cursed, always had a loophole. Through the haze of grinding thoughts, one of them stepped forward. A Lycan, bigger, meaner. And the way the others lingered behind him said everything I needed to know. This person was their leader. He gave me a slow, lazy grin, the kind that made me snarl. Took your sweet time getting here. Didn't you? General, he paused, soaking in the moment like it was a toast. You missed the main event. By the way, killing the Lycan King. His smile widened. Tragic for you. I know. The words hung in the air like smoke as he strolled across the room. Calm and casual. Like he hadn't just butchered a monarch. But honestly, I don't think it's much of a loss. His voice was almost bored. Like we were talking about the weather. Not treason. In fact, if you ask me, this was long overdue. One less relic of a broken system. He gestured around the room with mocking flair. This so-called noble Lycan kingdom, lording over every wolf pack in the States, he scoffed, flicking his claws out. Let's not pretend your command hasn't been mostly werewolves for years. He shot me a glance. Cool and cutting. You really think they're all still loyal, still clinging to a dying breed, he smirked. Sharp as a blade. See, I think they're done with your elitist nonsense. I think they're ready for something new, and I'm going to give it to them. I scoffed. Right. Because you're so different, I met his eyes. You're a Lycan too. He stopped in front of me, grin twisting into something colder. Not anymore. His eyes gleamed, hard and bright. When you're a rogue, that's all you are. Cast out, stripped of rank, treated like trash. Doesn't matter if you were born Lycan or werewolf. It's all the same on the outside. His voice dropped, low and simmering. And I've had enough. We've had enough. He stepped closer, gaze locked on mine. This time we're not begging for a seat at your precious table. Ryker, we're flipping the whole thing. He paused, letting it settle. No more hunting our own. No more chains. No more leashes. He grabbed the shackle at my neck and yanked me forward, grinning at the irony of his own words. A dark, satisfied smile carved across his face. Then, slow and deliberate, He reached out, dragging one curved claw along the side of my throat, just enough pressure to threaten, to test me, trying to make my beast submit, to flinch, to cower. Like hell, I bared my fangs, unfazed. So that's your grand plan, anarchy. He grinned like a man who'd already claimed the throne. I prefer the word. Freedom. I let out a short, bitter laugh. You've never led a pack, let alone commanded an army. How the hell do you plan to run a kingdom built on chaos? He tilted his head, pretending to consider it, then stepped back with a smirk. Seems to me I am doing just fine so far. I got here, didn't I? Even with you hunting us relentlessly for a whole year. Then he chuckled, low and amused, like I was some naive pup still playing alpha. Though I'll admit, for a while there, I thought you might actually figure out our plan. You were close, too close. His claws pressed harder into my throat, just shy of breaking skin. But then she showed up, and his words made my heart stop. How the hell did they know about her? His grin widened, like he could feel my pulse stutter beneath his claws. No one outside our friends knew. We hadn't even mated. Not fully. Panic slammed into my chest like a vice. Was that why she wasn't responding? Did they have her? Horrible thought. Horrible thought. Horrible thought. He said her name. Slow and casual. Kara. Like it meant nothing. And I snapped. I'd been trying to conserve my strength. To wait. To strike smart, but instinct didn't give a thing about strategy. I lunged, snarling through clenched teeth. Magic tore through me as my beast surged beneath my skin, demanding to be let loose. I had to reach her. Had to get to her. Had to protect her. Even bound. Even bled out. I pulled until the metal groaned under the pressure. The Lycan just stepped back with infuriating ease. Stretching like this was nothing more than a warm-up. A game. Such a pretty little distraction, he said, almost admiring. You could have been hunting us. Should have been. But instead, you were chasing her. He smirked. All teeth and malice. How romantic. His eyes gleamed, voice dropping into a sneer. Too bad that little lover's detour is about to cost you everything. An entire kingdom. Ryker, your kingdom. The one you swore to protect. Falling apart beneath your feet. His lips curled in a mockery of sympathy. Tell me. How's that feel? He paused. Like he actually expected an answer. Waited. But I didn't speak. Instead, I let out a guttural, ferocious growl. A sound that didn't need words. It was a threat. A vow. A promise of death carved in bone. He'd spoken her name. Dragged her into this. And for that alone, I would rip him apart. He sighed, slow and theatrical, like I'd somehow disappointed him, then flashed a grin. Cold. Cruel. Icy enough to burn. Well, credit where credit's due. You did help make this historic day possible after all. He tilted his head, false gratitude dripping from his voice. So I figured a little thank you was in order. He turned, motioning toward the doors, and for a moment I forgot how to breathe. She walked in, hands bound, head covered. They forced her to her knees, ripped the bag from her head, and there she was. My love. My mate. Kara. I roared. The sound tore from my throat like a storm. Raw and primal. It was fury and terror fused into one. I thrashed against the restraints, wrenching until the metal screamed. Sharp and grating, until my wrists burned raw and bloody. My vision blurred. Rage and fear colliding in a dizzying rush. My mind fractured under the weight of her. The thought of her hurt. The thought of her in their hands. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't a general. I wasn't a warrior. I was just a mate, watching his world fall apart. No, 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 the scream broke out of me. Shattering on the stone walls, my voice cracked, splintering under the sheer, unbearable panic. The last thing I remembered was walking home from Ryker's house. The snap of twigs. Rogues peeling away from the darkness. and then nothing. Just black. Now, I was bound. Rough rope dug into my wrists. A thick sack covered my head. Hot and suffocating, I was shoved, handled like cargo, until my knees hit cold stone. Then the bag was torn away, and my phoenix went still. My friends knelt before me, bloodied and shackled, not with ordinary chains, but rune-forged ones, etched in twisted scripture that glowed faintly, each symbol pulsing with magic that reeked of something ancient and wrong. Witchcraft. It had to be, and they looked like hell for it. Cuts, bruises, wounds that refused to close, the kind of damage that should have healed easily. Still bleeding, my breath snagged on it as my eyes found Ryker, and his stare burned, with fury, terror, rage, all of it churned beneath the surface as he fought against his restraints. "No, no, no," he yelled. As the rogue Lycan from last night stepped forward, the stench of blood thickened around me, and my gaze flicked, just for a second, to the throne. The body slumped across it, limp and surrounded by fallen guards. I didn't recognize the face, but I didn't need to. The crown told me everything. Where I was, what I was witnessing. It sat crooked, still clinging to a head that no longer lived. The rogue turned to me then, his grin savage, feeding off the horror written across my face. "Since you can see I've already disposed of the king," he drawled. "I'll be taking the rest of the royal family next." He looked to Ryker. My heart stopped. "But," he continued, "as a gift to Ryker, for being so delightfully distracted these last few months, I'll make sure his little mate dies first. Quick and clean. Just for him. Then he can follow. Nice and slow." Venom laced every word as his gaze swept the room. "And of course," he went on, "all of it will happen right in front of his precious cousin, Prince Hunter, forced to watch the big, bad Lycan General he once idolized break beneath my heel." He tilted his head, mockery carved into every line of his face. Or should I say, King Hunter. Now, the name landed like a slap. Taunting and cruel. Hunter didn't respond, but the fury in his silence spoke volumes. The rogue chuckled, clearly pleased. "Such a shame you won't have time to enjoy the title." He purred. "Since we both know how this ends." Horrible thought. This wasn't a battle, or even an ambush. It was an execution. A coup. My instincts flared, mind snapping into combat mode. Immediately. I scanned the room. The 2 werewolves from last night were here, plus one more, along with another Lycan, all of them ready to kill. This had to be the rogue activity Ryker warned me about, the investigation I had been pulling him away from for weeks with every touch, every excuse. Every moment I ran from what we were. I clenched my jaw as fury surged up, thick and bitter with shame. This was my fault. I let this happen. My friends were about to die. And Ryker, terrible fate. He was going to die too. Right here. Right in front of me. Yes. I'd shut out the bond initially, pretended I didn't care. But I never wanted this. I never wanted him dead, even if his death would have erased every complication between us. Panic tore through me. I couldn't let that happen. And my phoenix. She wouldn't either. She stirred inside. Heat surging through my veins, begging to ignite. Then Ryker's voice shattered the air, cracked and desperate. "Don't you touch her." His face had gone pale, drained of color, restraints rattling violently as he thrashed against them. "No, no. Please," Astrid's voice rang out, high and raw. Catching in her throat, Talia sobbed beside her. Hunter snarled. "She has nothing to do with this," Kai shouted. Pleading, the rogue looked at them. Calm cruelty dressed in civility. "And here I thought you'd be grateful," he said, tone dripping with false charm. "I'm following your laws. After all, no humans allowed inside the palace. That's the rule. Isn't it?" A brow lifted. Mocking. Controlled. And the punishment, well, you already know what it is. A smirk tugged at his lips as his gaze slid past me. He gave a subtle nod to the werewolf behind, his voice dropping, smug to the core. Kill her. Footsteps closed in. My heart thundered in my chest. I turned to Ryker. He was fighting with everything he had. The chains burned brighter, glowing hot as they strained against his strength. His muscles trembled, flexing with every pull. Metal creaked. Stone cracked beneath his boots. His eyes were full of panic, full of love. But he couldn't reach me. He couldn't save me, and I didn't want it to come out like this. But I had no choice. Ryker, I whispered. An apology I already knew I owed him. Because then I let her out. My phoenix. Fire tore through my veins like molten lightning. Fingernails split into razor-sharp talons. My eyes burned, glowing velvet red, and my skin cracked, literally splitting open, like a fault line giving way. Glowing fissures spiderwebbing across my arms and chest. From beneath, tendrils of living flame surged out, writhing like they'd been caged too long. Heat pulsed from every fracture, blistering the air. I gasped, spine arching, as the fire claimed me. But it wasn't pain. It was pressure, rage, release. Like my entire system was short-circuiting under the weight of what I'd buried for years. And the creature underneath wanted out. The rope around my wrists burst apart as I rose, fluid and precise, spinning with all the power that had finally been unleashed. The werewolf stalking toward me didn't even have time to blink. His neck snapped with a sound like shattering wood, and he hit the floor in a crumpled, lifeless heap. I turned. Slowly. My friends had gone silent, all of them staring, mouths open, eyes wide, caught in the stunned stillness of watching the impossible unfold. Even the remaining rogues froze, instincts screaming that I wasn't prey anymore, that I wasn't some helpless, breakable human. Ryker's gaze locked with mine, and I saw it, the shock of seeing me become something he didn't recognize, and then betrayal. It flashed across his face like a blade slicing skin, deep and searing. But I didn't have time for his emotions. Not now. The rogue werewolves lunged, their momentary hesitation gone, fast, furious, and reckless, driven by raw reaction more than strategy. They weren't alpha-trained, not even beta-disciplined, just rabid dogs throwing themselves at a wildfire. They came at me like animals, but I was a monster too, and tonight, I was here to kill. The first came from the left, claws aimed for my ribs. I ducked low, twisted, then surged upward, all force and focus. My talons tore straight through his gut, and he gasped. Stunned by the strength he hadn't expected, I drove deeper, reaching for his spine, and pulled. Hard. The crack of bone followed, the squelch of torn muscle, and he dropped like dead weight, his body twitching on the stone. The second came at me with fangs bared, aiming straight for my throat. And this time, I didn't dodge. I threw my arms forward and grabbed him by the face, palms locking around his snapping jaws. His teeth sank into my hands, tearing skin, blood pouring down my wrists. But I welcomed the pain, leaned into it, let it feed the fire. Then, I pulled, ripped his bottom jaw clean off with a wet, bone-shattering crack. Cartilage tore, tendons snapped, blood sprayed across my chest like war paint. He gurgled, stumbled once, then crashed to the floor. My phoenix roared with triumph. They'd been quick, but not quick enough. The remaining rogue Lycan moved, while their leader still lingered in the shadows, a blur of motion, brutal, sudden, and that's when the real fight began. He hit me like a freight train. Full force. I went flying, knocked to the ground with a bone-jarring thud. The breath torn from my lungs. He was fast and strong. Stronger than any werewolf by nature. Stronger than me. I tried to roll clear, but I was a second too slow. His claws ripped across my side and pain erupted. Sharp and blinding. I gasped. Staggering as hot blood streamed down my ribs, my phoenix surged in protest. Wild and furious. Fire crackling at my fingertips, but there was no time to center myself. He was already on me again. Crack. His fist smashed into my jaw. My head snapped sideways. I tasted blood and hit the floor hard. Disaster. I was rustier than I'd thought. He loomed over me, sneering. You may not be human, but you're not so special now. Are you? I spat red. Iron flooding my mouth, and forced myself to my feet as he lunged. His claws sliced through empty air, barely missing my face. I twisted, slammed a punch into his ribs. A solid hit. He grunted, but didn't falter. Maybe if I'd been fresh. If I'd been in my prime, I could have taken him. But not now. I was slower, broken in places that didn't bounce back like his did. My wound stayed open. My clock ticked louder. But I had training. More than him. Years of it. Even rusted. My edge hadn't dulled completely. I just needed a way to catch him off guard. A crack in his rhythm. A surprise. Then the thought hit me. He didn't know what I was. Not really. To him. I was just some human freak with claws and a little fire. Let him believe that. Let him underestimate me. And so we fought. Blow for blow. Fire against flesh. He came at me hard. Relentless in his assault. Each strike drove me back until my spine slammed into the railing. And behind me, there was nothing. Just open air where the balcony ended. Wind howled up from the cliffs. Sharp and frigid. As the vast drop yawned below, the rogue smiled. Teeth flashing like the kill was already his. I'm going to enjoy this, he said. Stepping closer. Hearing you scream as you fall. Knowing your body's going to shatter on the rocks below. I coughed a laugh. Blood seeping from a gash above my eye. He had no idea what was coming. So I just grinned. Wide. Wild. And unhinged. My friends stared at me like I was something out of nightmare. And God's. The look on Ryker's face. Full of horror. Anger. Love. It was a tangled mess of devastation. Then the moment shattered. The rogue lunged in. Breath hot and sour. Doesn't matter what burns in your blood. He hissed. Claws plunging into my shoulder. No one survives a fall from these cliffs. I gasped as pain bloomed white-hot. He smirked. Then, without hesitation, shoved me over the edge, and I didn't fight it. I let the ground vanish beneath my feet. The wind whipped around me, tearing at my clothes and biting into me like knives. Jagged shadow and rocks streaked past as the drop rushed up to meet me. Above, the sky shrank to nothing, and then, I heard it. Ryker's voice. Screaming my name, ripped from his throat like a final prayer. But I wasn't afraid, because this was the moment I'd been waiting for. So I closed my eyes and let them out. The fire ignited, sudden and violent, as a cry tore through me, not of pain, but of transformation. The raw, primal sound of becoming something more. Massive wings of fire exploded from my back in a cataclysm of flame and agony, ripping through bone and muscle like they were paper. The air around me hissed, scorched by the sheer, radiant force of it. The world slowed, the fall stilled, and I caught myself. The wind curled beneath me now, warm and welcoming, like an old friend I hadn't flown with in years. And God's. How I'd missed this. The freedom, the power, the sky. Mountains sprawled far below as the palace loomed above, daring me to rise. I hovered for a breath, limbs aching with the memory of flight. Then I launched, a streak of fire cutting through the heavens as I rocketed toward the balcony. Reborn. A missile of vengeance. Ready to finish what I'd started. Kra, I yelled her name, the sound tearing from me like a wound. Helpless. As I watched her body vanish over the balcony's edge, her scream echoed and time shattered. Terror punched through me. Cold and absolute. It drowned out everything. Anger, betrayal, confusion. Because my mate was gone. None of it mattered. Not the fact she wasn't human. Not the walls she'd built between us. Only this moment. Only the hollow silence where her heartbeat should be. Only the gaping, soul-deep emptiness of her falling further and further out of my reach. The bond hadn't snapped. Not yet. But it would. Any second now. I'd feel it tear apart. Like a blade cleaving through the center of me. It wouldn't kill me. But it would burn. It would scar. I roared. Pure beast and grief. Wrenching against the shackles until my muscles tore and the metal screamed. But not as loud as I did. You terrible bastard, my voice cracked under the heartbreak. The shock. The blind, bloodthirsty rage. I was shaking from the force of everything inside me clawing to get out. The chains burned against my skin, holding back the shift my body was desperate to make. My bones ached to snap, to stretch, to tear free. You worthless piece of rogue filth, I howled, voice broken and venomous. I'm going to rip you apart limb by limb and shove your heart down your throat while it's still beating. My fangs were bared. Claws curled into fists, so tight crimson streamed down my wrists. The restraints groaned with each violent jerk. I'll skin you alive. You sick bastard, do you hear me? The rogue Lycan turned slowly. Unbothered. Cold. Like he was watching a rabid animal behind glass. You know? He sneered. I used to look up to you. Ryker, the great Lycan General. A legend. His eyes raked over me. But look at you now. A pause. Sharp and cruel. Pathetic. And then fire. A torrent of flame erupted from the cliffside. And there she was. Kara. Wings of living flame unfurled behind her. Stretching wide and beautiful. Her red hair snapped wildly around her. And talons shimmered at her sides as divine. Untouchable power poured off her in waves. She hovered above the battlefield like an angel made of fire. The rogue turned, confused, but he was already too late. She dove, fast, and in one flawless, savage motion, drove her talons straight into his chest and ripped his heart out. He didn't even have time to scream as his body crumpled to the ground. The still pulsing heart thudded once in her hand before she let it fall with a wet. Sick smack that echoed like judgment. I couldn't speak. I couldn't breathe. But my beast, my snarling, blood-drenched beast that hadn't stilled since the moment she fell purred, at her strength, at her wrath, at her cold. Merciless perfection. Proud she had delivered on our promise, she stalked toward the last Lycan standing, their leader, his expression now contorted with disbelief. Smug confidence crumbling into dread as he realized it was all gone. His soldiers, dead. His plan, in ruins. For a moment, he just stood there, shocked, frozen. Then he snapped, roaring in rage and panic, lunging at her like a cornered animal. But Kara was ready. She struck his jaw with a sharp, brutal punch. He staggered, blood spraying from his mouth as his head snapped back. He was massive, built like a tank, but she was faster, deadlier. With one vicious pivot, she spun and kicked his leg out from under him, her foot slamming into the back of his knee with a sickening crunch. He fell, collapsing to the ground with a grunt, and before he could recover, she was on him. One hand clamped around his throat. She held him there, kneeling before her. Writhing like the pathetic rogue he was, he thrashed like a beast on fire. Snarling and swinging wildly, claws tore into her, ripping across her stomach, slicing into her arms, scoring gashes down her legs. Red spilled down her body in rivers. But still, she didn't move, didn't even blink. She just smiled, not sweet, not kind, not even angry. It was a glorious, lethal smile. His skin began to blister, cracking, blackening, burning. Smoke curled from his throat, his chest, his mouth. as if her fire were seeping into him, boiling him alive from the inside out. He shrieked, and through his screams came her voice, low and icy. "Don't mess with my mate." She seethed the words like a curse, each one soaked in finality. My thoughts scrambled, wild and disjointed. As my mind fought to catch up with the insanity unfolding around me, relief flooded my system. She was alive, still standing, still breathing, still mine. But also, who was my mate? What in the actual world was I witnessing, Kara? "Stop," Hunter's voice cut through the chaos, pleading. "We need one of them alive for interrogation." But she wasn't listening. She wasn't with us anymore. She was fire made flesh, consumed by it. Hunter's gaze snapped to me. Urgent. He didn't say it out loud, but I saw it all over his face. Knowing only one person could reach her now. Me. So I forced the commander in me to the surface, buried rage and shock, shoved down beneath discipline and authority. "Kara," I shouted, voice cracking through the air like a whip. "Stop." Her head swiveled toward me, and her eyes, those feral, blazing red eyes, shifted, dulling back to their natural color as she blinked. Her grip loosened, and the rogue Lycan dropped to the floor, scorched and unconscious from the pain. The fire retreated, slow and reluctant. Her talons retracted. Wings faded to embers, but her skin, cut, bruised, and bleeding freely, still shimmered with a faint, lingering glow. She approached without a word, unchaining us one by one, and when the last shackle hit the stone with a heavy clank, she stepped back, surveying the wreckage she had left behind. All of us were on our feet now, the battlefield quiet, with blood pooling around bodies that no longer moved. Our wounds slowly closed, flesh stitching itself back together. As we watched her, silent and staring, especially me, because what just happened, well, disaster, Jackson muttered, rubbing at the angry red grooves still fading on his wrists. He looked at Kara, stunned. I've seen some crazy stuff. But that he let out a low whistle. That was next level. There was a beat of silence. Astrid stumbled a step back, her hands shaky as she wiped blood from a gash on her temple. "You definitely aren't human, Kara. But you're not a wolf either," Talia cut in. "Or a Lycan." Kai crossed his arms, one side of his face still bruised and mending. "So what the hell are you, and who the hell are you?" Hunter added, watching her like she was a live weapon, primed and dangerous. His voice was surprisingly steady, too steady, given everything he must have been feeling. Kara stood motionless, like even she was still processing it all herself. Cuts wept down her arms and legs. Smoke rose in faint tendrils from her skin as she dragged red-stained fingers through her hair. Then, Jackson cleared his throat and gave a half-hearted shrug, the grin that followed more grimace than humor. "Look, whatever she is, she just torched a squad of rogues and saved our asses." He nodded toward her like it was obvious. "So maybe don't interrogate the fire goddess." Yeah, no one laughed. Everyone was still catching their breath, healing. Physically. Yes. But the emotional wreckage, that was another story. And I couldn't hold it in anymore. It was too much. The whiplash of it all, of almost losing her. The thought of living without her. Then the relief of seeing her alive. Whole. Only for it to be swallowed by a tidal wave of hurt, of anger, from the pain of not knowing, the betrayal of everything over these past months. My voice cut through the tension, low, rough. "Say something. Kara." Every head turned to me. "Say something." The words came out more snarl than speech. I stepped toward her, close enough to see the flicker behind her eyes, my voice hoarse and drained, barely holding it together. "You don't get to burn the world down. Kill 4 rogues. And then go silent." My heart pounded, furious, like it wanted to punch through my ribs and collapse at her feet. "What was that?" I yelled. The words exploded from my chest, echoing through the silence of the throne room. Everyone flinched. And then she looked at me. And I saw it. Something ancient. Something untouchable. Not human. Not wolf. Not Lycan. A creature that had lived through death and risen anyway. Her lips parted. A whisper of ash and guilt. "I'm sorry." "Sorry," Ryker snarled. "That's all you have to say for yourself," fury rippled off him. Crackling in the air. "You lied to me," he roared. "About our kind. About mates. About everything." He took a step forward. "You kept me at arm's length. Tormented me with the bond." His voice dipped. Low and venomous. "And you're not even human." He shoved both hands through his hair. Like he could rip the betrayal out by the roots. "Now it all makes sense." His eyes snapped to mine. "I checked your records. Kara, when you kept shutting me out, when you refused to let me in, I had to know why." His jaw clenched. "You were abandoned. After the fire. After you burned your house to the ground while you were in the system. And I thought that's why you kept your distance. That maybe you didn't trust me not to leave you like they did." He let out a breath that sounded like it cut him on the way out. "But that's not it." "Is it?" He shook his head, almost laughing. But there was no humor in it. Because it wasn't some tragic accident. It was because you're supernatural. Like us. He inhaled, as if trying to catch some trace of familiarity in the air. Clinging to the hope that he was mistaken despite all signs pointing to the truth. But what he was searching for, it wasn't there. "Even your scent isn't human anymore." He grit out. "It's ancient." Then something shifted. Clicked. A sudden stillness settled over him. His entire body locked up. Like the final piece of a puzzle had just fallen into place. "You're over 100 years old. Aren't you?" He stared at me. Silent. Staggered. Like he was trying to reconcile the woman he'd fought for the woman he loved with the truth I'd buried so deep not even fire could reach it. His eyes darkened as the realization quickly soured, curdling into rage. The sting of betrayal boiling it back to the surface. "Well," he snarled, "there's no more hiding. Kara, not from this. Not from any of it. So tell me. What the hell are you?" I stared back, stunned. And maybe if I wasn't still bleeding, if the wildfire of my first shift in years wasn't still burning like adrenaline under my skin, I could have handled this differently. I could have answered gently, rationally, but I didn't. "You checked my records." "Ryker," I snapped. "I told you." "I didn't want you to know me." Why, he shot back, voice rising. "What are you so afraid of? Did you think I wouldn't love you? That I couldn't handle the truth?" His eyes blazed. Wild and wounded. "I was trying to understand you. All of you. To love you for who you are. For whatever the hell you are. Why wouldn't you just let me?" "I had to," I cried. "Because loving me is a death sentence for you." I swallowed hard. "It destroys the people I love most." He blinked. Like he couldn't quite process what I'd just said. That the very love he wanted to give me was the thing I feared most. And around us, the others stilled. Every face locked on mine. Frozen. Expectant. But the story they were waiting for was buried beneath mountains of pain. Pain that had lived inside me for a century. Silent. Rotting. Festering. And they were about to witness every raw, brutal piece of it. "Phoenix shifters are different from your kind." I began, the words tumbling out. "We have talons where you have claws, wings where you have a tail, and fire coursing through our veins. Sure, we possess strength, speed, and reflexes to rival yours." My gaze swept across the carnage. The scorched flesh. The bodies of the rogues I'd killed still twitching. Still warm. "But the one thing we don't have, the one thing we will never have," I said, my voice catching, "is healing." I felt their gazes rove over me. The blood. The bruises. The wounds still raw and barely clotting. Each one a testament to the undeniable proof of my words. We have no regeneration. No miracle fix. Because what we do have is worse. When we come back. Same body. Same age. Same memories. But the mating bond, I looked him dead in the eyes. It doesn't return. Ryker flinched. Barely. I turned away, pacing, as memories surged up from the dark. Do you have any idea what that's like? I said. Louder now. To die. To feel your soul ripped apart. And then wake up. Reborn into the same world. With the same heart. But alone. Because now you have a new mate. Somewhere out there. Written into your soul like a brand you didn't ask for. But the person you still love, your old mate, they can't feel you anymore. My fists clenched. Tears burning in my throat. And all you can do is watch as they spiral. Into grief. Into madness, as they unravel from the inside out. Still feeling a bond that's gone hollow inside you. I met Ryker's gaze. Each word cutting deeper. But you can't stop it. You can't save them. You can only stand there as the person you love most dies. Because of the bond you broke, the room was silent. Utterly. Painfully still. No one moved. No one even breathed. Because what I was describing, it was every wolf's worst fear made flesh in front of them. And then said it, the answer to the question no one dared ask. The reason I knew all of this to be true, because I had lived it. I've had 3 mates. Ryker. My voice broke. 3. I lifted my hand. Fingers trembling as I counted them off. One by one. The first was a werewolf. He slit his own throat in my arms after I didn't return from battle. He thought I'd left him. And he couldn't survive that. I exhaled. Slow and shaking. The second was human. Kind. Gentle. I thought, maybe if I stayed away from the supernatural, it would be safe. Simple. A bitter laugh escaped my throat. But he died in a car crash. Bled out before I could save him. And I told myself that I was strong enough to live with it. But I couldn't. My voice dulled, so I ended it. But my phoenix brought me back anyways. A beat passed. And the third, he was the former alpha of the beta you met at the summit. The one who recognized me. The image of that night surfaced briefly in my mind. A few years ago. There was an ambush on my pack. I was murdered. And when I came back, my mate had gone rogue. He'd lost his mind. His Luna. His other half. And it broke him. He was completely unhinged. Out of control. The pack was in chaos. And do you know what I had to do? Ryker, I stopped pacing. Forcing down bile as I looked at him. I had to kill him. I spat the words like acid. I killed my own mate. Ryker, I stepped toward him. Breath shaking. Vision blurring. So I'm sorry for pushing you away. I hissed. For lying. For keeping secrets from all of you. But I don't regret it. Not for 1 second, my fingers pressed to my chest. Right over my heart. Because I can't go through that kind of loss again. I can't be the reason someone else breaks like that. I'm afraid I won't survive it. So to protect myself. To protect you. I made a vow, no more mates. No more bonds. Because my phoenix might be able to rise from the ashes of that pain. But me, I met his gaze. Eyes brimming with unshed tears. Kara won't. My voice thinned. I won't. Ryker stood there. Absolutely. Wrecked. His eyes darted. Searching. Processing. Trying to make sense of the impossible. His breath turned uneven. His chest rose and fell too fast. I could see him fighting to stay in control beneath the avalanche of truth I'd just unleashed. All the while, his beast rose through the frenzy of emotions, clawing its way up through the cracks, and beneath the heartbreak, beneath the betrayal, beneath every other wild thought racing through his mind, came the tidal wave of territorial wrath that no one could stop. Because for a Lycan, there is only ever one mate, one soul bound to theirs. And I had just told him I'd had 3. 3 others who had touched what he now saw as his. And in that moment, it was the only truth that mattered. His pupils blew wide, swallowing the violet in his eyes. A sudden tremble rippled through his shoulders as his body coiled. Every muscle drawn tight. His jaw clenched so hard I swore I heard it crack. His fists curled. White-knuckled. as if he was one breath away from tearing the world apart just to reclaim me from my past. From every ghost of who I'd been before him, what burned in his eyes wasn't just pain anymore. It was instinct. Violated. Feral. And unforgiving. I took a cautious step back, bracing for the fallout of my words, for the violent shift I thought was coming. But then he moved. Fast. Too fast. In less than a breath, I was slammed against the wall. The air punched from my lungs as his body caged mine in. Ryker, I gasped. But the word barely left my lips before his fangs sank into the place where my shoulder met my neck. A cry ripped from my throat as fire tore through me, searing straight to my core. And I couldn't stop the way my body leaned into his bite, the way my soul ached for it. It was agony, ecstasy. Every last wall between us obliterated in a single, devastating touch. For a split second, I sank into the sensation. Lost, mind numbed, unable to find my thoughts, unable to tell where I ended and he began. But then panic sliced through the haze, and with every ounce of will I had left, I shoved him off. "What the hell did you do?" I screamed. "I claim you," Ryker snarled, yanking down his shirt collar to reveal the mark I'd accidentally left on him earlier. "Because I know you want me, your beast does. You do. And I'm done letting your fear, your past, and keep you from taking what's already ours." My heart stuttered as the mate bond snapped into place with a soundless crack that echoed through every piece of me. "No," I gasped. "No. No, the bond constricted, tightening like a noose. It wrapped around my soul like chains made of fire and light, binding, its energy surging through my body, sealing my wounds from the inside out. As fear knifed through me, "You have no idea what you've done," I cried. "You don't understand what you've just sentenced us to." I lunged at him, fists flying, not to hurt him, but to do something. Anything. He caught me mid-swing, spooned me, and slammed me back against the wall. His hands gripped my wrists, pinning them above my head, our bodies flush, his breath ragged against my cheek as I thrashed, tears spilling hot and fast as the truth caved in all around me. My plans, my witch, my research, gone, burned to nothing. I was fighting for more time. I choked out. "For a different fate, you promised, how could you?" But he didn't let me finish. He devoured the words with a kiss. And it wasn't gentle, or soft. It was vicious. It was fire and fury and love all wrapped in one brutal press of his lips, like he was punishing me for breaking him and worshipping me all at once. And I couldn't help it, even through the rage still swirling in my chest. I kissed him back, because now, with the bond fully forged, I could feel his soul fusing into mine with a completeness that hit me like a force of nature. A ravenous, bottomless hunger with no beginning and no end. My knees buckled, but his hands were already there, catching me, holding me upright, mouth still on mine like I was the only thing in the world keeping him breathing. When he finally pulled away, we were both gasping, shaking. His forehead dropped to mine. "There is no other fate," he growled. "No other destiny besides you and me. So your fear, your past, it can go straight to hell because you're not losing me. Not in this life. Not in any." His voice dropped, low and fierce. "So no more mates," he said, spitting the word like it offended him. "No more fated strangers written into your soul. No more dying just to be tied to someone new. Because I'll be by your side for all of eternity." His grip on my waist tightened. His other hand slid up, cupping my cheek like he was daring the universe to even try tearing me away from him. "And I'll spend forever proving it," he swore, his mouth brushing mine. "That you're safe with me. That this bond won't break. That we won't break." His thumb stroked the edge of my jaw, a touch caught between worship and claim. "Because you," he whispered, voice thick with promise, possession, and edged with threat. "Are mine," and in his eyes, burning with wolf and man, there was no desperation, only absolute conviction. A vow inked in fire, even though every rational part of me screamed to fight back. To yell. To cry. Something about his words undid me in that moment. Because he said them like he meant it, like not a single part of him feared me or what I might do to him. And so, for one reckless heartbeat, I believed him. Fell for the fantasy that maybe, just maybe, my love wouldn't be the thing that ruined us. Not this time. Not with him. And gods, that thought. That fleeting spark of hope was the most terrifying thing of all. I had claimed her. And maybe I shouldn't have. Not like that. Not in a throne room soaked in blood. Scorched and scarred. With bodies still cooling on the floor. But I couldn't stop myself. Not after everything she had kept from me. Not after hearing she'd had other mates. Other men who had marked her. Touched her. Loved her. The moment those words left her lips, my beast roared to the surface. Wild and territorial. A firestorm of fury and need. Because the thought of anyone else laying claim to her body, her soul, her bond ignited a rage so visceral it burned through every inch of me. And it wasn't just jealousy, it was the torment in her voice when she spoke of them, the way her pain wrapped around each word like barbed wire. And when she said she'd died, not once, but 3 times, I swore my heart stopped beating. The thought of her dying even once was enough to level me. But 3 times, 3 lifetimes of agony. The thought of it brutalized me, branded itself into my bones, and that pain ended now. Because we were endgame. She was mine to protect, to shield from the shadows of her past, and I would never let her feel that kind of pain again. Still, the guilt of how I claimed her so brutally clawed at me. Afterward, she hadn't said a word, just turned and left, locking herself behind the doors of my room at the palace. I wanted to follow her, to fix it, to force the healing to start, but I knew she didn't want to talk to me. Not yet. I could feel it. Her anger, her hurt, her fear, even her love for me, all of it, pouring through the bond, and honestly, I didn't know what the hell I'd even say. Where would I start? We had so much more to unpack, to process, and I was still angry too. So for now, I clung to the one truth that kept me breathing through all the chaos. She was mine. We were mated, and she was safe. That truth became my tether, my anchor in the wreckage as I compartmentalized, shoved everything else into boxes. While the world demanded a version of me that wasn't falling apart, for the rest of the evening, I threw myself into duty. We called an emergency council meeting and spent the entire night piecing together a preliminary plan. How Hunter would take the crown in the coming months. The transition of power. The appointment of a new guard. And the restructuring of our military command. Because the kingdom was in shambles. A coup barely crushed. So I focused until it was done. Until the throne room emptied, and it was just Hunter. Me. And a single dark truth still hanging between us, the death of the late king. Deep down, I knew this was my failure. My burden to bear. So I did the one thing my honor demanded. I tried to resign. Hunter didn't even hesitate. "Are you out of your mind?" he snapped. Disbelief sharp in his voice. "You think stepping down fixes this? That this only falls on you?" He didn't let me speak. Didn't let me try to argue. This was a failure on all our shoulders. Every general. Every advisor. Every member of that damn council who didn't see the signs. The kingdom needs better leaders, not fewer. He scoffed, shaking his head. "I'm rejecting your resignation. Ryker, completely. I need you at my side to rebuild this kingdom from the ground up. Recruitment will be stricter. Training, more brutal. Standards will be raised, and every crack in our defenses sealed." He stepped closer. Then, after the coronation, once every pack across the country has sworn loyalty and order is finally restored, I'll personally oversee the interrogation of the rogue Lycan. We'll bleed him for answers. This won't happen again. His hand closed firmly over my shoulder. "But right now," he continued, "as your future king, my first command to you is this: go back to Blackthorn. Take care fix whatever's still broken between you two. That's your priority." He glanced around the room. his gaze catching on the empty throne where his father once ruled. "Because you're more than my general," he said. "More than blood." His voice trailed off, but he didn't need to finish the thought. I already knew where his mind had drifted. Even though blood meant everything to wolves, especially to Lycans, it didn't guarantee closeness or trust, and certainly not understanding. He and the late king hadn't seen eye to eye in years. They'd clashed more than they'd connected. On ideology, on leadership, on legacy, and whatever bond they'd once had long since calcified. So Hunter wasn't shattered by his father's death. Quietly grieving. Yes, but broken, not even close. That's how he could stand here. Calm in the chaos. Steady while the kingdom bled around him. And now, he was choosing to build something better from the ashes of his father's reign, but I saw the weight of it pressing down on him. The responsibility. The uncertainty of the future he was stepping into. And the battles ahead he couldn't face alone. He needed more than a loyal soldier at his side. More than a cousin bound by duty. Now, more than ever, he needed a friend, and he wouldn't get the whole, clear-headed version of me he was counting on until I repaired what was still fractured between me and my mate. "Promise me you'll fix things," he said, "for everyone's sake, but especially for hers, because the kind of nightmare she's lived through leaves scars that never truly heal. And right now, she needs you more than I do." I nodded, because he was right. But before I left, he promised to keep me in the loop. Said a new training ground was going to be built near Blackthorn. And once I got things sorted with Kara, new orders would follow. So the next morning, Kara and I flew back. She didn't speak a single word to me on the plane, but I felt her fury in the silence. Saw it in the set of her jaw, in the way she refused to look at me. Not once. Not since I bit her. Not since I kissed her. Claimed her. But I was angry too. Still burning from the lies she'd buried. And frankly, exhausted. When we landed, she headed straight upstairs. And a few minutes later, I followed. She was in our room, standing in front of the mirror. Her fingers hovered over the mark on her shoulder. My mark. Already scarred. Already permanent. Her reflection looked haunted. Scared. And then furious. "I can't believe you did this to me," she whispered, her eyes meeting mine through the glass. And the guilt. That whisper hit harder than a scream, pressing right into the guilt already coiled in my chest. "I'm sorry," I said. My beast took over. And for a moment, I lost control. I won't deny that. I exhaled. The weight of it still lodged deep in my ribs. But I don't regret it. She drew a sharp breath. "You took away the one thing I had left. The only chance we had." Her voice faltered. "You took away my choice." Choice, I stepped toward her. Voice low and cutting. "You want to talk about choice? Where was mine when you kept everything from me? You said nothing. You kept me in the dark." The words burned in my throat. Bitter and sharp. How was I expected to keep that promise not to mark you when I made it to someone who was lying to me the whole damn time? "You don't understand," she whispered. Her voice fragile now. Utterly broken. As slow tears slipped down her cheeks. "I spent weeks searching for a witch. Someone who could alter the bond. I wanted to be with you so badly. Ryker. But I also wanted to make sure fate wouldn't catch up with us. That when I died, you wouldn't die too." Her voice cracked. I just needed one more week. I froze. My beast was already howling. I grabbed her waist and forced her to face me. Fingers tightening under her chin as I tilted her head up. "You were going to tamper with the mate bond," I said. Fury rising, but shock hitting even harder. "Do you have any idea how heretical that is?" She nodded. Tears clinging to her lashes. "I was trying to save you." She choked out. "Because I believe you when you say you'll love me forever. That you'll stay." But me, her voice broke. "I don't trust myself. Not to ruin it. Not to ruin you." I dragged in a breath. Anger pulsing just beneath my skin. Barely held in check. I was trying to stay composed. To understand. Goddess help me. "Kara." I ground out, my voice rough. Don't you ever pull things like that again. Ever. My hand slid from her jaw to the nape of her neck, finding the mark that now bound us. My fingers traced over the scar as sparks flared beneath my touch. I needed the contact, needed the reminder that she was here, that she couldn't walk away this time. It was the only thing keeping me steady. It doesn't even matter now, she muttered, leaning in to rest her forehead against my chest. You forced my hand, and part of me is furious with you. But another part, her voice wavered, is grateful, because running from you hurt more than anything else. She pulled back just enough to look at me. So I'm sorry, she whispered, her voice shaking. For all of it. For adding to the pain when I already knew what was coming, because now that I'm bound to you, I have to accept us. At least for now, maybe I can try to enjoy this. Until it inevitably ends. Until it will never happen. I cut her off, taking her face in both hands. Gentle but firm. Do you hear me? That ending you're afraid of? It doesn't exist. My voice was rough with certainty. But in that moment, I finally understood. Her silence over the past 24 hours. The rage she threw at me for stealing her choice. It was never really about the bite. It wasn't even about the fear of losing me. Because she'd already resigned herself to that fate the moment I claimed her. She'd steeled herself for it. No. What I'd truly taken from her was hope. Hope that we might survive this. Hope that our love wouldn't be the thing to destroy us. That's why she tried to meddle with the bond. Because she was trying to protect something fragile. Something that terrified her to believe in. And I had crushed it. Shattered the one thing she was clinging to. Now, I had to give it back. To reignite what I'd extinguished. To fan the embers of that hope and give her every reason to believe in something better. The realization settled deep in my chest. And with it, the anger that had gripped me slowly unraveled, dissolving into something softer. My gaze shifted. Gentled. I'm yours, Kara, I said, my voice steady now, reassuring, utterly, entirely, yours. I let the words fill the quiet, the cracks. Between us, I know you did what you had to protect what we had in your own way, but you're still fighting ghosts, still bracing for the same ending you've lived before. And I get it, I do. I reached up, brushing a loose strand of red from her face, tucking it gently behind her ear. But that past, it's not ours. It doesn't get to write our future. And I am not going anywhere. Not now. Not tomorrow. Not ever. My thumb caught a tear trailing down her cheek, wiping it away. Silence passed between us for a beat. Then her lips parted on a soft, shaky breath. Even if I wanted to believe you. She paused, trembling. How do we come back from this? Ryker, how do we even begin to start over? After everything I did, all the pain I caused us. Her breath hitched. I don't deserve you. Not your love. Not your forgiveness. Beautiful, I murmured, leaning in so our foreheads nearly touched. You are my reason for breathing. You want forgiveness? Done. You want a fresh start? Then we start right here. Right now. With nothing between us but the truth. I brushed my thumb gently along her lips. And the truth is, your past doesn't define our future. And I'll spend every damn day reminding you of that. All I ask in return is one thing: promise me no more secrets. No more walls. No more hiding from what we are and everything we're meant to become. She nodded, slowly. I promise, she whispered. And I promise too. I said, no more taking your choices away, no matter how much I love you. I should have waited to mark you. Even if it brought us to where we are now, it should have been special, intimate, gentle. My jaw flexed as guilt surged at the memory of last night. And for that, I said quietly, I am truly sorry. But she deserved more than an apology. She deserved to feel what that moment should have been. So I reached for her through the bond and poured everything into it. Every ounce of possession, worship, undying loyalty, love, devotion, and my forgiveness for everything that had passed between us. I showed her the fire inside me, eternal and unwavering, that burned only for her, raw, fierce, unfiltered. I didn't hold anything back, not a single piece of myself, and I knew she felt it. Her chest lifted like she was breathing me in for the very first time, her gaze locked with mine, pupils blown wide, and through the bond, her pain began to soften, to melt beneath the warmth of my love, and hope began to stir from the ashes. She offered me forgiveness in return, not with words, but with a kiss. She leaned in and pressed her soft lips to mine. It surged through me, igniting every nerve, flooding my chest with light. I pulled her closer, kissing her deeper, because this kiss burned away the suffering, soothed every fracture, rewrote the ending she'd been waiting for into a beginning she'd finally chosen. Her mark pulsed in rhythm with my heartbeat as I wrapped an arm around her waist, and the bond between us blazed to life, wild with love, with need, and the fierce, quiet freedom of finally embracing us. The rest of winter break passed in a blur, like time had bent itself around us. We started over. From the beginning, anger faded. Love bloomed, and somehow, things with Ryker felt normal, or at least, our version of it. We spent long hours together, wrapped around each other like we couldn't stand the thought of space. We talked about my phoenix form, about how little I actually knew about what I was. I confessed I'd never met another phoenix shifter. Everything I'd learned came from fantasy books, half-forgotten lore, and gut instinct when I was a teenager. He promised we'd search together. Maybe something in the royal archives held answers. Ryker hadn't asked about my past lives. Not yet. And I hadn't offered. Not because I didn't trust him, but because we both knew that conversation would sting. My past made him angry. It made me afraid. And for once, I was just trying to believe in us, to keep my promise to him. But reality, as always, slowly crept back in. Astrid, Hunter, Kai, Talia, and Jackson returned to campus. The aftermath of the coup finally beginning to settle, the shock of my secret had faded, and they'd forgiven me for keeping it. It was easier for them than it was for Ryker, for obvious reasons. But with Hunter's coronation looming, both he and Astrid were officially dropping out to prepare for their new roles. Yet not before Astrid insisted on returning to Blackthorn for one last thing. She wanted to know what it felt like to fly. That's how we found ourselves in a secluded clearing, deep within the forest, surrounded by towering trees and air thick with the scent of pine. I'd shifted, only the second time in front of them, and their expressions were the still same stunned. Breathless awe. Flames danced across my skin, talons gleaming in the light. As my eyes glowed molten, Hunter watched me warily as my wings flared, flexing with anticipation. "Are you sure this is safe?" I smirked. Embers drifting from my lips, what I purred, stepping up to Astrid and pulling her flush against me. "Don't trust me not to drop your queen," he muttered something that sounded like a curse. "Sorry." "What was that?" I said sweetly, cupping my ear with mock concern. "Couldn't quite hear you being terrified." "Your Majesty." I gave him a wicked grin. "Better keep a close eye on your girl." Then, without warning, I bent my knees and launched. My wings ignited behind us in a blaze of fire as I took to the sky. Hunter's panicked roar echoed after us. "Kara, you better not drop her, I swear to the goddess." But his voice was lost to the wind. Astrid screamed, at first in fear, then in exhilaration. I flew higher, circling the treetops, spinning through clouds, wind tearing around us. She laughed wildly in my arms. When we finally returned to the clearing, Hunter was pacing like a lunatic, his jaw only unclenched when his mate's boots hit solid ground. After all, Lycans belong to the earth. Astrid, meanwhile, was practically vibrating with excitement. "Hell yeah, that was incredibly fun." "Cara Talia, you have to try this." I extended a hand toward her, but Talia shook her head. "Maybe next time. Right now, I'm perfectly happy just enjoying the view from down here. Kai looked grateful. Suit yourself. I shrugged, my wings still aglow, trailing faint sparks behind me. Then I felt it. Fingers brushing along the edge of one wing, I shuddered. Eyes fluttering shut. A bolt of heightened sensation crashing through my system. The touch was gentle, curious. I turned slowly. Jackson. He stood inches away. Entranced. Completely unaware of the chaos he was causing inside me. These are amazing, he murmured. They look like fire, but feel real. And they don't even burn. Jackson. I ground out. Could you not touch them? He blinked. Startled. Oh shoot. Sorry. I didn't. Too late. Ryker appeared at my side. Shoving Jackson back. Are you okay? He demanded. Eyes already scanning me for damage. Did it hurt? I shook my head, biting back a grin. No. Not at all. Let's just say. They're a little sensitive. Jackson. Catching on instantly. Grinned like the cocky menace he was. Oh, you don't say. So, were you close? I turned, crossing my arms, arching a brow. You touch them for like 3 seconds and think you rocked my world, please. I smirked. I've had more thrilling experiences from a passing breeze, and plus, if that's your idea of pleasure. I gave him a slow once-over. I genuinely feel sorry for every woman who's ever ended up in your bed. Ryker froze, not at the joke, but at the implication. His eyes darkened. Pupils blew wide. And then crack. Ryker's fist slammed into Jackson's jaw in one smooth, gorgeous motion. Clean and brutal. Jackson went flying into the grass with a grunt and a wheeze of laughter. Okay. He coughed. Yeah. Deserved that one. You're right, you did. Ryker growled. I told you to keep your hands off my mate. Jackson sat up, rubbing his jaw with a grin, completely unbothered. You know, he said, cracking his neck. I think the last time you punched me. It landed harder. He glanced up at Ryker. Teasing. Losing your edge, Ryker raised a brow. Grinning now. Want me to try again and we can compare Kai. Astrid. And Hunter howled with laughter. Talia groaned. Arms crossed like she'd been counting down to this exact moment. Men. I muttered playfully, rolling my eyes. Talia smirked. Correction, Lycans. Kara. Whole different species of dramatic. Ryker's gaze found mine again as he stalked back toward me. That dark, wicked heat, I knew all too well, simmering just beneath the curve of his grin. His mouth brushed close to my ear. Voice low and filthy. Meant for me alone. I didn't realize they were that sensitive. He murmured. His fingers skimmed lightly down my spine. Subtle enough to go unnoticed by the others. But I felt every inch. You'll have to show me later tonight. Beautiful. He continued. His voice a low promise. Threaded with heat. We can explore that sensitivity. With your wings spread wide. And you calling my name. He knew exactly how to capture a girl's attention. A slow, wicked smile spread across my lips as I dragged a fingernail down the hard line of his chest, applying just enough pressure to tease. Only if you earn it. Handsome, I whispered. The sound he made in response was low. Hungry, and lost beneath the fading laughter of our friends. But the look in his eyes feral, promising. Kara. Astrid's voice cut through the haze like a bucket of ice water, dragging me back to the moment. As fun as this little outing's been, she said, pulling me into a surprise hug, bright and beaming. Hunter and I have a kingdom to prepare for. I hugged her back. Tight. Snapping out of the laughter and lingering tension. Straight into the reality that this was goodbye. I'm going to miss the hell out of you. I mumbled against her shoulder. She pulled back just enough to smirk. Please. I think Jackson's antics will keep you more than entertained. I rolled my eyes. She laughed, brushing a kiss to my cheek. If you ever need me, you know where to find me, and besides, give it a year. maybe less. You'll be at the palace too. Glued to this one. She nodded toward Ryker. Once he gets those new training grounds near Blackthorn up and running. I smiled as she winked at me, then disappeared into the trees with Hunter, their wolves slipping into the forest shadows. Kai and Talia followed soon after, murmuring about unpacking back at the Lycan house, and Jackson dusted himself off and sauntered away, grinning as he pulled out his phone, already texting his next unfortunate conquest, off to charm another poor she-wolf doomed to pine after him. That left just me and Ryker in the now quiet clearing, so we fell into step beside each other, heading back toward my dorm to grab the last of my things. I was officially moving into his room. There was no point pretending otherwise. We barely spent a second apart anyways. Our bond tugged too tightly, just as we reached my front steps. His phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen, brow furrowing. Training site updates, he muttered, pressing a quick kiss to my forehead. I'll be right in. 2 minutes. I nodded and slipped inside. But the moment I opened my door, my breath hitched. The scent hit me first. Blood. Raw. Coppery. Thick and foul with magic. My room had been destroyed. Torn apart like something feral had gone wild. Furniture shredded. Feathers and splinters scattered like ash. Books ripped to ribbons. Sheets soaked and dark. And on the far wall, scrawled in fresh, glistening red Lunacara, we are coming for revenge. My heart slammed against my ribs like it was trying to escape my chest. My vision blurred. My mouth went dry. Disaster. 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 Panic thundered through me. And I knew Ryker felt it. Through the bond. My complete and utter terror. Footsteps exploded up the stairs like a stampede. And then, he was there, eyes glowing, power crackling, his beast riding the edge of his skin. Ready to kill. He took one look at the room, at letters jagged and dripping on the wall. And in a blink, he swept the space, scanning every shadow, every crevice, searching for danger. But there was nothing. No enemy, no scent trail, no heat signatures, just blood. Once he was certain. He pulled me into his arms, crushing me against his chest. It's okay, he murmured, voice low and soothing. I've got you. No one is touching you. I swear it on my life. You're safe. I clung to him like I was drowning, fists twisted in his shirt, nails digging into his back, trying to tether myself to his heat, his scent, his presence. But I wasn't safe, because he didn't understand what those words on the wall really meant. They were coming. Connor. My old pack. But not for me. For him. Because revenge. For them. Wouldn't be about death. It would be about suffering. About watching me break the way I broke them. The day my third mate died. Both my pack and I had lost an alpha. But unlike me, they had lost everything. I had obliterated their world, their legacy, their unity, their fire. And then I did the worst thing I could have done. I ran. And now, they wanted payback. Total. Merciless. Ruin. So they were going to take away the only thing I had left to love. I tried to breathe. To think. To claw my way back to reason. He's Ryker, not just a Lycan, but a general. Elite. Born for war. Built from blood and fury. He could survive anything. Right, they wouldn't be able to lay a hand on him. But then the truth slammed into me. Like fire ripping through bone. They wouldn't need to. Because we weren't just lovers anymore. We were mated. One soul. One flame. Forever entwined. And they knew. About me. About what it took to break a bonded soul. How you don't strike the flame. You smother it. Slowly. Brutally. And in that breathless, harrowing moment. As I clung to him like he was the last flicker of light before the dark, I understood. They were going to bring him to his knees. Crush him from the inside out. And the only way to do that was to kill me. And